Chapter 1277. Inside the Ganlu Palace. Just when Li Zishuan was bored out of his mind and wanted to find a place to sit down and rest, there was a sudden sound of footsteps outside the palace. Li Zishuan's face turned solemn, and he hurriedly stood in the hall. You must be impatient from waiting, right? Sure enough, the person who came was Li Er. Old Li walked into the hall with a majestic gait. When he walked to Li Zishuan's side, he said with a smile that was not a smile. Although Li Zishuan also had this thought in his heart, he was not stupid enough to say it out loud. Hearing this, he hurriedly cupped his hands and said, "Your Majesty must have something important to tell me by summoning me to the palace. I'm in high spirits right now, ready to listen to the imperial lecture. How can I be impatient?" You brat. Li Er used his finger to point at Li Zishuan and snappily smiled. Then, he walked towards the seat of honor. At this moment, a servant reported, "Your Majesty, Minister Zhao, Minister Fang, Minister Du, Minister Shao, and Minister Yan are waiting outside the palace. Let them in." Li Er sat on the couch and said in a deep voice. After a while, a few important officials of the empire walked in. Seeing Li Zishuan in the palace, Zhang Sun Wuji and the rest were surprised. After a round of greetings, Li Er nodded at Zhao Song. The latter took out 5 small booklets and gave one to each of the 5 officials. Li Er then said, "Dear officials, this is the memorial that Li Zishuan presented yesterday. I've asked someone to copy it. Please take a look. After you've finished reading, I'll ask you questions." Yes. The 5 ministers agreed one after another, and then they all glanced at Li Zishuan imperceptibly. They were probably thinking in their hearts, "Sure enough, wherever Li Zishuan is, there will be right and wrong." When everyone lowered their heads and saw the first few sentences of Li Zishuan's memorial, they all felt that it was absurd. If it wasn't for the occasion, they would probably laugh out loud like Li Er at the beginning last night. But soon, their faces became serious. Time passed bit by bit, and the hall was completely silent. Li Zishuan crossed his arms and stood silently in the hall, secretly guessing what kind of difficult questions these old officials would ask him in a while. Have you finished reading? Dear officials, do you have any objections to the Marquis of Yong'an's memorial? About 15 minutes later, Li Er's voice sounded in the palace. The 5 officials first looked at each other, then Fang Xianling stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, this old official has a few questions to ask the Marquis of Yong'an." Li Er waved his hand and said, "Everyone, there's no need to be so restrained. If you have any questions for the Marquis of Yong'an, feel free to ask." "Your Majesties." All the officials cupped their hands and said. Fang Xianling looked at Li Zishuan and asked, "Marquis of Yong'an, you said that the water of the Yellow River was clear before the Qin and Han dynasties. Do you have any evidence?" Li Zishuan stepped forward and said, "Of course I have evidence. Over the past few days, I've been reading through the history books of previous dynasties with the teachers of the academy. We've found that the records of Heqing started in the late Eastern Han dynasty. This means that before the Eastern Han dynasty, Heqing phenomenon was relatively common and not unusual. That's why no one recorded it. Since the Eastern Han dynasty, the amount of sand in the Yellow River increased and it became more muddy. Therefore, Clear River became an auspicious sign for the country and was written in history." Fang Xianling pondered for a moment and nodded slightly. Marquis of Yong, and said in the memorial that if the Yellow River is left unchecked, the 8 rivers of Chang, and will become muddy in less than 20 years? Li Zishuan said, "Regarding this point, I believe that even if this junior doesn't say it, Minister Fang should be clearer than me, right? What was the water quality like around Chang and in the previous dynasty? What is it like now? You all should have your own ideas." He had only been here for a year and naturally did not know about the situation in the previous Sui dynasty. But Li Gang knew. According to Li Gang, the water quality around Chang and was indeed not as good as in the previous dynasty. Fang Xianling, Zhangsun Wuji and the others looked at each other and finally sighed. Obviously, they had acquiesced to this fact. Li Zishuan said again, the quality of the water quality is related to the lives of millions of people inside and outside Chang'an. Last year, there was a cholera in Chang'an. Although it had nothing to do with the sand in the river, it was still caused by the pollution of the water quality. The land we are in now is soft. When there is a strong wind, yellow sand will fill the air. When there is a heavy rain, the yellow sand will flow into the river. In the long run, the amount of sand in the Yellow River will be higher and higher. No one can bear the consequences. Everyone's expression changed. After all, the cholera in Chang'an last year was still vivid in their minds. Fang Xianling paused and asked after a while, Marquis Yong, you said that the increased amount of sand in the Yellow River will easily cause the downstream riverbed to be too high. When there is a heavy rain, the Yellow River will burst its banks. Is that true? Li Zishuan smiled and said, of course. Minister Yan is good at engineering. He should know this better than me. If Minister Fang does not believe me, you can ask Minister Yan. Without waiting for Fang Xianling to ask, Yan Lied nodded and said, that's right. If the sand in the Yellow River is allowed to accumulate, the sand will be deposited downstream where the flow is slower and the river bed will be too high. After a long time, it will not be a problem for the river bed to be raised by 10 feet. If there is a continuous rainstorm, the Yellow River will definitely burst its banks. At that time, thousands of people will suffer. In fact, Yan Lide's prediction was still optimistic. In modern times, the Yellow River's water level was more than 70 meters higher than the sea level of Kaifeng City. It was a veritable floating river. Xiao Chua asked in a low voice, Marquis Yong, you mean that if the imperial court does not adopt your plan, the flood in the lower reaches of the Yellow River will become more and more serious? Li Zishuan nodded and said, in the past few days, Mr. Li Gang and I have read the records of the counties in the lower reaches of the Yellow River. It is well documented that in the 800 years from the Eastern Zhou dynasty to the end of the Eastern Han dynasty, there were only 20 floods in the lower reaches of the Yellow River. That is to say, on average, there is a flood every 41 years. In the 400 years from the Three Kingdoms to the Sui dynasty, there were 23 floods in the lower reaches of the Yellow River. On average, there is a flood every 17 years. If we do not take action now, the Yellow River will burst its banks more and more frequently in the future. It will even burst every 3 years. At that time, the amount of money the imperial court spends on managing the flood and saving the people will far exceed the amount of money spent on planting trees. Using data to speak, using facts to speak, this was what Li Zishuan, an engineering genius, was best at and also what he liked to do the most. After these words were spoken, the faces of everyone in the hall all became serious. Li Zishuan's next words were even more shocking. Before my master died, not only did he predict this year's locust plague, he also predicted that 9 years later, the Yellow River will burst its banks again. At that time, Luoyang City will be flooded and the people will be plunged into misery and suffering. Chapter 1278. In modern times, there was a song called The Descendant of the Dragon. The lyrics of the song went like this: in the Far East, there is a river, its name is the Yellow River. The Yellow River was the mother river of the Chinese nation. This surging mother river had given birth to the brilliant Chinese civilization, but it had never been a good mother. Throughout history, the constant diversion and flooding of the river had brought countless devastating disasters to the people in the Yellow River basin. Even in the 21st century, there were still many floating corpses in the Yellow River. Looking at the development of human civilization, it was actually a history of the struggle between man and nature. There were harmonious coexistence, but there were also confrontations. Following the flourishing of Chinese civilization in the Yellow River basin, more and more human activities and increasing population met with floods. Without any accidents, it would develop into floods. From the history of China, the Yellow River Basin had always been in a cycle of decline, war, reconstruction, prosperity, and decline. Every new cycle of prosperity was a new cycle of disaster for nature. As the agricultural civilization of the Han culture moved further and further south, the accumulated silt of hundreds of years finally welcomed a new cycle of eruption. In the Ming and Qing dynasties, the Yellow River had more frequent breaches and dikes. According to the Introduction to Controlling the River in the Ming and Qing dynasties, within the 277 years of the Ming dynasty's existence, the number of times the Yellow River broke and changed its course reached an astonishing 456 times. On average, it happened once every 7 months. In the 1,500 years from the Eastern Zhou dynasty to the end of the Tang dynasty, the number of breaches in the Yellow River Basin was only 60 or so times. On average, it would happen once every 25 years. While the Yellow River floods took millions of lives, it also caused a large number of refugees and people to migrate. It formed a big disaster big tide, small disaster small tide situation. In the Ming dynasty, out of the 60 million people in the country, about a tenth of them became refugees. Not only did they not have a fixed residence, they wandered in foreign lands. Famine was everywhere, and many starved to death. The worst hit was the Hunan region. In the early Ming dynasty, 72% of the floods occurred in the Hunan region. Of course, because of this, the amount of money that the court spent every year on building dikes and controlling floods was uncountable. According to historical records, in the Ming dynasty, the annual cost of building dikes and controlling floods reached 10% of the court's revenue. In the Qing dynasty, this ratio reached a terrifying 20%. Within the Sweet Dew Hall, the atmosphere at this moment suddenly became tense. Li Er asked with an ugly expression, "There will be a flood in Luoyang in 9 years?" Li Zishuan, did spiritual master Ling Su really have such a prophecy when he was alive? The 5 ministers in the hall all looked at Li Zishuan with burning gazes. The Yellow River bursting its banks and flooding Luoyang was not a small matter. Spiritual Master Ling Su had already become a legend by many people. The prophecy that he made was something that they had to pay attention to. Last year, Li Zishuan had said that in the 6th month of this year, there would be a plague of locusts in Guangzhou. In the end, with Qin Xiong and Cheng Yaojin leading the military group acting as guarantors, the court sent a fleet down south to trade for grain. At that time, Zhang Sun Wuji and the rest of the civil officials felt that even if the locust plague didn't happen as scheduled, the imperial court wouldn't lose out by exchanging so much food from a small country like Nanyang at such a low price. Moreover, everyone could predict that the decisive battle between the Great Tang and the Turks would take place in the next few years. Even without the plague of locusts, the Great Tang would still need a lot of provisions to prepare for war. Therefore, they had agreed to Li Zishuan's plan of stockpiling provisions. But now, Li Zishuan had said that in 9 years, there would be a flood in Luoyang, causing the entire city to be flooded. How could they accept this? One must know that Luoyang's position in the Great Tang was second only to Chang'an. In the first year of Emperor Yang's great undertaking, Luoyang was already established as the eastern capital. After Li Yuan established the Tang dynasty, he ordered people to build palaces in Luoyang. Later on, Wu Zetian, who had monopolized power and was the ruler of the dynasty, directly changed the name of the eastern capital to Chengdu. From this, one could see the important position of Luoyang in the Tang dynasty. Chang'an was the political center of the Great Tang while Luoyang was the economic and cultural center of the Great Tang. Although the population of Luoyang was not as large as that of Chang'an, it wasn't far off. The city had at least 700,000 to 800,000 people. If Luoyang was flooded, the loss would be too great. Under the gazes of the crowd, Li Zishuan cupped his hands towards Li Er with a solemn expression, "Your Majesty, this is a matter of great importance. This subject does not dare to speak carelessly. My teacher said that in the 11th year of Zhengguan, yellow gas filled the sky. It rained heavily and the valley water overflowed. It entered Luoyang Palace and was 4 feet deep. It damaged the left gate and destroyed 19 palaces and temples. This matter was of great importance. Li Zishuan indeed did not dare to speak carelessly. According to official history, in the 7th month of the 11th year of Zhengguan, Luoyang would indeed be flooded. However, these words were not said by spiritual master Ling Su, but written in the history books. What? Water entered Luoyang Palace? Hearing Li Zishuan speak as if he had seen it with his own eyes, Li Er's face was instantly shrouded in a layer of haze. Luoyang Palace's terrain was so high. If even Luoyang Palace was flooded 4 feet deep, then wouldn't the common people be flooded and millions of corpses would be strewn across the land? According to what you said, if we plant trees in the Yellow River Basin, we can avoid the Luoyang flood 9 years later? Last year, Chang'an City did not have any snow for the entire winter. This year's locust plague was almost a foregone conclusion. Li Er did not dare to ignore the prophecy of Li Zishuan's master, spiritual master Ling Su. Li Zishuan pondered for a moment and cupped his hands. Your Majesty, as the saying goes, it takes 10 years to grow trees and 100 years to nurture people. A sapling growing into a tree is not a matter of 1 or 2 days. Improving the soil structure of the Yellow River Basin is definitely not something that can be done in 1 or 2 years. This subject cannot guarantee that planting trees will be able to change the fate of Luoyang being flooded 9 years later. However, compared to building dams and disaster relief, planting trees is definitely the most effective and cheapest way to control the Yellow River. Once there is a large-scale shelter forest in the Yellow River Basin, the amount of sand in the Yellow River will be greatly reduced. At that time, even if we cannot avoid the Luoyang flood 9 years later, the overhanging rivers and dams that may appear 10 or 20 years later will definitely not appear so easily. This is a matter that will benefit the current generation and the future generations. Your Majesty is wise and has great ambitions. This subject hopes that Your Majesty can make a careful decision. Although the Tang dynasty's Yellow River floods were more frequent than the previous dynasties, compared to the Song dynasty, Ming dynasty, and Qing dynasty, the Tang dynasty's floods could be said to be less frequent and less serious. However, Li Zishuan was a descendant of the Yellow Emperor and a transmigrator who knew about the future. Since he was reborn in such an open and tolerant era, he felt that he had a responsibility to control the Yellow River when it was just beginning to become dirty. This way, he could prevent millions or even hundreds of millions of Han people from dying in the flood. Those people who died in the Yellow River floods were his compatriots. His Tang dynasty did not allow for any regrets. Therefore, Li Zishuan spent a lot of effort and a lot of words to persuade Li Er and this group of trusted officials of the Tang dynasty to believe in his policy of planting trees and preventing floods. Thousands of years later, perhaps no one would remember Marquis Yong and Li Zishuan, but those who drank the water of the Yellow River as they grew up would remember him as the person who initiated the planting of trees and forests. Chapter 1279. Within the Ganlu Hall. After Li Zishuan said that, Li Er frowned and fell into deep thought. The 5 ministers in the hall were no longer as casual and indifferent as when they had first entered. They all lowered their heads, silently digesting Li Zishuan's words in their hearts. A moment later, Xiaoyu stepped forward and cupped his hands. Your Majesty, the words of the Marquis of Yong'an make sense. If the Yellow River is raised in a few years, the amount of money needed to build a dam will be in the tens of thousands. In comparison, the cost of planting trees is just a drop in the ocean. I suggest we return to the old system and re-establish the positions of Shan Yu and Lin Heng. The old system that Xiaoyu mentioned was the old system of the Zhou dynasty. During the Western Zhou dynasty, the imperial court established the positions of Shan Yu and Lin Heng to manage the forests of the country. In the rights of Zhou, there was a clear description of these 2 positions. Mountain Yu is in charge of the government of the mountains and forests. Things are fierce and are thus forbidden. Midwinter chop yang wood, midsummer chop yin wood. Common people chop ji wood, chop ji wood. When the time comes, the people chop ji wood. When the time comes, the people chop ji wood. Shan Yu cuts Ji wood in the middle of the season, and Lin Heng is under Shan Yu. If there is any injustice, he will be rewarded and punished accordingly. This meant that Shan Yu's position was higher, and he was mainly in charge of protecting the resources of the forests and making decisions on the planting and cutting of trees. Lin Heng's position was lower, and he was under Shan Yu's leadership. His main responsibility was to patrol the forests and enforce laws. From this, one could see that the dynasties before the Qin and Han dynasties placed a lot of importance on protecting the environment and forests. However, the history of planting trees in China could be traced back to 3,000 years ago. The Book of Rites said, in the first month of spring, the virtue is in the trees. This meant that planting trees in the spring was the greatest moral act. As early as the Yushun era in the later period of the patrilineal clan society, there was an official in charge of the forest called Yuguan. During the Western Zhou dynasty, the imperial court established Shan Yu, which evolved from Yuguan. This was the earliest minister of forestry in China's history. During the time of Wuxia, there were also administrative regulations to protect the forest. The Great Collection of the Book of Zhou said, use prohibition, in the third month of spring, the forest does not climb the axe, but the vegetation grows. Therefore, the concept of protecting the environment and forests was not first proposed by modern people. Our ancestors had considered this problem from the very beginning. Now that Xiao Yu proposed to restore the old system and reappoint Shan Yu and Lin Heng, other than Li Zishuan, everyone in the hall regained their senses. Since there were precedents for planting trees and protecting the forest, Li Zishuan's Arbor Day was no longer so abrupt. Furthermore, even though the Great Tang didn't have officials who were in charge of managing the forests like the Western Zhou, the people still had the consciousness to plant trees. It was just that they didn't plant trees by the Yellow River, but on the ridges of their own fields. In the Tang dynasty, every Yongye field would have a certain number of trees planted around it. This was called the farmland shelter forest. Marquis Yong, have you estimated how much it would cost to build a shelter forest in the Yellow River Basin? Li Er stood up and paced in front of the dragon table. Then, he looked at Li Zishuan and asked in a deep voice. Clearly, after a long period of consideration, old Li was moved. Li Zishuan clasped his hands and said, Your Majesty, the Yellow River is more than 5,000 li long, but the area with serious soil erosion is only 3,000 li. I believe that building a shelter forest with a width of 5 li and a length of 3,000 li will be enough to solve the problem of the Yellow River overflowing with sand and the rising of the river bed. I have estimated that this shelter forest will require about 300 million saplings. If we use poplar saplings that are easy to survive and cheap, they will only cost 1 or 2 copper coins each. 300 million saplings will cost at most 750,000 strings of cash. Li Er almost fainted. He said angrily, 750,000 strings of cash. Is this the cheapest way to manage the Yellow River? Xiao Yu and the others also widened their eyes in shock. They shouldn't have spoken up for Li Zishuan just now. The expenditure was too huge, so huge that the Great Tang Imperial Court couldn't afford it. Li Zishuan cupped his hands and said, Your Majesty, the estimated price of 750,000 strings of cash is based on the fact that the white poplar saplings are being purchased in large quantities, causing the price to skyrocket. Currently, the price of white poplar saplings in Chang'an City was as low as 1 copper coin for 2. Moreover, the saplings could be directly obtained by cutting the branches of adult trees in the fields. The cost was low and the reproduction speed was fast. It was completely possible to mobilize the people of various counties to cultivate the saplings themselves. The imperial court can also encourage the people of the counties along the Yellow River to plant trees to offset part of the taxes. Moreover, this protective forest belt is definitely not something that can be completed in a year. This subject conservatively estimates that it will take at least 5 years. In other words, within 5 years, the amount of money that the imperial court spent on building the forest belt, directly or indirectly, was at most 150,000 strings of cash. Furthermore, the government did not have to fork out all of the money. They could ask the citizens to fork out a portion, such as the Warm Tang Foundation. Based on this calculation, the imperial court would spend at most 70,000 to 80,000 strings of cash to build the forest belt, and the actual amount of money needed would be much lower than this. Li Er's expression softened slightly. He frowned and said, 70,000 to 80,000 strings of cash is not a small amount. Li Zishuan clasped his hands and said, Your Majesty, each year is at most 70 to 80,000 strings of cash for a total of 5 years. Ideally, the imperial court's investment in these 5 years should be able to solve the problem of the Yellow River once and for all. Otherwise, the Great Tang will frequently face the risk of the Yellow River bursting its banks. Your Majesty, think about it. Every time the Yellow River bursts its banks, the imperial court would have to repair the banks and open up the warehouses to provide relief. How much money would be spent on this? It can be said that the losses that a large-scale flood would bring to the Tang Empire would be comparable to the cost of building the forest belt. Therefore, this subject believes that instead of frequently repairing the banks and opening up the warehouses to provide relief in the future, it would be better to start building the forest belt on both sides of the Yellow River. Furthermore, the imperial court can set up a day as Tree Planting Day and encourage the people to plant trees on that day. The more people there are, the more strength there is. This can reduce the financial burden on the imperial court. Hearing this, Li Er closed his eyes and pondered for a long time. Finally, he said, All right. I'll believe you this time. We'll do as you say. We'll restore the old system and reappoint Shan Yu and Lin Heng. We'll build the forest belt on both sides of the Yellow River. From now on, the 20th of March will be Tree Planting Day. As for Shan Yu and Lin Heng, do any of you have suitable candidates in mind? Everyone looked at each other and finally looked at Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan was dumbfounded. He quickly waved his hands and said, Your Majesty, you can't. You can't. This subject has too much work to do. I really don't have the energy to take on the roles of Shan Yu and Lin Heng. Your Majesty, please find someone else. Chapter 1280. In modern times, China's Arbor Day was proposed by the foresters Hanan and Ling Daoyang. It was initially set on April 5, Qingming Day. In 1928, Arbor Day was changed to March 12 to commemorate the 3rd anniversary of Sun Yat-sen's death. Li Zishuan did not know why Li Er decided to set Arbor Day on the 20th of March, but he did not mind. It was better than nothing. Furthermore, March 20th was the time when flowers bloomed. It was not too late to plant trees. Yamacho, are you saying that His Majesty has agreed to set up Arbor Day? Yanhuang Academy. At this moment, Li Zishuan had returned from Chang'an City. After he told Li Gang about Li Er's decision in the imperial court, the old man was very surprised. Li Zishuan nodded and said, Yes. Not only that, His Majesty wants to restore the old system and appoint Shan Yu and Lin Heng to manage all the forests in Tang Dynasty. The former Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Works, Ji Shou, will be appointed as the first Shan Yu. When they were at the Sweet Dew Hall, Li Er had indeed intended to let Li Zishuan take up the position of Mountain Oracle. After all, this matter was brought up by Li Zishuan. No one was more suitable for this position than him. However, Li Zishuan currently held too many positions. If he were to give this position to him, he would definitely be too busy. Hence, after much consideration, Li Er finally gave the position of Mountain Oracle to someone else. Ji Shou? Li Gang's eyes flashed with surprise. He stroked his beard and laughed, ha. His Majesty is wise to assign Ji Shou to the position of Shan Yu. He is making the best use of him. Li Zishuan was stunned. When Li Er announced that Ji Shou would be the first Shan Yu, he let out a sigh of relief. He did not have the time to think about who Ji Shou was. From his point of view, the basic plan for the Yellow River forest belt was already set. It did not matter who was the Shan Yu as long as they followed the plan to the letter. However, Li Gang's reaction showed that Ji Shou was not someone to be trifled with. Teacher Wenji, who is this Ji Shou? Why do you have such a big reaction? Li Zishuan asked curiously. Li Gang chuckled and replied, Yamacho, you may not know this, but Ji Shou is the 13th grandson of Ji Han. Back then, Ji Han could be considered a famous scholar in the Wei and Jin dynasties. However, he was not willing to climb up the social ladder and was only interested in studying exotic flowers and plants. While he was alive, he had compiled a book called Southern Flora, which could be considered a wondrous book. Later, it was passed down from generation to generation in the Ji family. Although this old man has read thousands of books, I have never seen this book with my own eyes. The current assistant minister Ji Shoucheng had inherited the style of the Ji family's ancestor and was very knowledgeable in the Tao of plants. Therefore, I believe that Ji Shou is making the best use of his talents by taking over the position of Mountain Yu. What Li Zishuan didn't know was that Southern Flora was the world's earliest flora, more than 1,000 years earlier than the Western botanical monographs. Therefore, to say that Ji Han was the world's first botanist was fully deserving of the title. Although Li Zishuan didn't know the historical position of Southern Flora and Fauna, he was quite surprised when he heard that there were people in ancient times who especially liked to study exotic flowers and plants. Oh. If that's the case, Ji Shou is very suitable for the position of Mountain Yu. Your Majesty's talent in using people is far better than even Qin Huang and Han Wu. This praise was truly from the bottom of Li Zishuan's heart. The reason the Great Tang Imperial Court was able to operate so efficiently was inseparable from Li Er's ability to make the best use of people and resources. From this perspective, Old Li was a very qualified leader. After getting Arbor Day from Old Li, Li Zishuan didn't slack off. On the same day, he asked Ma Zhou to instruct all the editors of Datong Daily to promote the Yellow River Forest Protection Belt and promote the upcoming Arbor Day. He wanted to use Datong Daily to let everyone know the importance and significance of the Yellow River Forest Protection Belt. Since he could convince Li Er and Zhangsun Wuji, Li Zishuan believed that he could convince the people of Tang Dynasty. He wrote down the contents of his memorial word for word and handed it to the editors of Datong Daily. At the same time, he also wrote down the conversation between the emperor and the official in the imperial court and handed it to the editors. Of course, he deleted the part about Zhengguan's prophecy about the Luoyang flood. After all, if this was announced in advance, wouldn't the world fall into chaos? As for the following matters, it would all depend on the editors of the editorial department. After a year of training by Ma Zhou, the editors of the editorial department had already broken away from the ranks of corrupt scholars. Their thinking could be said to be the most advanced in the entire Tang dynasty. The next day, His Majesty rearranges Mountain Yu and Lin Heng's positions. Every year, the 20th of March will be Arbor Day. Planting trees to end the flood of the Yellow River for thousands of years, starting today. His Majesty wishes to plant trees by the Yellow River 30 miles east of Chang'an City on Arbor Day. Planting trees to benefit the present and the future generations. Discussing the importance of planting trees. Without any warning, the front page of today's Tang Dynasty Dahlia was almost entirely filled with articles related to planting trees. At first glance, the commoners were somewhat confused. Mountain Yu and Lin Heng? What positions are these? How would I know? Scholar Su, do you know? Pfft. You are all ignorant and incompetent. Mountain Yu and Lin Heng were officials in charge of the forests during the Western Zhou dynasty. Looks like His Majesty wants to restore the old system. Restore the old system? What's the use of having these two officials? There's a Arbor Day? What kind of day is that? As the name suggests, Arbor Day means that everyone is supposed to plant trees on that day. Plant trees? Then why do we need to plant trees? You, Huang Jinzhou, can't you read the newspapers? Do you need to ask about everything? Hee. Scholar Su, isn't it because you're well-read? Why don't you read it to us illiterate people? That's right. Scholar Su, you're the star of literature. If you don't read it to us, who will? What the newspapers are saying is that the reason why the Yellow River has become muddy in recent years is because the soil on both sides of the river is loose and flowing into the river. Duke Yong-an believes that if the soil on both sides of the river is allowed to erode, in the long run, the lower reaches of the river will be raised by a few feet. When that happens, there will be a suspended river in the lower reaches of the river. Once there's a storm, the river will burst its banks. When that happens, the people will be plunged into misery and suffering. That's why Duke Yong-an wrote to His Majesty and suggested building a 3,000-mile-long shelter forest on both sides of the river to prevent the river from becoming muddy. Chapter 1281. What? Planting trees can prevent the flooding of the Yellow River? Is this a joke? The entire front page of Tang Daily was filled with topics related to tree planting and afforestation. After learning that planting trees could solve the problem of the Yellow River flooding that had plagued the people in the north for hundreds of years, everyone was shocked. Ha! Even the emperor is going to plant trees himself, how can it be fake? Furthermore, these words came from the Duke of Yong-an, so it must be true. That's right. How can the Duke of Yong-an's words be fake? It will be the 20th of March in another 2 to 3 days. By then, I will be planting trees by the Yellow River in the east of the city. I will go too. The saplings beside my Yongye field are already made. I will go plant a few trees too. When the Yellow River clears up and there are no more floods, I, Cho-san, will have a part to play. Since the Emperor and Marquis are going, then what reason do we have not to go? Go. Just treat it as doing good deeds. If the Yellow River clears up, we will all be doing good deeds. As the saying goes, whatever the superior likes, the inferior will follow. Now that Emperor Li Er was going to personally plant trees, how could the nobles, generals, and ministers, as well as the common people continue to be indifferent? Other than responding to Li Er and Li Zishuan's call to plant trees, there were also many people who thought of planting trees on Arbor Day as a good deed. After all, in the entire Tang dynasty, the majority of the people lived in the Yellow River Basin. If they could use planting trees to completely solve the future flood of the Yellow River, it could be said that most of the people were willing to part of their wealth to plant trees. Living in such an era, the people knew the horror of floods. Therefore, even if the Tang Dynasty Daily didn't design a set of beautiful advertising slogans to promote afforestation, it was enough to say that afforestation could prevent floods. It was enough to move the hearts of the commoners. Hunan Province, outside Guangxing County. In the Tang Dynasty, Jianghu was also known as Xinjiang County. The Zheng clan of Xinjiang was referring to this place. Jiangzhou's administrative center was located within Guangxing County. As the administrative center of the state, Guangxing County's city walls were lofty and towering. Outside the city walls, there was even a moat. When Qin Wang Li Shimin fought Wang Shichong in Luoyang, he had planned to replenish Guangxing County's provisions. As the saying goes, those who wish to conquer the world must first conquer the Central Plains. Hunan is the most central province in China. During the Tang Dynasty, the Yellow River was still an important waterway and irrigation hub. At this time, Hunan's agricultural and economic development was at the forefront of the country, but at the same time, it was also targeted by many people. Correspondingly, Jiangzhou could be considered as a battleground since ancient times. It was understandable that the city walls were built higher and sturdier. Brother Fa Shan, thank you so much for escorting me all the way here. Now that I've arrived at Jiangzhou City Guan, you should hurry and attend to your own matters. Outside the city gate of Guangxing County, a 13 to 14-year-old boy and girl were saying goodbye to each other in an open space not far from the city. Taking a closer look, who else could they be but little Fishy and Yi Fashion? Along the way, the two of them did not encounter any danger. They did not even meet any bandits. Who knows if it was because the security of the various prefectures along the way was too good, or if it was because these two newbies were too lucky. However, along the way, they did meet a few scammers. Fortunately, between the two of them, one of them was much more mature than his peers, while the other was mischievous and experienced in surviving in society. Normal scammers would not be able to scam them of their money. Along the way, it could be said that there was no danger. It's nothing. It was just on the way. Yi Fashion shook his head. He raised his head and looked towards the city gate not far away. Suddenly, he frowned and asked suspiciously, "The city gate of Guangxing County seems different today." "Miss Li Yu, please be careful." Li Yu instinctively asked. "What difference could there be?" Fa Shan, aren't you making a fuss over nothing?" Yi Fashion observed for a while more before retracting his gaze. With a serious face, he said to Li Yu, "Miss Li Yu, look, the number of soldiers guarding the city gate of Guangxing County is much more than the number of soldiers outside Chang'an City. Moreover, there are very few commoners entering the city. It's only 7 in the morning now. This should be the time of the day when most people enter the city. But now, there are only about 10 people queuing outside the city to enter the city. What's even more unusual is that there are only commoners entering the city, but no commoners leaving the city. Isn't this unusual?" Hearing this, Li Yu's face turned serious. The little girl looked towards the city gate and asked, "Fa Shan, was Guangxing County like this in the past?" Yi Fashion shook his head and said, "Definitely not. Although Guangxing County is not as prosperous as Luoyang, there are still many rich families here. Every day, there is an endless stream of merchants. How could it be so quiet? There must be something fishy about this. Hee. It's even better if there's something fishy. I'm just afraid that there's nothing fishy about it. My mission this time is to find out what's fishy about Jianghu." Little Yu suddenly smiled and said to Yi Fashion, "Fa Shan, go back to Nanyang. I'll be fine here alone. I won't hold you up any longer. I hope that you can find the way to the south soon." She tightened the bag on her body and was about to walk towards the city gate. "Hey! Miss Li Yu, wait!" Just as Li Yu was about to walk, Yi Fashion's voice came from behind her. Little Yu paused and said, "Fa Shan, what's wrong? There must be danger in the city. I can feel it. Are you really determined to enter the city?" Yi Fashion walked in front of Li Yu and said with a serious face. When Li Yu heard this, the scene of Li Zishuan persuading her not to come to Jianghu appeared in her mind. Of course, there was also her bold words. I want to go. I have to go." After thinking for a while, Li Yu nodded vigorously at Yi Fashion. After saying that, she let out a sigh of relief. She was smart and eccentric. How could she not see that there was something wrong in Guangxing County? However, she came all the way from Chang'an to Jianghu with a mission. How could she be afraid before the battle and run away? "All right then. I'll go with you into the city." Yi Fashion sighed silently in his heart and suddenly said, Fa Shan, aren't you going back to Nanyang's ancestral home? Also, you're going to the south to search for Dao. Why do you want to go with me into the city?" Little Yu asked curiously. Yi Fashion said seriously, "Cousin asked me to take care of you on the way. Now that you're going to risk your life alone, how can I just sit back and watch and leave alone? Let's go. Let's go into the city." Chapter 1282. Stop. Where are you from? What are you doing in Guangxing County? At the entrance of Guangxing County, Little Yu, Yi Fashion, and their group of young men and women were stopped by the city guards. The leading black-armored man questioned them fiercely. He couldn't be blamed for asking. The carriage behind Li Yu's group was the "Don't Touch Me" carriage from Strange Interest Pavilion. Those who owned such a carriage were definitely from the top families. He had seen all the young masters and young ladies from the big families around Jianghu before. However, the two people in front of him were unfamiliar. They must be from a foreign country. Little Yu, timidly, took 2 steps back. Just as she was about to say something, Yi Fashion stepped forward and said, "General, my sister and I have come from Bianzhou to Jianghu to visit our relatives. I hope you can make it convenient for us." The black-armored soldier let out an imperceptible sigh of relief and said, "Visit your relatives? What relatives do you have in Guangxing County?" Little Yu's eyes flashed with a trace of panic. She didn't expect the soldier to ask such a detailed question. What if Yi Fashion made up a name and the soldier didn't recognize it? Wouldn't they be exposed? Thinking of this, she calmly looked at Yi Fashion. Yi Fashion's face was calm and relaxed. He calmly cupped his hands towards the soldier and said, "This one's second uncle, Yi Minglei, is currently working in Guangxing County. I haven't seen him for many years, so I specially brought my sister to pay a visit." "You are the nephew of Deputy Yi?" The black-armored man's eyes darkened slightly as he asked in a low voice. Yi Fashion cupped his hands and said, "Yes. If you don't believe me, you can send someone to escort my sister and me to Guangxing County. You will know the truth then." Hearing this, the black-armored man's face became gentler. He grinned and said, "Seeing this young master's extraordinary bearing, I am sure he wouldn't use this kind of thing to deceive me. However, Jianghu is now in a special period. In order to ensure your safety, I will send 2 people to escort you and this young lady to the county office. What do you think, young master?" Although it was said to be an escort, who didn't know that this was surveillance? In the end, the black-armored man was still suspicious of Yi Fashion and Little Yu's origins. Little Yu's face turned slightly pale. She thought to herself that this was bad. She had to think of a way to send away the soldiers who were escorting them. Yi Fashion smiled and cupped his hands. "Thank you for your kind intentions, General. I haven't been to Guangxing County for many years, so I can't remember where the county office is. I'll have to trouble General's subordinate to lead the way for us." "Humph." The muscular man in black armor snorted and called 2 guards over. He whispered to them first and then said loudly, "You 2 escort this young master and young lady to the county government. You must send them to County Deputy Yi personally. Do you understand?" "Understood." The 2 soldiers hurriedly cupped their fists and answered loudly. Then, one of them led the way in front while the other helped to pull the carriage from behind. They led Yi Fashion and Little Fishy into the city. In order to prevent Li Yu and Yi Fashion from jumping off midway, the 2 soldiers didn't even let them sit in the carriage. Along the way, Little Yu wanted to discuss countermeasures with Yi Fashion. However, the pair of eyes behind them kept staring at them, so she didn't dare to make any moves. This was because, from the moment they entered the city, she realized that there was something unusual in the city. Every street was patrolled by soldiers. There were very few pedestrians and peddlers on the streets. The entire county gave her a bleak and austere feeling. "Oh no! We're almost there." At this moment, at the end of the street, there was a solemn government office. It was obviously the county office of Guangxing County. Little Yu's face instantly turned pale and her hands and feet tensed up. She was prepared to escape with Yi Fashion if the situation turned bad. Little sister, we haven't seen Uncle for many years. I don't know if Uncle's health is well. When you see him later, you're not allowed to throw a tantrum in front of him." Little Yu's body tensed up and she was ready to escape at any time. Her toes were clenched tightly. However, Yi Fashion was calm and relaxed. Along the way, he was still chatting with Li Yu about daily life. Li Yu gritted her teeth. In order to not let anyone see through her, she could only continue to accompany Yi Fashion in acting. "Brother. When have I ever thrown a tantrum in front of Uncle? You're talking nonsense again." "Humph." Needless to say, this girl's anger was the best performance of the role of a spoiled young lady. She was a living drama queen. No one would be able to see through her act. Ah. You. Yi Fashion pointed at Li Yu with a doting look. At this moment, the leading soldier cupped his fist and said, "Young master, we've reached the county office. I'll go in to report. Please wait outside for a moment." Yi Fashion nodded and said, Thank you for your trouble." When they were about to reach the county office, the leading soldier went in to report. The other soldier followed Li Yu and Yi Fashion to wait outside. Li Yu's palms were sweating. She had no choice but to step forward and pull Yi Fashion's sleeve lightly. She prayed that he would understand her meaning and think of a way to escape together. Little sister, what's wrong with you? Could it be that you're hungry after walking for so long? Don't worry. When you see uncle later, do you think you'll be short of food and drink? Who knew? Yi Fashion felt someone pulling him from behind. He turned his head and said with a smile. Eat. Eat your head. Little Yu roared in her heart in exasperation. However, she said, "Brother, I'm not hungry. I'm just a little tired." However, why did it sound like she was gnashing her teeth when she said this? "You're saying that my nephew is here. Where is he?" At this moment, a middle-aged man's voice was heard from the county office. There were also sounds of footsteps. "District Deputy Yi, he's just outside. Look." Immediately after, a middle-aged scholar wearing a dark blue robe walked out of the county office. Behind him was the soldier from before. Little Yu's expression changed drastically. She was about to pull Yi Fashion away when Yi Fashion took a step forward and saluted the middle-aged scholar. "Fashion greets uncle." At this moment, the air seemed to have frozen. Little Fishy did not even have the time to retract her foot that had stepped out. Her entire body froze on the spot. The two soldiers who had brought them here suddenly loosened their grip on the weapons at their waists. Then, the two of them turned their gazes to the middle-aged scholar, wanting to see how he would react. "Yo! So it's Fashion who's here. Come over quickly and let uncle have a look. Yo! You've grown so tall. What's wrong? Did you come alone?" The middle-aged scholar's face was first filled with surprise, then joy. He took 2 steps forward and looked at Yi Fashion from head to toe. Then, he asked with concern. "Uncle, other than me, little sister is here to see you too. You, come over quickly and greet uncle." Chapter 1283. In front of the Guangcheng County Yamen. When the middle-aged man shouted, "Fashion," no matter how stupid little Yu was, she understood that Yi Fashion had a relative who was a deputy in the Guangcheng County Yamen. At this moment, the little girl stepped forward and bowed to the middle-aged man with a smile. He was Yi Fashion's second uncle, Yi Minglei. She said sweetly, "Little Yu greets second uncle." Yi Minglei's eyes were filled with confusion, but it was quickly concealed. He stepped forward with a face full of joy and said, "Yo! Little Yu, you haven't visited me in so many years. Why are you willing to come today?" "What are you talking about, second uncle? It's not that I don't want to come. My mother was worried that I would meet with danger on the way here, so she didn't let me come." "Second uncle, how have you been?" Li Yu saw that Yi Minglei was so considerate. She went forward and tugged at Yi Minglei's sleeve. Yi Fashion's eyebrows twitched slightly. If one looked closely, they could see that his cheeks were twitching. You, Fashion. Let's talk when we get back." "We'll talk when we get back." Yi Minglei laughed dryly, then looked at the two soldiers and said, "Thank you for escorting this old man's nephew and niece to the county yamen. Please thank Commandant Chui for this official." "You're welcome. Deputy Yi, we'll take our leave first." The leader of the soldiers saw that Yi Fashion was indeed Yi Minglei's nephew, so he cupped his fist and bid farewell. Yi Minglei clasped his hands together and watched the two soldiers leave. Then, he calmly said, "Monk, come with me." After that, he swung his sleeves and walked towards the street west of the yamen. "Yes. Second uncle." Yi Fashion responded and then gave little fishy a look. The two of them hurriedly followed Yi Minglei, one in front and one at the back. "Hey! Brother Fashion, is Deputy Yi really your second uncle?" On the way, seeing that there was no one around, Li Yu pulled Yi Fashion's sleeve and asked softly. Yi Fashion looked at Li Yu strangely and said, "Yes. Miss Li Yu, you don't think that I'm purposely trying to get away from the city gate guards, do you?" Li Yu pouted and said angrily, "That's right. That's what I thought at the beginning. Why didn't you tell me earlier that you have a second uncle who is a deputy county magistrate here? If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have had to worry all the way." His words were full of complaints towards Yi Fashion. Indeed, on the way from Chang'an to Jianghu, Li Yu had been planning in her heart what she should do when she arrived in Jianghu. Only then would she be able to find out the secret behind the chaos in the officialdom and the chaos among the people in Jianghu. She had to admit that it was very likely that she would be in danger. After all, this was the nest of the Chui family in Qinghe, and she represented Datong daily. Her backer was the archenemy of the Chui family in Qinghe, Li Zixuan. Once her identity was exposed, she might not be able to return. Now that Yi Fashion's second uncle was a deputy county magistrate in Guangxing County, things would be much easier. At least she would have an insider, and her safety would be guaranteed. Yi Fashion was speechless. He thought to himself, women are really not easy to get along with. Father really didn't lie to me. At the beginning, Li Yu and Yi Fashion were not familiar with each other. Naturally, both of them were polite to each other. However, along the way, they became familiar with each other and Li Yu treated Yi Fashion as a good friend. Since they were good friends, there was no need to be polite to each other. "Miss Li Yu, this is my distant uncle. He has been an official in Guangxing County for a few years. If you don't want to be discovered in Guangxing County, it's best that you don't tell anyone that you're from Chang'an. When we entered the city just now, I realized that the soldiers here are very strict with foreigners. It's best that we be careful." Yi Fashion thought for a while and whispered to Li Yu. Li Yu stuck out her tongue. She was very dissatisfied with Yi Fashion's perfunctory attitude, but she also knew that it was not the time to throw a tantrum. She nodded and replied, "Oh. I got it." Yi Fashion nodded, then he quickened his pace and caught up with Yi Minglei. He asked casually, "Second uncle, the two soldiers just now should be soldiers from the state government, right?" Yi Minglei paused and coughed lightly. "Fashion, how did you know?" Yi Fashion smiled and said, "I guessed." "But second uncle's reaction, it seems like it's true." Yi Minglei's face turned red. He did not expect that a man in his 40s would be tricked by a teenager. He nodded helplessly and said, "They are indeed soldiers from the Guangxing County. Those are indeed soldiers from the state capital. Now, the entire Guangxing County has been taken over by the state capital's army. The citizens outside are only allowed to enter and not leave." Little Yu's face changed. She wanted to go forward and ask for more details, but when she thought of her identity, she could only give up on the idea. Fortunately, Yi Fashion helped her ask the question. "Second uncle, why is this so? Why would Guangxing County be taken over by the state government's soldiers? Did something happen in the county recently?" Under normal circumstances, the law and order of a county was handled by the county government's patrolling officers. The state government's soldiers were responsible for the safety of the entire county. As long as there was no war, they would not be mobilized easily. Hearing this, Yi Minglei's expression changed. He looked around and quickly whispered, "Monk, things are different now. This is not the place to talk. If you have something to say, let's talk later. Let's go to second uncle's house first." "Okay." Yi Fashion nodded and gave little Yu a look. The three of them then went to the west side of the county government. Yunshan, Yanhuang College. Yamacho, we have already bought 5,000 saplings and they are all stored in the college's warehouse. In the evening, Mo Zhong came to Li Zishuan's office and gave a fist and palm salute. Li Zishuan raised his head and said with a faint smile, I got it. Ask Mr. Yen to inform all the students in the college to prepare for the tree planting event at the bank of the Yellow River 10 miles away. Everyone must be there, no absences are allowed. That's right, he planned to let these students participate in the tree planting event on Arbor Day. He had high hopes for these kids. The future of Tang Dynasty belonged to them. Of course, the task of protecting the environment also belonged to them. From now on, he had to instill in them the belief of tree planting. Yes. Yamacho. Mo Zhong gave a fist and palm salute before he left. Li Zishuan leaned back on the sofa and leisurely began to busy himself with his previous work. What he didn't know was that a not-so-big, not-so-small trouble was coming for him. Soon, he wouldn't have the time to slack off. Chapter 1284. The Tang Football Association's Football League ranking tournament was in full swing. Those rich young masters and ladies who were usually empty and lonely had recently had their fill of watching the matches. They no longer felt that their days were boring. However, the attendance of the two football stadiums was dropping again and again. Overall, the enthusiasm of the people to watch the matches was not as good as before. There were no more full stadiums after that. Aside from the uneven quality of the matches, there was another important reason, and that was the economy. Not everyone was as rich as those rich young masters and young ladies. If they wanted to watch every match, they would have to have a gold mine at home. In addition, without the guidance of a modern person like Li Zishuan, football betting in modern society had quietly been born recently. Some rich young masters did not come to the football stadiums purely to watch the matches, but to bet with 2 or 3 of their friends. Under normal circumstances, it was a small private bet, but some of the bets were not small at all. There were even bets of thousands of strings. Of course, where there was money, there would be corruption. And football betting was the easiest way to breed corruption in football. In order to win the bet, some rich young masters privately bribed a team to fix the matches. The Tang Football Association had investigated at least 5 or 6 such cases in recent days. Those teams that fixed the matches were first removed from the Football Association, then everyone in the team, including the team owner, was blacklisted by the Football Association. They would not be able to participate in any football-related activities for life. As for those rich young masters who spent money to fix the matches, the Tang Football Association had already submitted the relevant evidence to the Supreme Court. If the victims wanted to pursue the matter, they could go to the Supreme Court to report. With the evidence provided by the Football Association, not only could they recover the losses, they could also punish the other party. There was always darkness under the sun. Although the Tang Football Association could not dig out all the darkness, the Football Association could use a strict punishment system to punish the chickens to the monkeys, as a warning to others. In this way, before those teams wanted to fix the matches in the future, they would have to carefully consider it. Compared to watching football matches, which was a high-cost form of entertainment, ordinary people were more willing to watch the gossip news on the Datong Daily. For example, a certain assistant minister's concubine eloped with a servant, a certain rich young master spent a lot of money on a certain singer in a brothel, and so on. These were more or less the topics of conversation after meals. Of course, there were even more commoners who liked to read the novels in the "Talking About Martial World" section. Compared to football matches and news, novels were a better way to kill time. However, there seemed to be something wrong with the "Bragging World" section in March. There were no new novels, and those that were still being serialized were all novels that had been published in the past and hadn't ended yet. In the beginning, the readers did not notice this phenomenon. But now, it was already the middle of March, and Big Word's Martial World was still the same few novels that were being updated tepidly. It was like a pool of stagnant water, making people feel lifeless. Everyone was looking forward to the addition of fresh water to this stagnant pool. No. Didn't Leather Knight say that they would release a new book in March? It's already the middle of March. Why hasn't he started writing yet? In the vast sea of people, there were always some people with good memories. In a tea house, 3 or 4 friends were having a small gathering. One of them suddenly shouted, "Yeah! F***ck." He had almost forgotten about it while watching the football match. What about the new Leather Knight novel? This guy had just finished writing his last book, and now he was resting for several months. It had been almost half a year. How was it? Did the newspaper publish his short story? I want to see it. Publish my ass. It's all his previous novels. Speaking of which, he couldn't have forgotten about releasing a new book in March, right? F***ck. You don't say, it's really possible. If we can forget that he is releasing a new novel because we are watching the football match, then it's very likely that he will forget to write a new novel because he is busy watching the match. You're saying that Leather Knight also likes to watch football matches. Isn't that obvious? Football matches are so interesting. As long as you have money, who wouldn't like to watch it? And Leather Knight definitely doesn't lack money. This guy might be watching football matches every day. Yes, yes, yes. Let's go find him. Let him quickly write a new book. Hey! Brother Yang, wait. We have never seen Leather Knight before. Even if he is really watching football matches, we won't know which one is him. Oh. Brother Wu, you're right. Then how do we find Leather Knight? Let's go to Datong Daily's editorial office. There must be someone there who knows Leather Knight's true identity. Ask them to pressure Leather Knight and get him to release a new book quickly. That's right. Let's go to Datong Daily's editorial office. But with just the few of us, I'm afraid we are a little weak. What are you afraid of? I'll go to the Imperial College and the Hongwen Library later and call some friends. There will be at least 20 to 30 people in total. Let's go together. Okay. Then let's go now. Let's go. The young people were in high spirits and sometimes left as soon as they said they would. The group of people left the tea house and headed straight for the Imperial College. Half an hour later, more than 50 young people walked together on Vermilion Bird Avenue. They shouted, "March is already here, why hasn't Leather Knight released a new book yet?" as they marched toward the eastern city of Chang'an. Speaking of which, the young man who took the lead to cause trouble had only planned to bring 20 to 30 friends to boost his momentum. He never expected that after the others heard the news, they would rather skip class and follow along. What was even more unexpected was that the size of their group grew as they walked. Before they reached the eastern city gate, there were already more than 100 people. After all, they were not the only ones who had been waiting for Leather Knight's new book for the past 6 months. Young Master. Young Master. There are so many scholars outside who are clamoring to cause trouble at the Datong Daily's editorial office. It's so lively. South of Chang'an City, Lin family mansion. Maid Xiao Shi hurried to the backyard and reported to Lin Hao, who was immersed in his studies. Cause trouble? What trouble are they causing? After half a year of studying wholeheartedly, Lin Hao's temperament had changed a lot. He was less of a wastrel and more of a positive and energetic person. At this moment, he raised his head and looked at his little maid as he asked calmly. Young Master. They said they want to go to the Datong Daily's editorial office and ask Leather Knight to quickly publish the next book. Xiao Shi bowed and said. Gosh. I almost forgot about that. The cultured and refined Lin Hao, who had the demeanor of a scholar, instantly regained his original temperament. This fellow's eyes lit up, and he roared, No. I have to go too. Xiao Shi, don't tell my parents. Dad. Mom! Why are you here? Take a seat first. I have an urgent matter to attend to and need to go out. It was no wonder that he was so excited. He was a hardcore fan of A Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality. Now that March had arrived and Leather Knight had yet to release a new book, how could he not be anxious? Unfilial son. Stop right there. Lin Wenyuan's angry roar came from the backyard of the Lin family mansion. But to Lin Hao, this was not important. Chapter 1285. There were many people like Lin Hao who rushed out of their houses to block the entrance of Datong Daily's editorial office. After all, when A Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality became popular, there were thousands of League Masters. These people were the most hardcore of hardcore fans. It was just that the recent Chang'an City Football League was so popular that it could be said that it was the first time in thousands of years that such a grand event had occurred. Therefore, most people had forgotten the sentence written in the last chapter of Immortal last year: next March, the swordsman will return. Even if some people still remembered, they thought that Leather Knight might release his book at the end of March, so they did not cause a ruckus. Now that someone was leading the uprising, the followers were of course a sea of people. At this moment, those hardcore fans of Immortal, who had nothing to do at home, all ran out and went straight to the Datong Daily's editorial office in the new workshop outside the city. Therefore, on the cement road to Plum Village, there was such a spectacle. Although the thousands of people did not walk in a very orderly manner, the slogan that everyone shouted together sounded quite imposing. Some of the villagers who were rushing into the city saw this scene and could not help but be stunned. To them, who were always rushing about to make a living, the actions of these young people on the road were completely out of their minds. What novel was more important than filling one's stomach? Manager Fu. Not good. Not good. A lot of people are coming to our workshop. In the new workshop, Song Xiaoxi rushed to Faubert's office and said breathlessly. A lot of people? How many people exactly? What are they doing in the workshop? Fu Bo didn't panic. Firstly, there were guards from the Marquis's estate inside the workshop. Secondly, there were imperial guards sent by Secondly to look after the workshop. Ordinary people with evil intentions wouldn't be able to easily enter the workshop. Song Xiaoxi panted and quickly replied, There are thousands of people. Manager Fu, these people seem to be looking for Leather Knight. They said that they want him to release his new book quickly, or they will break his legs. Pfft. Thousands of people? They want to break Leather Knight's legs? Cough cough. Faubert had just calmly taken a sip of water, but upon hearing this, he immediately spat out the water in his mouth, causing him to choke and roll his eyes. Although he didn't know that The Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality was written by Li Zishuan, The Legend of a Mortal had been serialized on Datong Daily for several months. How could he not have heard anything about it? Therefore, when he heard that these people wanted to break Leather Knight's legs, Faubert inexplicably wanted to laugh. Please forgive this old man for taking pleasure in other people's misfortune at this time. Ahem. Quickly go to the Cloud Mountain and ask Mr. Ma to come back. Only he can handle this matter. Faubert calmed himself down and hurriedly gave the order with a serious face. After all, the people who came to block the door were hardcore supporters of The Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality. They were also considered customers of the workshop. Since they were doing business, there was no reason to treat customers as enemies. Therefore, he added, Tell Commander Liu outside the workshop that as long as these people don't offend the workshop, they won't do anything. Go, go, go. Speaking of which, if the Imperial Army really treated these true fans who urged him to release the novel as troublemakers and arrested them, it would be a big problem. Not only would it hurt the customers' feelings, but it would also smear Li Zishuan's reputation. Yes. Manager Fu. Song Xiaoxi responded. He didn't even have time to take a sip of water before he ran out again. It's already March. Why hasn't Leather Knight released a new novel yet? Did he go to watch football matches every day and forget to write a novel? Hand over leather knight. Tell him to hurry up and write a novel. Yes. Hand him over and we'll break his legs. Tell him to write 10 chapters a day for us. How can 10 chapters be enough? He needs to write 100 chapters a day. Hand over leather knight. Hand over leather knight. Not long after Song Xiaoxi ran out of the workshop, the army of urging from Chang and arrived at the entrance of the workshop. Everyone shouted at the closed door of the workshop one after another. When they saw that no one except for the guards of the workshop came out, everyone shouted in unison, "Master, Master, 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 Master." Hand over leather knight. In the forest a few hundred feet away, a group of Imperial Army soldiers who had been lying in ambush were all dumbfounded when they saw this scene. "General, are we going to attack or not?" A soldier swallowed his saliva and asked the man who was leading the group. The man was clad in black armor, but he gave off a scholarly and dignified aura. Looking closely at his face, he was rather handsome, comparable to Dugu Xian and Dugu Feiying. "Stay put. These are just some young masters from Chang and City, not thieves who are here to steal the secrets of the workshop. The workshop's guards are enough to deal with them. But we have to keep our eyes open. If they force their way into the workshop, we will rush out immediately. But don't hurt anyone." The man in black waved his hand to stop them. "Yes, General." Inside the workshop, Faubert walked back and forth anxiously with his hands behind his back. The louder the people outside shouted, the more panicked he felt. It was not that he did not want to go out and take charge of the situation and calm the soldiers, but he was too old and had been obsessed with technology all his life. In the face of such a situation, he was really powerless. Godfather Ma is back. Godfather Ma is back. Song Xiaoxi, the clever boy, sneaked in from the back door of the workshop and said to Faubert while panting. Behind him, a person was walking quickly. Who else could it be other than Ma Zhou? Faubert's eyes lit up. He walked up to him and said, "Mr. Ma, the people outside the workshop are all..." Without waiting for him to finish, Ma Zhou waved his hand and said, "Manager Fu, little fourth prince has already informed me. I will take care of the matters outside. Manager Fu, you can go back and rest at ease." Faubert was old, so Ma Zhou knew how to be considerate of the elderly. Good, good, good. Thank you, Mr. Ma." Faubert was very confident in Ma Zhou's ability. He replied with a smile and walked to the backyard. "Xiaoxi. Open the door." After watching Faubert leave, Ma Zhou took a deep breath and ordered Song Xiaoxi. "Yes. Godfather Ma." Without any hesitation, Song Xiaoxi carried out the order because he trusted Ma Zhou. Wow! The door is open. The door is open. Who is that? It's the head editor of the editorial department, Ma Zhou. He is also a professor at Yanhuang College. Wow! A professor at Yanhuang College. That's amazing. Who cares if he's a professor or not? Whoever comes has to hand over the leather knight. If they don't, I won't leave today. Yes. Hand over the leather knight. When Ma Zhou walked out, the crowd outside started to discuss among themselves. Then, they shouted in unison. Ma Zhou looked at these crazy fans indifferently. Although he did not show it on his face, his heart was full of envy. These people were here for Li Zishuan's new book. These fans could not be more loyal. When would he, Ma Zhou, have so many supporters? Ahem. Ma Zhou collected his thoughts and coughed twice. Then, he pressed his hand down. After a long time, the crowd finally quieted down. Mainly because there were too many people. Unless one had Li Zishuan's lion's roar skill, to make them all quiet down at once. Everyone. Please allow me to say a few words. After the crowd quieted down, Ma Zhou quickly took the opportunity to speak loudly. First of all, on behalf of everyone at Datong Daily, I would like to thank everyone for their continuous support. Secondly, I have good news to tell you about your request today. As far as I know, Leather Knight's new book, which has been meticulously preparing for nearly half a year, will be serialized in Datong Daily tomorrow. Please look forward to it. Boom! Ma Zhou's words were concise and comprehensive, but they were no less than a heavy bomb. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd immediately exploded. What? Leather Knight's new book will be published tomorrow? That's great. Huh. Could it be that we have misunderstood the great swordsman? He hasn't published a book for so long because he has been meticulously preparing for it all this time? Just a while ago, they wanted to break Leather Knight's legs, but now they are calling the great swordsman great. How nice. Wow. It must be. We have all misunderstood the swordsman. I have nothing else to say. Go home and prepare money. I will tip 100 Tang Yuan tomorrow. I want a tip too. I'll tip 1,000 Tang Yuan. I want to be the leader. Chapter 1286. What? Brother Ma, you told them that my new book will be released tomorrow? Yunshan, Yanhuang College. After Li Zishuan received the news that the workshop was blocked, he wanted to go down the mountain to take a look. However, Ma Zhou had already returned from the workshop. After asking about the details of the matter, he shouted F***ck in his heart. Then, he stared at Ma Zhou and asked in disbelief. Ma Zhou asked with a face of surprise, yes. Marquis. Didn't you say that you would release your new book in March? It's already the 19th of March. Marquis, you are a man of your word. You must have already prepared your new book, right? I'll have to trouble Marquis to give the manuscript to me so that I can take it back to the workshop in the afternoon to typeset and print it. Li Zishuan opened his mouth and wanted to say, I'm not prepared. However, under Ma Zhou's, you are a man of your word, you can't go back on your word gaze, and thinking about the workshop being surrounded today, Ma Zhou didn't seem to have any other suitable way to deal with it other than this method. Therefore, Li Zishuan could only swallow the words that were already at the tip of his tongue. I have already prepared it. However, there are still some places that still need to be modified and sculpted. Brother Ma, why don't you go back to the workshop first and leave 10 chapters for tomorrow's bragging world for me first? I'll get someone to send the manuscript to the workshop before 3:00. 3:00 in the morning, N. That's good. WH. What? Marquis, you mean before 3:00? When Ma Zhou heard Li Zishuan's promise, he wanted to nod his head. However, he immediately felt that something was wrong. After thinking about it carefully, he was suddenly shocked. Marquis, it's just a small modification. It shouldn't take that long, right? If they waited until 3:00, then their editorial department and the printing department would probably be shut down by Li Zishuan tonight. No one would be able to sleep. Li Zishuan rolled his eyes. Can you blame me for this? Who told you to tell those fans that I'm releasing the book tomorrow? Ahem. Brother Ma. Due to the many things that had happened recently, the quality of the novel had dropped by a lot. It needed to be carefully polished a few more times. Brother Ma, you often write articles, so you should know, right? Li Zishuan coughed twice and said to Ma Zhou. Ma Zhou looked at Li Zishuan and nodded. All right. I'll go back to the workshop and inform everyone in the editorial and printing departments that I won't rest tonight. This guy was also a drama queen. After working with Li Zishuan for so long, how could he not see that Li Zishuan did not have a single word in reserve? The reason why he did not expose him was because he was giving Li Zishuan face. Seeing through him but not exposing him, this was called, don't expose people when they are in a difficult situation. Li Zishuan said apologetically, Brother Ma, thank you for your hard work. Please help me say thank you to the editorial and printing departments for your hard work. Tell them that tonight's wages will be counted as 5 days' wages. Ma Zhou chuckled as he cupped his hands and said, "That's great. I'll thank Marquis on behalf of my brothers." After that, he said goodbye and left. Li Zishuan's brows were furrowed into a ball because he hadn't even thought of what to write for his next book. It was really a headache. The news of thousands of people surrounding Datong Daily's editorial department in the morning spread quickly. After all, it was hard for others not to know about it. Of course, what made the public even more excited was the news that Leather Knight would be releasing a new book tomorrow. Countless fans of A Record of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality could not help but cheer after hearing the news. Finally, there was no more shortage of books. Finally, they could read exciting novels again. It was not that the novels in Bragging World were unsightly, but compared to A Record of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality, the rest of the novels were mostly different. Whether it was in terms of the excitement of the plot or the number of daily updates, they could not be compared to A Record of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality. Now that Leather Knight was finally releasing a new book, the fans who had been waiting for so long finally had food for thought. They could eat their fill for a while. Those who could afford it were raising money and preparing to go to the Datong Daily offices on the streets tomorrow to tip Leather Knight for his new book. Although they had been full of complaints about Leather Knight not releasing a new book for the past 6 months, now that the new book was about to be released, they still had to tip him. "Father, give me 500 Tang Yuan." After lunch, Lin Hao hesitated for a moment before extending his hand to Lin Wenyuan. Lin Wenyuan stared and said angrily, 500 Tang Yuan? What do you need so much money for? After the workshop opened for the new year, the production of bicycles was very plentiful. Because the Lin family was a member of the Chamber of Commerce, they also made a lot of money. Now that their business had expanded to the south, they had already earned back all the money they had invested previously. Therefore, the Lin family did not lack money at all. Their assets were even more powerful than before. After solving the family's financial problems, Lin Wenyuan focused on raising his son. According to the country's laws, the sons of merchants were not allowed to take part in the imperial examinations. If Lin Hao wanted to succeed in the future, it seemed that the only way was to get into Yanhuang College. Therefore, under his coercion, Lin Hao could be considered to have gone into seclusion to study for more than half a year. Lin Hao shrunk his neck and said, "Father, I have my own uses. Don't worry, I will not mess around. I will stay at home and prepare for the examinations." Lin Wenyuan blew his beard and stared at him, "Humph. You think I don't know what you want to do? You followed those troublemakers to the workshop in Plum Village this morning and blocked the door. I haven't even settled the score with you yet. Now you have the face to ask me for money? No way. Not only that, you are not allowed to go out for a while, and you are not allowed to read Datong Daily's novels. In another 3 months, Yanhuang Academy's entrance exam will begin. You'd better study hard for this old man. If you get in, everything will be fine. If you don't, humph." Father Lin snorted angrily and left with a flick of his sleeves. Lin Hao rolled his eyes at his father's back and muttered, "Humph. If you don't want to give, then don't give. Why are you so fierce? Aren't you going to give your family business to me in the future?" Pfft. Mother Lin saw this and could not help but smile. She took out a few notes from her sleeve and said with a smile, "How, your father is doing this for your own good. Yanhuang College is a sacred place for learning that everyone wants to go to. If you can get in, your father and mother will be proud. Hee hee. This is 800 Tang Yuan. Take it first. If it's not enough, ask me for more. But there's one thing I have to say. You are not allowed to delay your studies. I know you like to read Datong Daily's novels, but Yanhuang College's entrance exam is equally important. You must put aside everything else and focus on preparing for the exam. If you get in, your father and I will not scold you no matter how you read novels. Do you understand? In the end, as a mother, she knew how to dote on her son. If he wanted 500, she would give him 800. Lin Hao nodded and said, "Thank you, mother. I know what's important." After that, he took the money from Mother Lin and ran out like a wisp of smoke. "Xiao Shi, go to my room and get another 200 Tang Yuan. Adding this 800, that's 1,000 Tang Yuan. First thing in the morning tomorrow, you'll go help me give this money to Pai Xia as a reward. For the next few months, save up all the newspapers for me. When I'm done with the exam, take them out for me to read. Do you understand?" Lin Wenhao returned from a rewarding journey. Once he returned to his backyard, he loudly ordered his servant. "Yes. Young master." Chapter 1287. Have you heard? Leather Knight is releasing a new book tomorrow. Yanhuang College, cafeteria, lunchtime. Damn. I almost forgot that this guy said he would release a new book in March. I didn't expect that he would release it only when March is almost over. What a scammer. Hey. Yanfu. Is this news reliable? Leather Knight is really releasing a new book tomorrow? Hey. How can it be fake? I heard that early this morning, more than 1,000 people came from Chang'an City to urge Leather Knight to release a new book. They blocked the Datong Daily's editorial department. In the end, Professor Ma stepped in and calmed them down. Most importantly, Professor Ma said that Leather Knight's new book would be released tomorrow. That's great. I've been waiting for his new book for half a year. But it's a pity that we have to plant trees with Yamacho tomorrow morning. We won't have time to buy newspapers. What a pity. Hee. Brother Zhangsun, don't worry. My page boy will buy it for us in advance. When we come back from planting trees, we can go to the academy after picking up the newspapers. Yanfu, you're so thoughtful. That's a good idea. In the cafeteria, Zhang Sunchong, Chu Yanfu, and the others were eating while discussing what happened at the workshop in the morning. When they were talking about something exciting, their laughter could cover the other noises in the cafeteria. As the saying goes, the speaker may not mean much, but the listener will. After hearing what they were talking about, a group of people immediately gathered around. Xiaochong, did you just say that Leather Knight is releasing a new book? Is that true? Cheng Chumo came over and said excitedly. Of course it's true. It's Yanfu's news. How can it be false? Then what's the name of Leather Knight's next book? Chu Yanfu replied, I'm not sure. But Professor Ma will definitely know. Cheng Chumo scratched his head and said hesitantly, forget it. I won't ask. Anyway, everything will be clear when it comes tomorrow. He was still a little scared to look for Ma Zhou, the leader of the economics department. Not far away, in a corner. After hearing the discussion, the three students looked at each other, put down their bowls and chopsticks, and walked out of the cafeteria together. Tianhua, Hong Yi, did you hear that? They said that Leather Knight will be releasing a new book tomorrow. Sigh, what's meant to come will come. Speaking of which, there's basically no new novel appearing in Big Words World this month. Everyone's just making way for Leather Knight. As the three of them walked out of the canteen, a young man with a medium build said. The person who spoke was Liao Feichen, one of the so-called heroes of Jianghu. Chen Tianhua wasn't as pessimistic as Liao Feichen. He smiled and said, Feichen, you don't have to say such depressing words. Although Leather Knight's influence in Bragging World was huge, if he released a new book, it would also greatly boost the popularity of the entire Bragging World. When that time comes, our readers might also gradually increase. Besides, aren't you curious about what kind of book Leather Knight will be releasing this time? For us, this is also an excellent learning opportunity. Hua Hongyi laughed loudly and said, haha. Feichen is right. I'm also very curious about what kind of book Leather Knight will be releasing this time. Of course, more importantly, I finally have a chance to compete with him on the same stage and determine who's better. In the afternoon, I'm going to take a break from class and go to Datong Daily's editorial department. Hearing that, Chen Tianhua and Liao Feichen were both stunned. After being stunned for a moment, Chen Tianhua said, Hongyi, you're not really going to release a book on the same day as Leather Knight, right? Hua Hongyi nodded and said as if it was a matter of course, of course. I've already told you guys before. As the saying goes, a gentleman's word cannot be taken back. How can I go back on my words now? I've already prepared the manuscript. I'll show it to the editor of Dehua Jianghu in the afternoon. Liao Feichen was a little suspicious of his good friend's brain. He said, Hongyi, it's hard to say if your novel can pass the editor's eyes. Previously, I asked you to show Tianhua and me the manuscript first, but you weren't willing. Now, sigh. Hua Hongyi said, Feichen, I appreciate your kindness. But my novel is not the same genre as yours. Even if I show it to you guys, you can't give me any opinions. It's better to just give it to the editor of Dehua Jianghu. Alright, let's not talk about this for now. I'm going back to the dorm to get the manuscript. Li Zishuan, who was sitting quietly in the study of the courtyard, naturally didn't know that someone wanted to compete with him in terms of novels. This guy had been sitting in the study ever since lunch and told Han Yushi not to let anyone disturb him. He was thinking about what to write for his next novel. Oh, no, it should be said that which great god's work should he use as a reference. He sat there until the evening, but he still couldn't think of what to write. It wasn't that he didn't have any ideas, but that the popular novels in his previous life were mostly about time travel and cheat codes. This kind of novel was definitely not suitable for him to write in the Tang dynasty. As for traditional martial arts novels, such as Master Jin Yong's novels, although there was no time travel and cheat codes, and the plot and words were brilliant, Master Jin Yong's works were mostly set in the Song dynasty or after the Song dynasty. If he wanted to use it as a reference, he might have to fabricate a dynasty that didn't exist in history. In professional literary terms, this was called creating a void. But in that way, the immersion would be much weaker. After all, Master Jin Yong's works didn't only show the wonderful Jianghu conflicts, but more importantly, it was to show the noble feelings of a great hero serving the country and the people. If the dynasty was created as a void, it would be very difficult for people to integrate into that kind of feelings. Therefore, Li Zishuan's requirements for his next novel were, no time travel, no cheat codes, and no background that would affect the immersion. There were actually many novels that met these three requirements, but other than that, it had to be something that Li Zishuan liked and had a brilliant plot. As a result, there were a lot fewer novels to choose from. Hey! I got it! Suddenly, a thought flashed through Li Zishuan's mind, and he shouted excitedly. Knock knock. At this moment, there was a soft knock on the door outside. Li Zishuan was stunned. He knew that Han Yushi was probably calling him for dinner. He quickly said, Wife, come in. With a creak, sure enough, it was Han Yushi who walked in. She was wearing a white dress. Although it was a little cold outside at night in March, the heating in the courtyard was still on, so there wasn't any cold at all. Husband. I know that you're busy, so I brought the food over. Please eat first. Han Yushi walked over with a plate of food and placed the food beside Li Zishuan. Inadvertently, her hair touched Li Zishuan's face, and the fragrance of her hair made someone's heart itch. Cough cough. Wife, I just had some inspiration. I'll eat later. Wife, you should go and rest first. Li Zishuan forcefully suppressed the wild thoughts in his heart and said in a serious tone. Han Yushi knew that Li Zishuan had been sitting quietly in the study for the entire afternoon because he was thinking about the novel. Hearing this, she didn't want to continue disturbing him. She could only say, "Then you must remember to eat. I won't disturb you any more." After that, Han Yushi turned and left, leaving Li Zixuan alone in the study. Sigh. Other people read Swords by the Light at night, but I, as a marquis, have to write a novel by the light at night. Li Zixuan muttered, rolled up his sleeves and started writing. At the beginning of the paper, there were the words, Celestial Slayer. Chapter 1288. Earning money from writing novels was not Li Zixuan's goal. He had a lot of responsibilities now and was even busier with official business. If it weren't for the fact that he had promised to start a new novel in March, he definitely wouldn't have started writing again. Poetry, songs, and prose was just a small matter. Similarly, writing novels was also a small matter in Li Zixuan's eyes. The reason he wrote novels was to guide the literati who were interested in this field to write novels that made people feel comfortable and happy. He wanted to add a new form of entertainment to this boring era and promote this form of entertainment. This way, he could realize his dream of staying at home and hugging his wife while reading novels. He was waiting for the Tang dynasty's novel world to flourish, or for someone to write novels that were close to or even better than his. When that time came, he would completely stop writing. After all, writing novels was not as comfortable as reading novels. There were originally no deities in this world, but since the ancient times, humans saw the world around them with all kinds of strange things. Lightning flashed, thunder roared, storms raged, natural disasters and man-made disasters. There were countless casualties and wails everywhere. It was definitely not something that humans could do or resist. Hence, they believed that above the 9 heavens, there were various deities. Below the 9 underworlds, there were also Yin spirits and Yama's palace. Hence, the legend of deities was passed down to the world. Countless people sincerely kowtowed to the various deities that they imagined to create, praying for blessings and complaining. Incense was at its peak. In today's world, the righteous path flourished and evil retreated. The Central Plains had beautiful mountains and rivers, flourishing with people and abundant natural resources. It was firmly occupied by the righteous sections. Among them, Qingyun sect, Tian'an Temple, and Fenxiang Valley were the 3 major pillars and were the leaders. This story began from Qingyun sect. The introduction of celestial bane was not strange, but there was a trace of majesty in the ordinary. However, a novel was not enough to attract readers just because of the introduction. The most important thing was the content. Celestial Bane was a pioneer in modern Xianxia novels and was known as the martial arts Bible of later Jianghu. Before the appearance of Celestial Bane, novels on the internet were mainly wuxia novels and fantasy novels. Celestial Bane was the first novel to combine the fantasy of the immortal world and the wuxia world. After the appearance of Celestial Bane, Xianxia novels on the internet rose as well. Celestial Bane also won the hearts of a large number of readers for Xianxia novels. Li Zixuan also fell in love with Xianxia novels at that time. Celestial Bane was undoubtedly a classic in terms of plot and writing style. Of course, Li Zixuan valued Master Xiao Ding's portrayal of the characters in the book the most. All the characters, whether it was the main character Sha Danan, Lu Sueki, Bai Yao, or the other supporting characters, they were all made of flesh and blood. Lin Jingyu was righteous and talented, Xiao Huan, who was infatuated with Sha Danan, was naive and kind, and Sha Danan's first crush, Hidi, and so on. These characters each had their own personalities and stories. The word love was very heavy in Celestial Bane. Someone once commented that Celestial Bane was a romance novel in the guise of Xianxia. Although this comment was a little taken for granted, it could be seen that the description of love in the book was absolutely profound. The scene that Bai Yao left the deepest impression on Li Zixuan was the moment when she opened her arms to block the sword rain that filled the sky for Sha Danan. When Bai Yao lightly chanted, "Spirits of the netherworld, gods and demons of the heavens, with my blood and body, I offer you as a sacrifice. 3 lives and 7 worlds, forever falling into the king of hell, only for love, even if I die, I have no regrets. Even the most stone-hearted spectator could not help but feel a faint pain in his heart. That was the infatuation curse, the most tragic curse in the demon cult. Life was precious, but the value of love was even higher. Bai Yao died for Sha Danan, but in exchange, she also received 10 years of Sha Danan's care and nostalgia, as well as the half-piece of green cloth that was forever kept in Sha Danan's arms. In fact, Bai Yao's pure personality had already doomed her bleak fate. Even if life could be restarted, even if time could be reversed, Bai Yao would still block the fatal attack for Sha Danan, and she would never regret it. I am a demon, so what? If you are in danger, even if I have to exchange my life for yours, I am willing to do so. This was Bai Yao. She dared to love and hate, she was infatuated with love and loyalty. With the sound of pencil rubbing against paper, Li Zishuan gradually immersed himself in the poignant Xianxia world. Outside the house, the moon was bright and the stars were sparse. The people, birds, beasts, and insects on the cloud mountain seemed to have entered the land of dreams. Only Li Zishuan's courtyard was still lit by candles. At midnight, Li Zishuan stretched, walked out of the study, and came to the front yard. Feiji. Quickly send these manuscripts to the workshop and pass them to Mr. Ma. Tell him that these are 50 chapters of content. Other than the 10 chapters on the first day, we will send 5 chapters every day. In the front yard, Li Zishuan passed a thick stack of manuscripts to Pang Feiji and ordered. This was the hand speed of a grandmaster, how could an ordinary person compare to it? Yes. Marquis. Pang Feiji saluted with his fists and left the mountain with the manuscripts. This was the advantage of living on the cloud mountain. They could move around at night, unlike in Chang, and where they were restricted by the curfew at night. The next day, the 20th of March, was the first tree planting day in Tang Dynasty. After breakfast, the students of Yanhuang College were called to gather at the field. Each of them received a bundle of saplings. Under Li Zishuan's command, each of the students took a shovel and carried a bundle of saplings. They went down the cloud mountain and headed to the east of Plum Village. They were going to plant trees at the intersection of the Ba River and the Yellow River. Walking on the cement road of Plum Village, the students were all staring in the direction of the workshop. They all knew that the newspaper that would be delivered today would have Pai Xiao's new book on it. Too bad they couldn't go and buy it now. However, the people in Chang'an did not have such a problem. At 7 in the morning, the Datong daily offices in every square and street officially opened to sell newspapers. The small newspaper boys also began to take newspapers and scooter to every street and alley. Selling newspapers. Selling newspapers. The freshly published Tang Dynasty Daily. After A Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality, Leather Knight's new book, Celestial Bane, reappears in the world. The shouting of newspaper sellers caused an uproar in the morning in Chang'an City. Leather Knight's new novel is called Celestial Bane. Hey hey. Quick. Give me 2 copies of today's Big Talk World. I want 5 copies. 5 copies of today's Big Talk World. Give me 10 copies. Ever since the editorial department received more novels, the Big Talk World section was separated from Datong Daily and became a separate book. Therefore, many fans of Immortal only bought Big Talk World and did not buy Datong Daily. Chapter 1289. Celestial Bane. That name sounds very domineering. It should be the same genre as Immortal's Journey to Immortality, right? That's great. Last time, I didn't get enough of Immortal, and other cultivator novels were boring. This time, I can finally feast my eyes. At the foot of Mount Qingyun, 50 miles northwest of the big city Heiyang, there's a small village called Grass Temple Village. There are more than 40 families living here. The villagers are simple and honest. Most of the villagers collect firewood in the mountains and exchange it for some money to live on. TSK. If I'm not wrong, the main character should be in Grass Temple Village. Wow! The sentences in this novel seem more poetic than a mortal's journey to immortality. Looks like Leather Knight's writing has improved. That's right, that's right. It's very comfortable to read. I hope the plot will be more exciting. The fans of Mortals in Chang and City bought the latest issue of Bragging World that they had been dreaming of early in the morning. After they finished reading the prologue and the first page of Celestial Bane, the fans could not help but discuss among themselves. Many people couldn't help but compare Celestial Bane to a mortal's journey to immortality. From the first few chapters, they could see that Celestial Bane's writing was much more delicate. In fact, that was the case. As the first work of Xianxia novels, although Celestial Bane's word count was much less than a mortal's journey to immortality, the novel's language chased after artistic conception. It was more like the artistic conception in Jin Yong's novel, and the language was very touching. Although the mortal's journey to immortality's writing was not bad, it was still lacking compared to Celestial Bane. However, one couldn't say that Immortal was inferior to Celestial Bane just because of that. The world structure of Immortal extended from the human world to the spiritual world, and then to the heavenly realm. The world structure system was huge, but it was not messy and orderly. That was something that Celestial Bane couldn't compare to. It could only be said that both had their own merits. Apart from commenting on Celestial Bane in private, the people who bought Bragging World of Martial Arts flocked to the office of Tang Dynasty Daily, which was the closest to their homes, to gift Celestial Bane like crazy. Chang An's Chao family's eldest son, Chao Shi, rewards the Jade Dynasty Leather Knight with 3,000 Tang Yuan. Chang An's Murong family's young master, Murong Jun, rewards the Jade Dynasty Leather Knight with 1,000 Tang Yuan. Chang and Hu family's Hu Yuanbao rewards the Jade Dynasty Leather Knight with 1,000 Tang Yuan. Lin Hao of Chang An's Lin family rewards the Jade Dynasty Leather Knight with 1,000 Tang Yuan. Money, at this moment, seemed to be just a string of numbers, losing its original meaning of value. Countless amounts of money were sent to Datong Daily's office by crazy fans. The fans only wanted to show their faces under Leather Knight's new book. They only wanted to express their gratitude and support for their favorite author. Such a crazy scene reminded people of the day last year when Mortal Man came to an end. In a single day, over 1,000 Alliance Masters appeared. The coffers of the Tang Dynasty Daily's offices in Chang and were filled to the brim with copper coins. On that day, the cement road from Chang and to Plum Village was filled with horse carriages transporting copper coins. It stretched for miles, attracting the envy of countless shop owners. Today, Tang Yuan had become popular all over the world. Therefore, although there were more people who came to gift than last year, most of them settled in Tang Yuan. Therefore, the amount of money received by Datong Daily's office was not enough to fill the vaults. Jiangnan's Misty Rain Villa's young master, Zheng Qianjun, rewards the Jade Dynasty Leather Knight with 5,000 Tang Yuan. Today was different from the past. Due to the ranking league organized by the Football Association, many people from other states and counties lived in Chang and City. These people used to read the legend of a mortal's journey to immortality through Datong Daily. However, due to geographical restrictions, the updates they saw were delayed by many days compared to those in Chang and City. Now, they were gathered in Chang and City because of football. They could finally be the first to see Leather Knight's new book, Jade Dynasty. How could they not express their gratitude? Wow! 5,000 Tang Yuan. Misty Rain Villa's young master? What's the background of this villa? Why is their young master so rich? Hey! You don't even know about Misty Rain Villa? This villa monopolizes the grain, porcelain, and silk business in Jiangnan. Manor Master Zheng might not even care about 5,000 Tang Yuan. Oh! So awesome! I heard that the boss of Team Tempest in this ranking league is Misty Rain Villa's old Manor Master Zheng. Yo! Team Tempest has won 10 matches in Group A recently. They are in the limelight. Old Manor Master Zheng's team is indeed awesome. Huh. That's right. Other than Team Tempest's young master who came over to reward Jade Dynasty, other teams more or less sent people over to reward. This scene was even better than the end of Mortal's journey last year. Hurry up. Get the masters to move faster. Badges, let's make the League Masters badge first. As for the rest, we'll owe them first. Let the readers who rewarded us receive their badges in 2 days with the note issued by Datong Daily's office. The people in Chang and City were frantically rewarding. In the workshop, Faubert was extremely busy. Everyone in the workshop started work before dawn. There was only one purpose, and that was to make badges for Jade Dynasty's fans. Last night, Ma Zhou and the others had only composed and printed Celestial Bane. The number of copies for this issue of Bragging World was 5 times more than the previous ones. Therefore, they did not have the time to arrange for people to make badges. After the novel was printed, Ma Zhou thought of the badges and immediately asked Song Xiaoxi to inform all the craftsmen to start work ahead of time. Although the workshop would have produced a batch of badges by the time Datong Daily and Bragging World were released, it was less than 2 hours before the various offices announced that they were running low on badges. Left with no other choice, Uncle Fu could only come up with this plan. He ordered the craftsmen to make a batch of Celestial Bane's leader badges as soon as possible. After all, relatively speaking, the number of leader badges was still much lower. Yes. Manager Fu. In Chang and City, all the Datong Daily's offices had urgently posted relevant announcements, saying frowny face due to everyone's excessive enthusiasm, Jade Dynasty's badges have been used up. Therefore, only the League Master badges will be issued today. As for the rest of the badges, everyone can use the credentials issued by Datong Daily to redeem them tomorrow or the day after. Datong Daily's editorial department was not prepared this time. We sincerely apologize to all the readers of Jade Dynasty. We will urge Leather Knight to quickly update later to compensate all the readers. This Datong Daily is so interesting. As long as you can urge Leather Knight to update a few more chapters every day, I don't care if you give me my League Master badge a few days later. Yes. I've read the first 10 chapters of Jade Dynasty. It's very exciting. I look forward to Leather Knight's update as soon as possible. I feel the same way. After reading the first 10 chapters, I feel that Jade Dynasty is as exciting as a record of a mortal's journey to immortality. Chapter 1290. Tens of thousands of citizens in Chang and were obsessed with the first 10 chapters of Celestial Bane. However, something big was happening in the palace. After the morning assembly, Li Er did not announce the end of the assembly as usual. Instead, he led all the officials out of the palace. Outside the palace, hundreds of war horses were prepared. Tang Empire was founded on martial arts. Even the officials knew how to ride a horse. Li Er took the lead and mounted his horse. Crown Prince Li Chengqian, Prince Li Ku, Li Yu and the others accompanied him. Li Ku and Li Tai were still studying in Yanhuang Academy and could not make it in time. The Empress and the Princess chariots followed closely behind. As for the civil and military officials and imperial guards, they followed behind the chariots. This group of people at the top of the Tang Empire headed toward the east gate of Chang, and in a mighty manner. With such a luxurious lineup, it naturally attracted the attention of the pedestrians along the way. That's His Majesty and the officials. Why is His Majesty leaving the palace? What is he doing? Wherever the huge group passed, the citizens bowed. After the group left, the people on the roadside could not help but discuss. I don't know. It looks like His Majesty is going to bring the officials out of the city. But I haven't heard of anything big happening outside the city. Have you forgotten? Today is Arbor Day. Datong Daily said that the imperial court not only established the position of Mountain Yu, but also established Arbor Day. It's today. I heard that His Majesty is going to plant trees by the Yellow River. I heard that the Duke of Yong'an brought all the students from Yanhuang College to plant trees early in the morning. Whoa! I almost forgot about that. Since His Majesty and the Duke of Yong'an are going to plant trees, how can I be idle? I want to plant trees by the Yellow River too. That's right. I want to go too. But I haven't finished Celestial Bane yet. Bah! Second Tiger Yang, you little brat. Can't you read the novel after it comes back? Are you going to plant trees by the river with me now? Dad? Why don't we go in the afternoon? Bullsh *T. Come home with me to plant trees now. Dad. Let go of me. The power of a role model was infinite. If one were to ask who the first role model in the hearts of the Tang people was, it would definitely be Li Er. After all, old Li was the current emperor. Moreover, when Li Yuan raised his army in Taiyuan, half of the world's rivers and mountains were conquered by Li Shimin, the king of Qin, personally led the army. All along, Li Er's reputation among the people was very, very high. Now that old Li had become the emperor of Tang, even though the process of ascending the throne was a little disgraceful, history books were always written by the victors. Li Er's crime of murdering his brother and imprisoning his father was glossed over by the imperial censor as a victim who was forced to kill his brother and abdicate the throne. Other than Li Er, Li Zishuan, the Marquis of Tang also had a high reputation among the people. Ever since Li Zishuan's debut, the things he did were mostly good for the country and the people. Moreover, the Yanhuang College he founded was regarded by the people as the best place for the poor children to stand out. Therefore, when they heard that Li Zishuan led the officials out of the city, and that Li Zishuan led all the students of Yanhuang College to plant trees, the people on the streets all went home, took out their tools and saplings, and ran out of the city after the big group. Sigh. I don't know what father is thinking. Why did he have to plant trees by the Yellow River? Because of this, I didn't even have time to read Leather Knight's new book today. In the group, Li Qingxian and two other young men followed behind Li Er. The older one could not help but whisper. Li Qingxian frowned and scolded, "Brother, you don't spout nonsense. The construction of the Yellow River Shelter Belt is a national project that father has decided on. As father's sons, you and I should set an example. How can we let ourselves be distracted by novels?" So that young man was the future prince of Qi, Li Yu. Yes. Brother, you're right. It was a slip of the tongue, a slip of the tongue. Li Yu didn't expect that Li Qingxian would hear him when he was only muttering in a low voice, nor did he expect that Li Qingxian would specially reprimand him for such a trivial matter, so he could only hurriedly apologize. However, in this little fellow's heart, it was inevitable that he would feel some degree of hatred towards Li Qingxian because of this. That's for the best. Li Qingxian nodded in satisfaction. Even though he hadn't had the time to watch Celestial Bane, he knew that he had to prioritize. Of course, the most important thing was that the idea of Arbor Day and the construction of the Yellow River Shelter Forest was proposed by his good friend and brother. Of course, he had to support it. In the eastern suburbs of Lantian County, at the entrance of the Bar River into the Yellow River, the students of Yanhuang College had split up into classes and started planting trees. Some dug holes, some helped trees, and some carried water. It was a lively scene. "Young master, let us plant these trees. These students from the college are all literary stars. They're going to do great things in the future. Planting trees is a rough job that farmers like us should do." As Li Zishuan's fief, all the farmers in Lantian County who had nothing to do came over to plant trees. Second Elder Lu, who was only wearing a coarse shirt, did not mind the cold. He walked over and spoke loudly to Li Zishuan. As soon as he finished speaking, some of the students nearby could not help but sneak a peek. It was obvious that they did not want to soak in sweat while digging holes to plant trees. Li Zishuan's facial features were sharp. He snorted and purposely raised his voice. Second Elder Lu, thank you for your kindness. But who said that scholars can't plant trees? Since they are Yanhuang College's students, they can't be lazy. In the future, they will use their knowledge to benefit the people. If they don't work in the fields and don't work, how can they benefit the people? Speaking of which, he was the Marquis of the Tang Empire and the Yamacho of the college. He stayed up so late last night to write novels, but didn't he come over early in the morning to plant trees? These little brats had eaten and slept well last night. Did they still want to be lazy today? After he finished speaking, he turned around and spoke loudly to all the students with a serious face. Whoever doesn't finish planting their saplings today, don't even think about returning to the college today. He would leave the moment he finished planting them. Do you all hear me? Although the students were standing rather scattered, Li Zishuan's voice was transmitted to everyone's ears without any difference. Hearing this, they all responded, we heard it. Yamacho. At this time, the students who wanted to be lazy could not help but give up completely. They dug even harder. Second Master Lu looked at Li Zishuan and the students of the Yanhuang Academy with mixed feelings. He shook his head and left. He muttered in a voice that only he could hear, I'm sorry, Li Zishuan. Amazing. Young Master's students will be amazing in the future. The people will have a good life in the future. Chapter 1291. Added to Ling Fanmeng's bounty. Mencius once said, when the heavens are about to bestow a great responsibility upon a great man, they must first torment his will, toil his muscles and bones, and starve his body and skin. Marquis Yong'an, we greatly admire your teachings. Coincidentally, Li Zishuan had just finished lecturing his students when Li Er arrived on horseback, laughing loudly. Behind him were the empress, princes, princesses, and civil and military officials. Li Zishuan was startled. He hurriedly stepped forward and bowed. This subject, Li Zishuan, respectfully welcomes your majesty. The students of Yanhuang College and the citizens of Lantian County who had come to plant trees all hurriedly followed suit and bowed. We pay our respects to your majesty. There were quite a few people here, numbering at least a few thousand. Their voices were like a large bell, resounding through the clouds. Li Er loved the feeling of being supported by the people. After all, which emperor didn't have a bit of vanity? He raised his hands with a smile and said, rise. Today is tree planting day set by the imperial court. We are gratified that you can come here to plant trees. The citizens of Lantian County were only willing to plant trees because Li Zishuan had been promoting tree planting recently. Now that they heard Li Er's words, it was as if they had been conferred the title of Marquis. They were so excited that they didn't know where to put their hands. One had to know that the other party was the Emperor of Great Tang. The Emperor of Great Tang had actually personally praised them. How could they not be excited? As for the students of Yanhuang College, each of them held their heads high. Li Er was the dean of Yanhuang College in name. Today's praise made them, the Emperor's students, very proud. At this time, there were no longer any students who were unwilling to plant trees. Continue. Continue to plant trees. Li Er said to the citizens on the shore. He then turned to Dugu Xian and ordered, men, distribute saplings and tools to the officials. Yes, sir. Dugu Xian accepted the order and left. At this time, Empress Zhangsun and Princess Changel also walked down from the imperial carriage. Changel smiled and said, Imperial father, Changel also wants to plant trees. Mother's health isn't good, so I'll help her plant Changel. Hearing this, Empress Zhangsun's eyes were full of love. Changel, my body has been nourished for a winter. How can I be as delicate as you say? You, go plant trees with Qingxian and the others. Don't tire yourself out. Imperial mother will plant it with your imperial father. It was now the end of March. During the day, it was not as cold as before. It was because of this that Li Er dared to let Empress Zhangsun leave the palace. Otherwise, her illness would easily relapse. On the other hand, not only was Changle's qi completely cured, but she also had Daoist genuine qi in her body. Her physique was much better than before. Li Er was completely relieved about this. Yes. Changle, go plant trees with Chengqian. Your imperial mother has imperial father. Li Er smiled. His face was full of love. Yes. Seeing this, Changle went to find Li Chengqian and the others. After a while, the civil and military officials were each given a shovel and 3 saplings. Seeing that the emperor and empress had personally planted the trees, what else could the minister say? They all began to look for a place to plant the trees in groups of 3 or 5. Little Xian, what's the name of your new book? After today's court session, I came straight here. I really didn't have time to read it. The 2 siblings, Li Chengqian and Changle, insisted on teaming up with Li Zishuan to plant trees. The former was there to hug his thigh and be a bystander, while the latter, while planting trees, Li Chengqian asked quietly. He and Changle were among the few people who knew Leather Knight's true identity. Chengqian, when you go back later, get someone to buy you the latest Talking Big World, and you'll find out. Li Zishuan rolled his eyes and said unhappily. Without a doubt, he would be the one digging the tree holes. Li Chengqian was weak and could not be counted on. As for Changle, forget it. He could not bear to let the little girl do such menial work. Li Chengqian giggled. Ha! I can't wait anymore, can I? In the end, this is still your fault. It would have been fine if you released the new book a few days earlier or a few days later. Why did you have to do it today? By the time the officials finish planting the trees, it would be noon when they go back. It would have been better if he did not say anything. Now that he said it, Li Zishuan was even more depressed. Because he did not have to release the new book today. All of this was arranged by Ma Zhou. For this reason, he stayed up half the night. As the empire's crown prince, how can Chengqian lose your will? Here, you dig the hole. Changle and I will help you hold the tree. Li Zishuan straightened his back and handed the shovel to Li Chengqian with a straight face. There were only 2 trees left. No matter how slowly Chengqian dug, he could finish before noon. Li Chengqian was instantly dumbfounded. Changle could not help but giggle. Hee. Good, good. Brother Crown Prince, come and dig the hole. Brother Little Xian and I will help you hold the tree. The Taoist true qi in the little girl's body not only nourished her body, it also made her complexion look many times better than before. At this moment, when she smiled, there was a kind of breathtaking charm. Li Zishuan was only dazed for a moment before he came back to his senses. Li Chengqian pretended to be angry. Good. Changle. You actually joined forces with Little Xian to bully your own brother. Let's see if I still send good things to Changle Palace in the future. Changle smiled. Brother Crown Prince won't. Changle knows that Brother Crown Prince treats Changle the best. Alright, with the little girl's words, what else could Li Chengqian say? He shook his head, rolled up his sleeves, and began to dig the hole. Brilliant, you haven't finished planting the trees at your door? After a while, Cheng Chumo, Yuchi Baolin, and Li Tai walked over with shovels. The 3 of them were in a group previously. Not yet. Cho Nyo, Baolin, Qing Kei, you guys finished planting so quickly? Li Chengqian raised his head and said in surprise. He had heard from Li Zishuan that each student of the academy was given at least 8 saplings. If Cheng Chumo and the others were in a group of 3, that would be 24 saplings. It wouldn't be easy to finish planting all of them. What's this? A mere 20-something saplings aren't even enough to fill the gaps between my teeth. Oh, right. Brilliant, have you read Leather Knight's new book? Cheng Chumo smirked and asked again. Li Chengqian shook his head and said, not yet. Cheng Chumo said regretfully, sigh. Then forget it. After saying that, he turned to Li Zishuan and said, Yamacho, Qing Ke, Baolin, and I have finished planting the trees, so we'll be returning to the academy first. This time, I might be able to learn something from Leather Knight's new book. When the time comes, I, Cheng Chumo, might be able to become a god with one book. Ha! Li Zishuan didn't know where this idiot's confidence came from. He thought for a while and said, Chumo, on next year's Arbor Day, I want to plant a tree in your heart. Cheng Chumo was stunned and asked, what? Li Zishuan smiled and said, the name of that tree is called the Force Tree. Cheng Chumo was still confused, what do you mean? Li Zishuan said unhappily, I want you to know the force in your heart. You want to write a novel? You better pass all the subjects first. Pfft. Ha ha ha. Li Qingxian, Li Tai, and Yuchi Baolin burst into laughter. Li Zishuan was too funny. Changle's face was red. She wanted to laugh but was too embarrassed to do so. She thought to herself, Brother Xiaoxian is usually full of talent and is like a gentleman. I didn't expect him to make such a joke. Although this joke is crude, it sounds really funny. F***ck. Xiaoxian, are you scolding me? Ah. Chapter 1292. Next year on Arbor Day, I want to plant a tree in your heart. The name of the tree is Bai Tree. It was unknown whether Cheng Chumo knew what was going on, but there was another kid who did not seem to know what was going on. He was currently planting trees and feeling uneasy. This person was Hua Hongyi. Hongyi, are you still worried about your novel? Needless to say, the heroes of Jin and Yu were planting trees in the same group. Chen Tianhua saw Hua Hongyi's absent-minded look and knew what was on his mind. He comforted him gently. Hongyi, you don't have to feel pressured. Actually, the fact that you have the courage to publish your novel today is already stronger than most people. Even if your results are bad, Feichen and I won't laugh at you. This was the truth. Although Chen Tianhua and Liao Feichen felt that Hua Hongyi was being reckless by wanting to compete with Leather Knight, if they were in his shoes, they would not have the courage to do so. This was also the reason why no author was willing to publish a new book in March. Tianhua is right. Hongyi, you don't have to worry too much. Even if the editor doesn't like your novel, you can always edit it and send it out again. Both of us will support you. Liao Feichen laughed. Hua Hongyi acted as if nothing was wrong. He said, hey. Who said I was worried about my novel? I was thinking about the plot. After all, I have readers now and I have to be responsible for my readers. I have to make sure that I update every day. Feichen, you said that the editing department might not like my novel. Let me tell you, that's impossible. As for competing with Leather Knight, I'm sure that I will surpass him in the future. This guy was the type who was strong on the outside but weak on the inside. Although he was panicking, he did not want to say it out loud. Chen Tianhua and Liao Feichen understood their friend's personality, so they didn't try to persuade him any further. At 5:00 in the afternoon, all the ministers had finished planting the trees. Li Er announced that the army was returning to the capital. The emperor, empress, princes, princesses, civil and military officials were returning to Chang'an in a grandiose manner. In the morning, through the propaganda of the Great Tang Daily and the examples set by Li Er and the civil and military officials, nearly 100,000 people had gathered to plant trees on the banks of the Yellow River in Lantian County. At this moment, the crowd had dispersed. Li Zishuan looked at the originally bare riverbank and saw that it had become a bare forest in the morning. The saplings didn't have many leaves yet, so they looked bare. With a rueful expression, he muttered to himself, Great Tang. 10 years for a tree, 100 years for a man. 10 years later, when these saplings grow into towering trees, I don't believe that the soil on both sides of the Yellow River will be washed into the river by the rain. Today, This old man finally understood why the Yamacho was so persistent in promoting this strategy of planting trees. Li Gang had unknowingly appeared beside Li Zishuan and said with a chuckle. Today, Yanhuang College was planting trees not only for the students, but also for the teachers of the college. Li Gang was old, so naturally, no one forced him to plant trees. The old teacher walked around the banks of the river twice and felt the loosening of the soil. Only then did he truly understand Li Zishuan's painstaking efforts. At this moment, he looked at Li Zishuan and sighed. 10 years for a tree, 100 years for a man. Yamacho said it well. This old man doesn't have many years left to live, but this old man dares to say that in 100 years, the students of Yanhuang College will spread to every corner of Tang. Engineering would bring about an unprecedented revolution to the great Tang. What a pity! What a pity! This old man knows that I won't live to see that day. Towards the end, his tone was bleak. It was clear that the old teacher was reluctant to part with this world, or rather, he was reluctant to part with Yanhuang College. Li Zishuan felt an inexplicable sadness in his heart. He quickly clasped his hands and said, "Teacher Wenji, why do you say that? Your body is healthy, and the college has Dr. Sunday. You will definitely live to 100 years old. The students of the college will become more and more successful. You should take care of your body, and you will definitely see the day when Yanhuang College changes the world." When Li Gang heard that, he suddenly laughed boldly and said, "Haha. With Yamacho's blessing, this old man will try to live for a few more years. Let's see how many waves the students of Yanhuang College can make in the world." It had been less than 10 days since Arbor Day was established. There was not much time left for Li Zishuan and the imperial court to spread the news. However, Li Zishuan was quite satisfied that so many people volunteered to plant trees. Later on, the imperial court could spread the decree to other states and counties. Datong Daily could also spread the benefits of planting trees to other states and counties. Therefore, next year's Arbor Day would definitely be more lively than this year's. This was also Li Zishuan's goal. He wanted to make Arbor Day into a traditional festival like the Lantern Festival and the Mid-Autumn Festival. He wanted to cultivate the environmental awareness of the Yanhuang people 1,000 years in advance. F***CK 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 Celestial Bane is so good. Today is Friday. Tomorrow, I, Old Sheng, will go reward it. Leather Knight's novels are still the best. I wonder where this guy came from. If I see him, I must become sworn brothers with him. Before the students returned to the academy, most of them sneaked out to buy today's Talking About Martial World. Therefore, in the academy's cafeteria, a large number of students were eating while reading the novel. Cheng Chumo finished reading and laughed in satisfaction. Hee hee. Li Tai heard this and laughed without saying a word. Because he knew Leather Knight's true identity. At this time, he had finished reading the first 10 chapters of Celestial Bane. From his point of view, compared to the first chapter of A Record of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality, Li Zishuan's writing style was much better. However, he felt that it was lacking in passion. There were too few fighting scenes and he was not satisfied. After lunch, the few of them came out of the cafeteria. Instead of returning to the dormitory, they went straight to the classroom. They still had classes in the afternoon, so they could lie on the table and rest for a while. Li Tai, who had not had enough of Celestial Bane, did not feel sleepy. He picked up Talking About Martial World to see if there were any new novels that he could read. Although there were no new novels this month other than Celestial Bane, there were no new novels. There's a new novel today? As he flipped through the pages, Li Tai's eyes suddenly lit up when he was about to finish reading this issue of Bragging World. This was because he had discovered a new novel. Looking at it, he saw the title written in large letters, Dream of Great Qin. A Golden Millet Dream. Hua Ziyu, a young engineering student from Tang Dynasty's Yanhuang College, dreamed that he came to the Great Qin from 800 years ago and became a powerful ranger. At that time, the Great Qin Empire had just pacified the 6 states and was awe-inspiring. However, the remnants of the 6 states were restless. As a wanderer of the Great Qin Empire, how could Huaziyu stir up a storm in this era? Chapter 1293. Ouch! It hurts. Where am I? When Huaziyu opened his eyes, he found himself lying in a thatched hut. Outside the hut, it was raining heavily. The most important thing was that his entire body was aching. When he wanted to get up, he felt dizzy. He couldn't help but mutter to himself. Hee. Young hero Hua, you're finally awake. At this time, an old man wearing a wet brown robe and straw sandals came in. His hair was white and he wore a bamboo hat. When he raised his head, one could see that his skin was dark and his face was full of wrinkles. Huaziyu was taken aback. Just as he was about to prop himself up, he felt weak all over and was unable to do so. He strenuously said, "This old mister, you recognize me? Where am I now?" "Young hero, you don't recognize this old man?" The old man frowned when he heard this. He walked over to the bed and grabbed Huaziyu's wrist. Then, he closed his eyes and checked Huaziyu's pulse. "Young hero's pulse is weak. You must have been seriously injured the day before yesterday and lost too much blood. In addition, young hero's head was injured after falling off the cliff, causing young hero to be unable to remember what happened earlier." After the old man finished checking Huaziyu's pulse, he said gently to Huaziyu. When he was checking Huaziyu's pulse, Huaziyu looked at the old man several times. He found that the old man's clothes were not the clothes he usually saw. Moreover, he carefully searched his memory and found that he had never seen this old man before. At this moment, he was convinced that the old man had mistaken him for someone else. As for why he was in this thatched hut in the wilderness, only the heavens knew. Because he was on holiday yesterday, he had just returned home from Yanhuang College. He remembered that he had gone to bed after eating. How did he end up here? That's right, Huaziyu was a student of Yanhuang College. During the entrance exam of Yanhuang College in the first year of Zhengguan, he got 3rd place and was admitted to Yanhuang College. He wasn't from a rich family. His father passed away early, and it was his mother who brought him up. He planned to wait until he had some achievements in Yanhuang College before taking the exam to repay his mother. But where was he now? How was he going to go back? "Old mister, who are you? Why am I here?" Huaziyu shook his head and said to the old man. The old man thought that he was seriously injured and had lost his memory, so he replied, "Young hero Hua, this old man is Xiangan. You are now in Jianghu County. 2 days ago, when the Qin army was encircling our clansmen, at the critical moment, young hero, you drew your saber and helped us. In the chaotic battle, young hero, with your strength alone, you blocked the Qin army and let us retreat first." Later on, this old man asked around and found out that the Qin army had sent a Chu expert to the bamboo cliff, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. "That's why I brought people to Bamboo Peak Cliff and pulled a rope through the night to look for you, young hero." Sigh. You. Wait. Huaziyu was dumbstruck when he heard this. Jianghu County, Qin Army, Xiang Clan. These words caused an ominous feeling to arise in his heart. He hurriedly interrupted the old man and asked, "Old sir, what era is it now?" Xiang'an's eyes widened as he asked incredulously, "Huh? Young hero, don't tell me you don't even know what year it is now?" Seeing Huaziyu's confused face, Xiang'an could only reply, "Today is the 1st year of the 1st emperor, and Yingzheng had just ascended the throne." "What? This is the Qin dynasty? Hey! Qin K. Class is starting. Hurry up and put away talking big world." After an unknown period of time, Li Tai was completely immersed in this very interesting story. At this moment, he vaguely felt that someone was pushing his arm and calling him. He hurriedly came back to his senses and looked up. The person who pushed and called him was Sun Zifan. At this moment, the classroom was already filled with students. The mathematics teacher, Su Hongji, had just walked to the door of the classroom. It was obvious that the class was about to start. "Thank you." Li Tai thanked Sun Zifan, then hurriedly put away Talking Big World and took out the mathematics textbook to prepare for class. "Hey! No matter how good Celestial Bane is, Qing Ke, you shouldn't have taken so long to finish reading it, right?" Sun Zifan muttered softly. "It's not Celestial Bane," Li Tai was about to explain when Su Hongji had already stepped onto the podium. He could only shut his mouth and prepare to listen to the class. It's just that the novel and unheard-of wonderful plot he saw just now was still lingering in his mind. He couldn't help but think, if the current him went to the Qin dynasty through the dream, how would he survive? In the first 19 days of March, no new books appeared in Talking Big World. In addition, it was common knowledge that Leather Knight released a new book today. Therefore, those who bought Talking Big World would first read Leather Knight's new book, Celestial Bane. No one would read other books. That was because they thought they had read all the other books in Talking Big World. Naturally, they would not have thought that a new novel with a non-cultivation theme would appear in Talking Big World today. Even if a small number of people read it later, they only felt that the novel was novel. They did not realize that Dream of the Great Qin would create a new genre in the Tang dynasty's novel world, and that was the genre of transmigration. Although this transmigration was a little unconventional and forced, it was undeniable that it was a huge innovation in the subject matter. Hee. Interesting. Interesting. I didn't expect that one of the three could give me such a big surprise. In the Yamacho office of Yanhuang College, Li Zishuan was the same as Li Tai. He only found out that there was a new novel in Talking Big World at noon. Coincidentally, the novel also had 10 chapters released on the first day. After reading the first 10 chapters, Li Zishuan's heart was filled with astonishment. Of course, there was also some excitement. In Talking Big World, there was finally an author who jumped out of the cycle of imitation and began to innovate. This made him very happy. "Mo Zhong!" Li Zishuan shouted. Just as he finished speaking, Mo Zhong walked in from outside the door. "Yamacho. You were looking for me?" Li Zishuan took out a stack of Tang Yuan from his sleeves and counted it. Then, he handed it to Mo Zhong and said, "Here are 2,000 Tang Yuan. Send it to the workshop and tell Mr. Ma that 1,000 Tang Yuan is a reward from me as the Marquis of Yong, and to the author of Dream of the Great Qin, Hua Gongli. The other 1,000 Tang Yuan is a reward from me as another identity." Another identity? Mo Zhong was a little confused. Li Zishuan waved his hand and said, "Just say it like that. Mr. Ma will definitely understand what I mean." "Yes. Yamacho." "Hey. Wait. Also, help me send a letter over." Chapter 1294. "Oh. Hong Yi, this Hua Gong Li is you, right?" After class in the afternoon, the students who lived nearby went home, while the students who lived far away went to the cafeteria to eat. However, recently, the 2 soccer fields in Lantian County had matches every day. Although the students who lived far away stayed on campus during the weekend, most of them would go out to watch the matches during the day and return to the academy at night. At this time, Chen Tianhua, Hua Hongyi, and Liao Feichen had just finished their dinner. On the path back to the dormitory, Liao Feichen sighed in disbelief. Hee. Feichen, how do you know that Hua Gongli is me?" Hua Hongyi did not deny it. Instead, he joked with interest. Liao Feichen crossed his arms, rolled his eyes, and said, "Hey. Even with my toes, I can guess it's you." Hua Hongyi, 3 words, taking the radical of the last 2 words, isn't that Hua Gongli? Other than you, who else would give themselves this name? Hua Hongyi praised, Feichen is indeed quick-witted. Admirable, admirable. Che. Hongyi, don't give me that. Liao Feichen said unhappily, and then said, hey. But I read Hongyi's Dream of Daqin at noon, and I think it's really interesting. I have a feeling that your book's results won't be bad. Chen Tianhua at the side also interrupted at this time, Feichen is right. Last year when novels were just popular, Hongyi, you didn't want to imitate Legend of a Mortal's journey to immortality. You said that you wanted to write a novel about the main character roaming the Jianghu and doing chivalrous deeds. At that time, we all thought it was very interesting. But we didn't expect that you would use a dream to put the main character in the Qin dynasty and let him do chivalrous deeds in the Qin dynasty. This idea is really too bold, too amazing. Hongyi, can you tell us how you came up with this idea? Yes, yes, yes. I also want to know. Liao Feichen nodded. Hua Hongyi smiled. After thinking for a moment, he sighed heavily and said, when I was young, I also admired those wanderers. I also thought that when I grew up, would go to the famous mountains and rivers to learn martial arts. But when I was old enough, my father died of illness, leaving my mother to support the family alone. At that time, I knew that I had no fate with being a wanderer. Because I wanted to study hard, get a good reputation, and let my mother live a good life. Last year, when Datong Daily's novels were just becoming popular, I did want to write a novel about a ranger's adventures in the Jianghu and upholding justice. This was my childhood dream. But after thinking about it repeatedly, I felt that the story's appeal was not good enough, so I temporarily gave up. When I was admitted to Yanhuang College, I found that Yamacho had opened the door to a new world for us. The earth under our feet is round, people can communicate with each other even if they are far away, and the sun has 7 colors. After entering the college, I felt that inspiration for writing came rolling in. I felt that Yamacho's engineering could change the Tang dynasty and the world. At that time, I had another idea, which was to combine engineering and wanderer. Imagine, if someone is proficient in both martial arts and engineering, how wonderful would his life be? In the current era of peace and prosperity, there might not be much use for people with strong martial arts. However, in a different era, such as the Great Qin that had just unified the 6 nations, there would be no need to worry about not having a place to use these people who were proficient in both martial arts and the workmanship of the Yanhuang Academy. There was no need to worry about not having a place to use them, and there was no need to worry about not being able to achieve great things. In fact, the idea of returning to the Great Qin in a dream was not something that I thought of out of thin air, but I really dreamed about it before. I dreamed that I returned to the Qin dynasty, but my dream was very short. But Hua Ziyu's dream was very long. He wanted to help me complete the dream that I could not complete. The main character of this novel is him, or rather, I am myself. The Qin dynasty destroyed the 6 countries in a remote area. How tyrannical was its strength! But the dynasty only lasted for a short 14 years. Have you ever thought about what kind of sparks we, Yanhuang College's students, who are proficient in engineering, will use our engineering to create when we return to the Qin dynasty? I think that those who read Dream of Great Qin in the future will have this idea, and I call it the sense of immersion. Back then, the reason why The Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality was so popular in the Great Tang was because of this sense of immersion. We are all people with ordinary talent, but Hanli, although his talent was ordinary, he was able to use his own intelligence and hard work to walk a different path to immortality. Those who read The Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality will all be immersed in it, and so this novel was successful. And now, as long as I firmly grasp this point, my Dream of Great Qin will definitely be successful. I firmly believe in it. After saying this, Hua Hongyi's eyes suddenly shot out a dazzling light. At this moment, he was so confident and extraordinary. Chen Tianhua and Liao Feichen were both stunned. It was because of Hua Hongyi's childhood experience, Hua Hongyi's original intention of writing Dream of Great Qin, and even more so because of Hua Hongyi's conclusion of The Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality that swept the Great Tang. After a long time, Chen Tianhua solemnly cupped his hands and said, after listening to Hongyi's words, "This foolish little brother has learned a lot. Now I understand why my and Feichen's novels have never been able to surpass The Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality. It is because we have forgotten our original intentions. Novels are just a product of people's dissatisfaction with reality. Hongyi, you are better than us, and you have done better than us. If you continue to write Dream of Great Qin properly, it might really be able to compete with Leather Knight's Jade Dynasty in the future. If you have any requests in the future, Feichen and I will definitely do our best to help. We only hope that you will never forget your original intentions. Only then can you become a god with one book." Liao Feichen's expression was complicated. He did not expect that the existence of the bottom of the three of them would have the opportunity to take a peek at the supreme throne of the Great Tang novel world. At this time, he also said, "Tianhua is right. After listening to Hongyi's words, we have indeed benefited a lot. Without a doubt, before the workshop closes, I will go and reward my good brother. Although I can't afford to be the Alliance Master, I should still be a Hall Master. Don't you think so?" Although Liao Feichen had been writing novels in Datong daily for more than half a year, 20 strings of coins was still a cut of flesh and blood. Chen Tianhua also reacted and hurriedly said, "Yes, yes, yes. Feichen, let's go to the workshop to reward now." Hey, hey, hey. Don't. We are all good brothers. Why are you treating us like outsiders? Hua Hongyi stopped the two and then said with a smile, "If you two good brothers want a reward, why don't you just give me 20 strings of coins each? If you send it to the workshop will have to split it in half." "Get lost," the two angrily said in unison. Chapter 1295. Guangqing County, Yang Square. There was a house with 3 entrances with the words, "House of Yi" written on it. There were 2 servants guarding the door. Looking at this house, it was obviously a rich family. As night fell, 2 lanterns were lit at the entrance of the house, illuminating the street in front of the house. In a side room in the backyard of the House of Yi. "Monk, I heard from your second uncle that Guangqing County was attacked by a large number of bandits a while ago, so the security in the city was handed over to the state government. But I feel that this is not the case, something is not right." In the side room, little Yu and Yi Fashion sat opposite each other. The dim candlelight shone on their faces, and there was a hint of depression in the silence. Hearing this, Yi Fashion shook his head and said, "I also feel that something is not right. It has been a few months since the bandits attacked Guangqing County. The state government's troops should have dispersed long ago, but now they are still guarding Guangqing County. And from what my second uncle said, Weizhucheng is not in the county. There must be something wrong." Little Yu frowned and thought for a moment. Suddenly, her eyes lit up and she said, "Monk, could it be that your second uncle is hiding something from us? I saw that when he mentioned Weizhucheng, his face was a bit unnatural. He even advised us not to ask about things that we should not ask about, or else he would not be able to protect us. Today, I went to the city to ask a few people about Weizhucheng's whereabouts, but the people said that Weizhucheng left Guangqing County a month ago and returned to the capital to report on his mission. How is this possible? If it is really as they said, we would definitely have seen Weizhucheng County in Chang and before coming to Jianghu." Yi Fashion closed his eyes. After a while, he opened his eyes and said, "Miss Li Yu, your analysis is right. But the reason why my second uncle deliberately hid it from us is because he wants to protect us. The situation in Guangqing County is very delicate now, and anyone can see that there is something wrong. Although my second uncle is only my distant uncle, he has always been close to the Yi family. And he has always been an upright person. He would never harm me." Monk, what are you thinking? I did not say that your second uncle wants to harm us. Seeing that Yi Fashion seemed to have misunderstood, little Yu hurriedly explained, I just wanted to say that your second uncle might think that we are still young and is afraid that we will be implicated in Wei Wucheng's disappearance and meet with misfortune. However, I can directly reveal my identity to your second uncle and say that I was sent by the Marquis of Yong and to investigate the disappearance of Left Deputy Wei. Once your second uncle knows of my backing, he will definitely tell me the truth. Absolutely not. Yi Fashion's expression changed, and he shook his head without thinking. Miss Li Yu, your identity is special, and my cousin has a blood feud with the Chui family. Even I have to deliberately conceal myself in my second uncle's house, and I don't want to see outsiders, let alone you. You don't know how powerful the Chui family is in Jianghu. They have many spies in Guangxing County. If old Chui finds out that you were sent by my cousin, he will definitely bring people to kill you. When that time comes, even my second uncle won't be able to protect you. What's more, the inner city of Guangxing County is heavily guarded, only people can enter and not leave. Even if they kill you and me, my cousin won't be able to get the news in a short period of time. Therefore, your identity cannot be easily revealed. Do you understand? Little Yu bit her lips and nodded. Yes. Fashion, from what you're saying, you also think that the delicate situation in Guangxing County is caused by the Chui family? Yi Fashion said in a deep voice, if it's not the Chui family, who else could it be? This Jianghu provincial governor Pan Jinyue was a retainer of the Chui family. With him around, if old Chui wanted to mobilize the state's army, wouldn't it be easy for him to do something? Little Yu frowned. Then do you think that Left Deputy Wei's disappearance was caused by the Chui family? Yi Fashion stood up with his hands behind his back. It's very possible. The most important thing now is to find Left Deputy Wei as soon as possible. I think he should know something that the Chui family doesn't want him to know. Yes, yes. Great minds think alike, I think so too. Little Yu blinked her eyes playfully, and then frowned. But where should we go to find Left Deputy Wei? When Yi Fashion heard this, he fell into deep thought. Then, his eyes suddenly lit up and he shouted, who is it? Before he could finish his sentence, his whole body had already rushed out of the door, leaving a series of afterimages in the air. Little Yu turned pale with fright and hurriedly followed him out. She saw a person wearing a servant's uniform being stepped under Yi Fashion's foot. Who are you? Why were you sneakily eavesdropping outside the door just now? Yi Fashion asked with a gloomy face. The servant hurriedly waved his hand and said, young master, I didn't eavesdrop. I was ordered by my master to bring you tea and snacks. After saying this, he was afraid that Yi Fashion would not believe him, so he pointed at the teacups, plates, and snacks that were scattered not far away. Yi Fashion frowned. At this time, the commotion here had already alerted the rest of the Yi family. Yi Fashion's second uncle, Yi Minglei, was hurrying over from not far away. Fashion, what happened? Yi Minglei hurriedly walked over and asked when he saw this scene. Yi Fashion's expression changed. He then took a step back and let go of the servant on the ground. He saluted Yi Minglei and said, second uncle, it's nothing. It's just a misunderstanding. Just now, this person came to bring tea and snacks to the Fashion, but the Fashion mistook him for an assassin. The Fashion was reckless, I hope you can forgive him. Oh. So that's what happened. Yi Minglei looked at the servant on the ground and waved his hand with a smile, it's all right. It must be the servant in second uncle's residence who did not follow the rules and caused you to misunderstand. Now that the misunderstanding has been resolved, Fashion and little Yu, you should rest early. Yes. Second uncle. Yes. Uncle Yi. Yi Fashion and little Yu saluted one after another. Yi Minglei nodded and looked at the servant. He said sternly, you are Wang He, right? Next time, be more efficient. If I see you not serving the young master well again, I will chase you out of the Yi family. Yes, yes, yes. I know my mistake. Thank you, master, for your forgiveness. Thank you, young master, for your forgiveness. The servant's face was filled with panic as he knelt down and kowtowed. You may leave. Yi Minglei waved his hand and said. Yes. Master. The servant picked up the scattered snacks and cutlery on the ground and quickly excused himself. Yi Minglei saw that there was nothing to do here. He said a few words of concern to Yi Fashion and then left. Little Yu opened her mouth and was about to say something when Yi Fashion quickly gestured for her to keep quiet. He pointed at the door and said softly, "Let's talk inside." After saying that, he led the way into the house. Little Yu looked around carefully and then followed in. Chapter 1296. Monk, did the servant eavesdrop on us? Yi Mansion. After both of them entered the house, Little Fishy asked Yi Fashion anxiously. After listening to Yi Fashion's analysis, Little Fishy knew how deep the waters of Guangxing County were and how dangerous their current situation was. Hence, she became more cautious in her words and actions. Yi Fashion frowned and shook his head. "I'm not sure either, but I felt that something was wrong with his expression. Miss Li Yu, you should go and rest first. I'll keep an eye on Wang He tonight to see if he has any tricks up his sleeve. As for Wei Zhucheng, if we can't find any news about him within 3 days, I'll go to the provincial governor's mansion secretly to see if there are any clues." Yi Fashion noticed someone outside the door and subdued Wang He in a split second. Today was the first time Little Fishy saw Yi Fashion reveal his martial arts skills, but she was still worried. "Monk, although your martial arts skills seem to be very powerful, the provincial governor's mansion is heavily guarded. If something happens to you, how am I going to explain it to my teacher? No matter what, you can't take the risk alone. At most, I'll reveal my identity to your second uncle and ask him to cooperate with our investigation." Yi Fashion shook his head. "Miss Li Yu, you don't have to worry about me. Those guards in the provincial governor's mansion won't be able to find me. Moreover, Wei Zhucheng is a good official. As a cultivator, we should take on the responsibility of saving lives. If we save Wei Zhucheng, he can save more people in the future. I've made up my mind, you don't have to persuade me anymore. Go back and rest early. I'll keep an eye on Wang He and see if I can find any clues." After saying that, Yi Fashion tightened his clothes and left the house. Li Yu wanted to chase after him, but Yi Fashion's figure was nowhere to be seen. "Humph. So what if you have martial arts skills? Don't you know that people with brains are the most powerful?" Little Fishy stomped her feet in dissatisfaction and returned to her room. But after a while, she walked out again because she suddenly remembered that this was Yi Fashion's room. The next day. Chang'an City. After the explosive first day, Celestial Bane's popularity continued to ferment. On the second day of Dahua Jianghu, Celestial Bane's section was filled with bountiful red rewards. Among them were quite a few prominent figures, such as Crown Prince Li Tai, Princess Chang'e, Prince of Wei, Prince Li Ku, Prince of Han, Cheng Chumo, Zhang Sun Chong, and other sons of high officials and nobles. Almost all of them gave hundreds and thousands of strings of rewards. The number one fan of Celestial Bane was none other than the young master of Misty Rain Villa, Zheng Qianjun. Yesterday morning, he sent someone to send another 5,000 Tang Yuan. In total, he gave 10,000 Tang Yuan, which was 10,000 strings of cash. There were more than 1,100 people who tipped more than 100 strings of coins. In other words, there were over 1,000 League Masters on the first day of Celestial Bane's release. It was a grand occasion that only happened when a legend of a mortal's journey to immortality was released. From this, it could be seen how terrifyingly popular the so-called Leather Knight was in the Tang Dynasty's novel world. Celestial Bane is crazy. It's just the first day of publication and I've already received so much money. It's unbelievable. Yeah. His Highness the Crown Prince and Her Highness the Princess both tipped him 1,000 strings of cash. I wonder who this Leather Knight is, to be able to gain the favor of His Highness the Crown Prince and Her Highness the Princess. If he reveals his identity, the Crown Prince will definitely put him in an important position. He has a bright future ahead of him. But why do I feel that Celestial Bane isn't as exciting as a legend of a mortal's journey to immortality? It's only been 10 chapters. What can we tell from it? It won't be too late to comment after the word count increases. That's right. The beginning of Celestial Bane isn't very exciting, and the fighting isn't intense, but the sentences are beautiful and it's comfortable to read. Who knows, the plot might get more intense and interesting later on. Whoa! Quick, look! Look at the last novel, A Dream Back to Great Qin. There are actually 2 people who gave him 1,000 Tang Yuan as a reward. In a tea house, everyone was commenting on Celestial Bane. Suddenly, someone screamed, and everyone flipped to the last few pages of talking about martial arts world at the same time. That was because Big Word's Martial World had been published for such a long time. Other than Leather Knight, no one else had ever received more than 1,000 Tang Yuan as a reward. After all, money didn't come from nowhere. 1,000 Tang Yuan was not a small sum either. If it wasn't for a novel that they really liked, no one would be willing to tip 1,000 Tang Yuan. Oh my god. The Marquis of Yong actually tipped Hua Gong Li's A Dream Back to Great Qin with 1,000 Tang Yuan yesterday. This. No. Look at the second person who tipped 1,000 Tang Yuan. It's Leather Knight. Oh my god, who is this Hua Gong Li? How did he get the Marquis of Yong and Leather Knight to personally tip him? If I remember correctly, this is the first time Leather Knight tipped someone else's novel, right? And it's a one-time reward of 1,000 Tang Yuan. What is he trying to do? Does he think that Hua Gong Li's Dream Back to Great Qin is a good book? No. I have to take a look. A novel tipped by both the Marquis of Yong and Leather Knight. I have to take a look at it no matter what. That's right. Tong, go and find me the contents of the previous editions of Dreaming of the Great Qin. Yes. Young Master, I found it. Here you go. What do you mean? Why is there only one? Young Master, there's only one. This Dream of Great Qin was only published yesterday. What? You're saying that Dream Back to Great Qin was published on the same day as Celestial Bane? F***ck. This Hua Gong Li has guts. He actually dared to publish it on the same day as Leather Knight. No wonder I've never heard of this book before. I'm definitely going to read this book. Just based on Hua Gong Li's courage, I'm definitely going to read Dream Back to Great Qin. If it's really well written, I'll definitely reward it. After all, even though Leather Knight writes a lot every day, it's still not enough for me to read. The news of Leather Knight and the Marquis of Yong working together to reward a newcomer's novel quickly spread throughout Jianghu city. Furthermore, people slowly realized that this newcomer had published his new book at the same time as Leather Knight yesterday. They couldn't help but admire Hua Gong Li's courage. In an instant, countless people picked up yesterday's Big Words of Jianghu and began to read the brand new story, Dream Back to Great Qin. Hong Yi. You're on fire. You're on fire. Yanhuang College. On Saturday, most of the students who stayed back in school ran out to watch the football match. Hua Hongyi and Chen Tianhua chose to stay in the classroom to write. Suddenly, Liao Feichen ran in from outside the classroom and said excitedly when he saw him. Hua Hongyi raised his head and said in confusion, "I'm on fire." "What fire?" "Feichen, what are you talking about?" Chapter 1297. Hong Yi, you're on fire now. You're rich now. Yamacho and Leather Knight each tipped you 1,000 Tang Yuan. 1,000 Tang Yuan. In a classroom of Yanhuang College. Liao Feichen panted heavily and said with a flushed face. What? Yamacho and Leather Knight each tipped Hong Yi 1,000 Tang Yuan? Chen Tianhua exclaimed. He knew that Hua Hongyi's novel, Dream of Daqin, would be successful, but he didn't expect it to be so successful. He actually won 2,000 Tang Yuan on the first day of publication. This kind of result was probably only The Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality could compare. Hua Hongyi himself was also shocked by the news. Obviously, he didn't expect that he would receive such a huge reward on the first day of publication. After a long while, Hua Hongyi said, Dream of the Great Qin Empire, Great Qin Empire. Feichen, you're not joking with me, right? Liao Feichen said unhappily, Who's joking with you? Here. This is today's bragging world. Why don't you take a look at it yourself? Hua Hongyi took the bragging world from Liao Feichen with trembling hands. He flipped to the end and found the section of Dream of Daqin. Sure enough, at the end of the main text, there were 2 lines of red rewards. Reward, extravagant extravagance, moving me to tears. Sir's talent deserves this reward. Marquis Yong and Li Zishuan tipped Dream of Daqin 1,000 Tang Yuan. It's a rare and innovative book. I hope you can continue to maintain the standard. Reward, extravagant extravagance, moving me to tears. Sir's talent deserves this reward. Leather Knight tipped Dream of Daqin 1,000 Tang Yuan. 1,000 cups of wine is not enough when drinking with a bosom friend. Sir, you've opened a new path and are creative. You should be my bosom friend. It's true, it's actually true. Hua Hongyi's whole body was trembling. Obviously, he was too excited. At this moment, his lips trembled as he said, Mother, you don't have to work for others anymore. Father, your son has made a name for himself. You can rest in peace now. Seeing this, Chen Tianhua stood up and patted Hua Hongyi's shoulder and said, Hong Yi, Feichen and I are happy for you. If your mother knows about this, she will be happy for you too. Why don't you go home now? Although Feichen said Feichen. If my mother saw so much money, she would definitely ask me where I got it from. If she knew that I earned that money by writing novels, she would be furious. Why? Liao Feichen frowned and didn't understand. Hua Hongyi frowned and said, Because my mother's biggest wish is for me to study hard and pass the imperial examinations. To her, writing novels is not a proper occupation. I'll wait for the Academy's monthly break before I go back. I'll give her a portion of the money and say that it's a scholarship from the Academy's monthly exam. With that money, she won't have to work as hard as before. Oh. I see. Chen Tianhua and Liao Feichen were enlightened and expressed their understanding. After a while, Liao Feichen laughed and said, Haha. Today is a happy occasion. Hong Yi, if you don't treat us, how can it be justified? Why don't we go to the Drunken Immortal restaurant in Lantian County at noon? Hua Hongyi wasn't stingy. These 2 were brothers who helped him during his most difficult times. Therefore, he said straightforwardly, Haha. No problem. Drunken Immortal restaurant it is. Tianhua, Feichen, order whatever you want today, it's my treat. But you'll have to pay for me first. The royalties for Bragging World won't be paid until the beginning of next month. Li Zishuan and Pai Xiaojue's 2,000 combo grand rewards could be considered as a super strong advertisement for Dream of Daqin. Today, the number of readers who followed Dream of Daqin suddenly increased by dozens of times. When people saw such a novel idea, they all cried out in satisfaction. After all, they had never read a time travel novel like this before. If people who read it thought it was good, they would definitely recommend it to the people around them. Therefore, the good reputation caused Dream of Daqin to become popular on the second day. The number of people who rewarded it was also countless. Although the total amount of rewards couldn't be compared to Celestial Bane, Dream of Daqin still sat firmly on the second throne of Bragging World, making other authors envious. Guancheng County, Yi Mansion. Monk. Monk. Early in the morning, Yi Minglei came to the backyard and shouted as he walked towards Yi Fashion's room. "Uncle Yi, the monk isn't here." At this moment, Little Fishy came out from another room and quickly replied. Yi Minglei was puzzled. "The monk isn't here? Where did he go so early in the morning?" Little Fishy pretended to be nonchalant and replied, "The monk said he went out to buy something and will be back soon." "Why? Uncle Yi, are you looking for the monk? I'll ask him to look for you when he's back." "Oh. It's nothing. It's nothing." Yi Minglei's eyes flashed and he quickly said with a smile, "I just wanted to remind the two of you that the city hasn't been peaceful for the past few days. If there's nothing, it's best that you don't leave the residence. If there's anything you want to buy, just ask the servants to buy it for you." Little Fishy blinked and asked in a seemingly casual manner, "The city hasn't been peaceful for the past few days? Uncle Yi, do you have some news? Can you tell me a little?" Yi Minglei's expression suddenly became unnatural. He quickly waved his hand and said, "No, no, no. I don't know anything. Miss Fishy, you must tell him what I said just now. I'm on duty at the county office." After that, he turned around and left. Little Fishy felt that something was wrong with Yi Minglei. She stood there and frowned for a while before turning around and returning to her room. With a creak, Little Fishy pushed open the door and entered. However, she was almost scared to death because when she came out just now, the side room was still empty. However, at this moment, there were two more people, one standing, and the other lying on the ground. "Phew! It's the monk. When did you come to my room? And who is he?" When Little Fishy saw that there were two more people in the room, she subconsciously wanted to scream loudly. However, when she saw the appearance of the people standing in the room, she quickly suppressed the urge to scream. She patted her chest, heaved a sigh of relief, and asked, "I saw that you were talking to my second uncle, so I came in through the window at the back." Yi Fashion nodded at Little Fishy, then pointed at the person lying on the floor and said, "As for him, you've seen him before. He's Wang He from last night." Chapter 1298. Wang He? What is he doing here? In a room in the backyard of the Yi residence. When Little Yu heard that the person lying on the floor was the servant Wang He who was eavesdropping on them last night, she was puzzled at first. Then, she asked, "Monk, did he really eavesdrop on our conversation last night? And today, did he go out to inform someone?" Yi Fashion looked at Little Yu with admiration and nodded, "Yes. Last night, it was already late so he did not leave the residence. But this morning, he left the residence through the back door. He was sneaky and looked back every few steps. He was very careful. I followed him all the way to the county office. I was worried that he would reveal our identities so I knocked him out in an alley opposite the county office and brought him back." "County office?" Little Yu frowned and said, "Monk, are you saying that Wang He's master is a member of the county office? That is to say, someone sent him to hide in your second uncle's residence to gather information?" Yi Fashion looked serious and said, "Although there is no conclusive evidence, it is not far from the truth. However, before we came here, we didn't inform my second uncle. This Wang He has stayed in the Yi family for more than 3 years, so he definitely isn't hiding in the residence just to investigate our identities. He. At least you are not too stupid." "I think so too." Little Yu smiled and analyzed, "I think Wang He is your second uncle's rival in the county office. He must have unintentionally eavesdropped on our conversation last night. After that, he thought that our identities would be useful to his master so he went to inform him. Tell me, am I right?" Yi Fashion looked at Li Yu and asked curiously, "Why did my cousin want you to be a reporter in the Datong Daily editorial department? Why not go to the Yamen as a constable? I think this is more suitable for you." "Humph. The Yamen is filled with a bunch of stinky men. I am not going." Little Fishy wrinkled her nose, snorted, and said, "Hey. Seriously, Fashion, think about it. Does your second uncle have any rivals in the county office?" Yi Fashion shook his head. "How would I know? I haven't been to Guangxing County for many years. Besides, second uncle wouldn't tell me about this." Li Yu said unwillingly, "Then what should we do?" It wasn't easy to find a clue, but now it's broken again. Isn't it easy for Miss Li Yu to find out who the other party is? Why don't we just ask him? Yi Fashion pointed at the unconscious Wang He on the ground and said indifferently. "Yeah." Little Fishy's eyes lit up. She then looked at Yi Fashion with a strange expression and asked, "But Fashion, as a Taoist, shouldn't you be kind to others and not kill easily?" Yi Fashion said faintly, "Stopping killing with killing is also a meritorious deed. Miss Li Yu, please get a basin of cold water." "Yes. All right." Li Yu looked at Yi Fashion in surprise, then left the room. A moment later, a basin of cold water was splashed on Wang He's face. Wang He finally woke up. "Where am I?" "Huh? Little young master, you. What are you trying to do? Someone, help." Wang He looked into the room and his face was filled with panic. He wanted to shout for help, but the moment the word help left his mouth, he stopped abruptly because there was a cold dagger on his neck. "You're just a servant of the Yi family. Even if I kill you, second uncle won't say anything and the government won't find trouble with me. If you still want to shout, then go ahead." Yi Fashion suppressed the discomfort in his heart and said coldly. Although he had spoken nicely to Li Yu just now, this was the first time he had done something like this. As the direct descendant of the Yi clan of Nanyang, he had never seen blood in his life. However, in order to help Li Yu, in order to find Wei Zheng's whereabouts, and in order for them to leave Guangxing County safely, he had to make himself cold and ruthless. Spare my life. Little young master, spare my life." Wang He, who was in a life-and-death crisis, didn't know that Yi Fashion was just putting up a strong front. Feeling the cold dagger on his neck, he was so scared that he almost wet his pants. "Little young master, I don't have any enmity with you. Why do you want to kill me? Please spare my life." "Shut up. Next I'll ask and you'll answer. If you say another word, I'll..." While speaking, Yi Fashion suppressed the fear and uneasiness in his heart and pushed the dagger on Wang He's neck. In an instant, there was a blood mark on his neck. Good. Little young master, please ask. If I know, I'll tell you everything. Wang He said with a face of fear. Yi Fashion's face was cold as he asked, "Let me ask you. You were sneaking around this morning. What were you going to do?" Wang He rolled his eyes and said, "Little young master, I wasn't sneaking around. I was going out to buy some fish for the kitchen. Little young master, please understand." "Humph. Still lying?" Yi Fashion snorted and said, "You should go to the market to buy fish. Why did you go to the county office? Don't think that I don't dare to kill you." After saying that, he pushed the dagger in his hand into Wang He's neck. Blood immediately oozed out from Wang He's neck. Little Yu covered her mouth and didn't dare to look anymore. Wang He was scared out of his wits. At this moment, he really felt the threat of death. He hurriedly cried and begged, "Little young master, please spare my life. Little young master, please spare my life. I'll tell you everything. Please spare my life." "Humph. Then hurry up and say it." Yi Fashion secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Although Wang He's neck was cut, it didn't break any blood vessels. It wasn't a big deal. He had a sense of propriety. From the beginning to the end, he had never thought of killing anyone. If he really met someone who wasn't afraid of death, he would probably be at his wit's end. Wang He didn't dare to hide anything and hurriedly said, It's Registrar Zheng. I went to report to Registrar Zheng. Registrar Zheng asked me to monitor the Yi residence. If I discover anything that's unfavorable to Old Master, I have to report to him. Unfavorable to my second uncle? Yi Fashion frowned and asked, What did you eavesdrop on last night? Wang He hesitated for a moment and gritted his teeth. I heard that Miss Yu was sent by Duke Yong and to look for Left Deputy Wei. In this month, everyone who came from Chang and was arrested by the provincial governor's residence. Old Master hid you in the residence. If the provincial governor knew about this, Old Master would be sentenced to prison. So I wanted to take this information to Registrar Zheng to exchange for money. I know my mistake. I hope little young master will spare my life. Humph. You're a traitor who lives off me. Yi Fashion was furious when he heard this. He couldn't help but punch Wang He in the stomach. The latter instantly arched his body in pain. Bam! Yi Fashion used his palm to chop the back of Wang He's head. The latter made an ugh sound and fainted again. Miss Li Yu, help me find a rope. I want to tie him up and hand him over to second uncle. Chapter 1299. 2 in 1 chapter. Monk, you want to hand Wang He over to your second uncle? Then are you going to tell your second uncle about the purpose of our trip? Li Yu asked cautiously. Yi Minglei's words in the morning and the collusion between Wang He and the county magistrate made her feel that the current situation in Guan City was complicated and confusing. It was like the calm before the storm. Miss Li Yu, take a look at this first. I bought it on my way back. Yi Fashion shook his head and did not answer Li Yu's question directly. Instead, he took out a roll of paper from his sleeve and passed it to her. What is this? Little Yu took it and read the content clearly. She could not help but be shocked. Jianghu Daily? Monk, who is so bold to print newspapers privately? Ever since Li Yu sent you Shernan and the rest to monitor the content of Datong Daily was officially taken over by the state. Although the imperial court did not make any explicit rules, it was an undeniable fact that it was forbidden to publish newspapers privately. After all, the imperial court had to control public opinion. But now, there was a newspaper similar to Datong Daily in Jianghu. This was shocking. What was the Jianghu provincial governor trying to do? Or what was the Chui family trying to do? Yi Fashion said in a low voice, read the content first. Li Yu obeyed and lowered her head to read it carefully. The more she read, the more surprised she was. Tang Dynasty Daily had 3 sections: interaction between literati, current news, and boastful words of Jianghu. However, Zhengzhou Daily only had 1 section that was similar to interaction between literati. It was full of articles written by great Confucians. What shocked Little Yu was not this, but the content of the articles. The current emperor did not obtain the throne properly. He killed his brother and imprisoned his father. Heaven and earth cannot tolerate this. The fake emperor, Li Shimin, is of Hu blood. He destroyed the foundation of the Han people. He should be punished by both humans and gods. Taking over one's brother and sister-in-law. Violating human relations. Destroying morality. Everyone should abandon him. The descendants of Yan and Huang, the Han people, should rise in rebellion. Destroy the tyrant, restore morality, and restore order to the people. The titles of these articles were shocking enough, not to mention the content. Li Yu could not help but break out in cold sweat. Monk, is someone trying to incite the people of Jianghu to rebel? Putting down the newspaper, Li Yu's face was frighteningly pale. After a while, she looked at Yi Fashion and asked. She had initially decided to come to Jianghu because she thought that Wei Zheng had been retaliated against by some corrupt officials. She wanted to investigate clearly. However, she had never expected that the waters in Jianghu were so deep that there were actually people who wanted to rebel. This was equivalent to poking a hole in the sky. Yi Fashion's expression wasn't any better. His eyes were like lightning as he looked at Li Yu and said word by word, "It's not that someone is inciting the people to revolt, but that within Jianghu, the Cui family is planning a coup d'état from top to bottom. In the morning, second uncle told us not to go out for the next 2 days, so I think they will definitely take action in the next 2 days." Li Yu's expression changed. Her heart was also in turmoil. "Monk, do you know how long this Jianghu Dahlia has been published?" Yi Fashion's expression was gloomy. I asked the bookstore owner. He said that a month ago, Guangxing County already had the Jianghu Daily. At the beginning, the content was still normal. However, later on, there were many articles criticizing His Majesty and attacking the court. All of them were written by famous scholars in Jianghu. These scholars often have students all over the country and have a great influence. In addition, this month, there were many scholars giving lectures in Guangxing County. The content of their lectures were all criticizing His Majesty. As the saying goes, 3 people make a tiger. These scholars have always had a high reputation among the people. Now, there are many people in Jianghu who are hostile towards the court and His Majesty. As long as there is someone who wants to incite them, this group of people will become the vanguard of the aristocratic family's rebellion against the court. Little Yu's face was aghast. She staggered back 2 steps and said, "If that's really the case, then what should we do? Also, where is Wei Wuxia now? Could he have been harmed by them? I don't know. However, I plan to make a trip to the provincial governor's office tonight. Time waits for no one. We have to find Wei Wuxia's whereabouts as soon as possible. But before that, I have to talk to my second uncle. Fashion, are you going to tell Uncle Yi the purpose of our trip?" Yi Fashion sighed helplessly and said, "Let's go first and see what happens next." Little Yu also frowned and sighed. She said, "I didn't expect old grandfather Cui to become so smart. Last time in Chang'an, Sir made use of the fierce public opinion to chase old grandfather Cui back to his ancestral land in Jianghu. Today, old grandfather Cui is giving him a taste of his own medicine. He is using public opinion to incite the people to rebel against the court. Although using Jianghu to rebel against the entire Tang Empire is tantamount to throwing an egg at a rock and they don't have much chance of winning, these people who are controlled by public opinion will have to pay with their lives for the Cui family's ambition. When the time comes, who knows how many people will die." In the evening, Yi Minglei returned from the county yamen. The moment he entered, he was invited to the backyard by Yi Fashion. Yi Fashion told Yi Minglei about how Wang He secretly went to the county yamen in the morning to inform him. When Yi Minglei heard the news, his eyes darkened. After a moment of silence, he said, "Men. Old master." At this moment, 2 powerful servants came in. The 2 of them bowed and said. Yi Minglei's eyes were cold as he ordered, "Drag Wang He away. Drown him in the pond. Old master, please spare me. Old master, please spare me. I know my mistake. I won't dare to do it again." Wang He was tied up like a dumpling. When he heard that Yi Minglei wanted to drown him, he immediately struggled violently and begged for mercy. "Take him away." Yi Minglei was unmoved and said coldly. Only then did the 2 servants react. They quickly dragged Wang He away. "Old master. I know my mistake. Spare me. Spare me. Ha ha ha. Yi Minglei, if you kill me, you won't live for long. The county magistrate and the registrar will avenge me." Avenge. Outside the house, Wang He's pleas and vicious cries were getting further and further away. At this moment, Yi Minglei turned around and looked at Yi Fashion with a burning gaze. He asked, "Fashion, you didn't come here just to visit second uncle, right?" Although it was a good thing for Yi Minglei that Wang He was caught for leaking information, the person who caught Wang He was Yi Fashion. Under normal circumstances, Yi Fashion would not follow a servant. Hence, there was definitely something fishy going on. Yi Minglei had been in the bureaucracy for a long time. How could he not have thought of this? Under his intense gaze, Yi Fashion nodded slowly and said, "Second uncle's guess is correct. This Fashion did not come here just to visit you. But before I tell you the truth, I would like to ask second uncle, which is the most important in your heart, the Chui family or the emperor?" After saying that, Yi Fashion's eyes stared unblinkingly at Yi Minglei's face. Yi Minglei frowned deeply and his expression changed. "Fashion, why would you ask such a question? Second uncle, don't hide it from me. Although I don't fully understand the current situation in Jianghu, I still know a little about it. As an official of the imperial court, you should know that the Jianghu daily is a taboo, not to mention the articles that incite the people to rebel against the imperial court. Now that things have come to this, I want to know, second uncle, which side will you stand on? Will you go with the flow and betray the imperial court, or will you expose the traitors and turn the tide?" As Yi Fashion spoke, he took out the newspaper from his sleeve. Yi Minglei's expression immediately darkened. Beside him, little Yu was also extremely nervous. If Yi Minglei chose to stand against the imperial court, then both of them would probably die today. Yi Minglei's expression changed. After a while, he finally opened his mouth and said, "Fashion, second uncle can't stand on either side. I'm just a lowly county magistrate. I don't have any troops or authority. If I stand on either side, my family will be destroyed. Fashion, since you've already guessed some things, then I'll tell you everything today. Ever since old Master Chui was sent back to Jianghu in the first month of the year, Wei Zhuqiang had followed the imperial edict and carried out a comprehensive investigation of the Chui family's illegal activities. However, the Chui family had been in Jianghu for many years and had long been deeply rooted. Wei Zhuqiang's stubbornness was met with a lot of opposition from the lower-level officials. Although they didn't dare to openly challenge Wei Zhuqiang, they could still secretly oppose him. However, Wei Zhuqiang's character was unyielding. How could he tolerate his subordinates' opposition to him? Using the power granted by the emperor, he dismissed the county magistrates of 5 counties in Jianghu. In a short period of time, the officials of Jianghu were in danger. Just as Wei Zhuqiang was about to wield the butcher's knife against the Chui family, on the 15th of the first month, a group of bandits near Meishan, numbering at least a few hundred people, infiltrated Guangxing County in batches and suddenly exploded. Thousands of people were injured and Guangxing County was in chaos. Jiangzhou's provincial governor, Pan Jinyue, urgently ordered 6,000 state troops to enter the city to eliminate the bandits. After the commotion was quelled, Wei Zhuqiang went missing. The imperial guards who came with Wei Zhuqiang were all killed. When the provincial governor learned of this, he was furious and ordered the provincial government to lock down the city. No one was allowed to leave. Li Yu and Yi Fashion couldn't help but widen their eyes. They never thought that so many things would happen in the few months that Wei Zheng had been in Jiangzhou. Crazy. This group of people is crazy. They actually dared to collude with the bandits and murder an important official of the imperial court. This is a serious crime that can lead to the execution of 9 generations of the family. Li Yu's eyes were filled with shock. With her intelligence, she almost instantly understood where the bandits came from. It was nothing more than the Chui family wanting to remove Wei Zheng, this stumbling block, so they deliberately colluded with the bandits to create chaos. However, Wei Zheng was the dignified left prime minister, one of the important officials that Li Er relied on the most. Since the Chui family dared to do this, it meant that they were prepared to rebel against the imperial court. Yi Minglei shook his head and said, "Even Miss Li Yu could see through this matter, how can others not see through it? How can this old man not see through it?" However, the Chui family is powerful, and together with the provincial governor of Jiangzhou, the news can't be spread. This month, Provincial Governor Pan ordered the Guangxing County Yamen to organize people and set up the editorial department of Jiangzhou Daily. The content of the newspaper will be written by his right-hand men. The editorial department is only responsible for typesetting and printing. I'm sure you have seen the articles written by the provincial governor's right-hand men. In addition, they will also send scholars to each county to give lectures and spread the news that the emperor is not righteous and cruel. Not only that, all the entrances of Jiangzhou's official roads will be guarded by state troops to prevent people from leaving Jiangzhou to inform the imperial court. This old man is just a small county deputy without any troops or authority. In such a dangerous situation, other than protecting myself, what else can I do? If I join the Cui family in rebelling against the imperial court, then I will definitely lose my reputation and be exterminated. After all, although the Cui family is powerful in Jiangzhou, it is difficult for them to contend against the imperial court. Failure is only a matter of time. However, if this old man opposes the Cui family and goes to inform the imperial court, then my entire Yi family will die without a burial ground. Therefore, this old man can only help no one. I will try my best to avoid any involvement and try my best to distance myself from any involvement. In this way, even if the imperial court blames me, I will only lose my official position. However, the dozens of people in the Yi family will be spared. Yi Fashion and Li Yu couldn't help but fall silent after listening. It turned out that Yi Minglei was a bystander. Although he didn't have much power, his heart was as clear as a mirror. He had already seen through the situation in Jiangzhou. What he wanted was very simple. He just wanted to protect the lives of his entire family. Second uncle, it's not wrong for you to choose to protect yourself. However, have you ever thought that when the Cui family really wants to rebel, they will not tolerate a subordinate who wavers between two sides? Those who achieve great things will plan before acting, let alone something as big as a rebellion. Fashion dares to guarantee that before the rebellion, the Cui family will force you to make your stand clear. When that time comes, what will you do? In the room, the three of them were silent for a moment. Then, Yi Fashion looked at Yi Minglei and said in a low voice. Yi Minglei's face instantly turned ugly. Obviously, he hadn't thought of this point. Perhaps, although he had thought of it, he was still holding on to the hope that he could numb himself. To put it bluntly, he was running away. Fashion, you've grown up. However, in this situation, what can this old man do? Since I'm going to die either way, I might as well drag this out a little longer. Perhaps there's still a chance of survival. If I agree with the Cui family now or turn against them, then there will be no turning back in the future. Yi Minglei said with a pained expression. He was now in a dilemma. If he stood on the Cui family's side now, then when the imperial court came to settle the score, he definitely wouldn't be able to escape. If he turned against the Cui family, then he wouldn't be able to escape now. Therefore, all he could do now was drag this out. Uncle Yi, instead of waiting for death, why don't we fight with all our might? Perhaps there's still a chance of survival? At this moment, Li Yu stood up and said. Yi Fashion opened his mouth, wanting to stop her. However, Li Yu returned a reassuring look and then looked at Yi Minglei with a serious expression. Only then did Yi Minglei look at Li Yu. After a moment, he narrowed his eyes and said, Miss Little Yu, your identity shouldn't be simple, right? Chapter 1300. A few days ago, when Yi Fashion brought Li Yu to seek refuge with Yi Minglei, he only told him that this lady was called Little Yu, and was a good friend of his. At that time, Yi Minglei thought that this lady was Yi Fashion's sweetheart, so he did not ask much. But these few days when they lived in the manor, the two of them did not show any signs of intimacy. They really seemed like good friends, which made Yi Minglei very suspicious. At this moment, Li Yu's provocative words made him start to seriously examine this lady in front of him. Li Yu smiled and said, Uncle Yi, I am from the Chang and Datong Daily Editorial Department. Little Yu, was not stupid. From the previous few conversations, she could tell that Yi Minglei was a hesitant faction and could not be considered as the Cui family's lackey. Since that was the case, she had a chance to win Yi Minglei over to their side. After all, Jiangzhou's current dangerous situation could not be solved by just her and Yi Fashion, these two outsiders. If she could win Yi Minglei over, then it would be much easier for them to do things. Although Yi Minglei had no military power, he was after all the county magistrate of Guangcheng County, so he had a lot of information. If she wanted to win Yi Minglei over, then she could only come clean and tell him the truth. From the Datong Daily editorial department? Just a few words, but it was like a rolling thunder, shaking Yi Minglei's heart and soul. After a while, Yi Minglei came back to his senses and asked, "This old man used to read Datong Daily every day. There were many current news articles written by a person called Li Yu. Could it be you?" Mentioning this, little Yu was abnormally happy and said, "Yes, yes, yes. It's me. It's me." Yi Minglei's gaze focused and asked, "Then Lady Li Yu, why are you here? Could it be that His Majesty or Marquis Yong already know about the current situation in Guangcheng County? If the imperial court knew about the news and took action in advance, he might be able to make some arrangements to protect his family." To his disappointment, Little Fishy shook her head and said, "The imperial court and Sir, oh, it's the Marquis of Yong. It's just that I'm used to calling him Sir. Actually, the imperial court and Sir don't know what's going on in Jiangzhou. I only heard that Jiangzhou was in chaos some time ago, and I was worried that a good official like Wei Zhucheng would be harmed by scoundrels, so I asked teacher to let me come to Jiangzhou to investigate. I didn't expect the Chui family to be so daring as to plot a rebellion." From these words, it wasn't difficult to discern that Li Yu had a rather good relationship with Li Zishuan, and this caused Yi Minglei to be unable to help but have a whole new level of respect for Li Yu. "Miss Li Yu, how many guards did Marquis send to escort you this time? Where are they now? Did you sneak into the city?" Li Yu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It turned out that this person was still hoping that he could call for reinforcements. Speaking of which, she couldn't even protect herself now, all right? "Uncle Yi, Little Fishy only has Fa Shan by her side this time," Li Yu said weakly. When Yi Minglei heard this, he couldn't help but be disappointed. "With just the two of you, how am I supposed to fight with all my might? When the time comes, I'll only have 2 more heads. From what I see, it's better for the 2 of you to hide during this period of time. After all, this matter has nothing to do with you." Even at this time, Yi Minglei had never thought of harming Yi Fashion and Li Yu. From this, it could be seen that he could be considered a righteous man. It was just that he had his family behind him that he had to be wary of, so he had no choice but to be an ostrich for the time being. Li Yu bowed and said, "Many thanks for Uncle Ye's good intentions, but I'm definitely going to take care of this matter. I can't just stand by and watch the people of Jiangzhou be deceived and muddled into rebelling. When the time comes, they'll end up with their families ruined. They're innocent. Although I didn't bring any guards with me this time, but with the current situation in the city, no matter how many guards I bring, it's useless. If we want to break out of this situation, we can't fight them head-on, we can only use our wits." Yi Fashion nodded, his face full of agreement. Yi Minglei frowned and said, "How do we use our wits?" Li Yu smiled and said, "Before answering this question, I'd like to ask Uncle Yi, is Wei Zhucheng dead or alive? If he's still alive, where is he now? If they could find Wei Zheng, then everything would be easy." The civil officials of the early Tang dynasty were not as weak as the civil officials of the Song, Ming and Qing dynasties. Most of the civil officials at this time had fought with the army, and Wei Zheng was not an exception. At the end of the Sui dynasty, when the 18 rebellions rose up, Wei Zheng was even a dog-head military advisor for Li Mi in Wagong village. So, although Wei Zheng was not good at war, in terms of commanding, Old Wei still had his own way of doing things. Now, if they could find him and let him command, then their chances of breaking out of this situation would be much higher. Yi Minglei thought for a while and replied, "I don't know if Wei Zhucheng is dead or alive. The county government and state government have no news of his whereabouts. But I feel that Wei Wuxiang is definitely not dead. Why does Uncle Yi say so? Li Yu's eyes lit up as he asked excitedly. Yi Minglei replied, because we haven't found Wei Wuxiang's body. As for the Imperial Army guards that came with Wei Wuxiang, they were all stabbed to death. So this old man thinks that Wei Wuxiang was either captured and imprisoned, so he hasn't shown himself recently, or he has already escaped. Li Yu smiled and said, I think so too. Oh. Right. Uncle Yi, you told me this morning that fashion and I should not leave the house for the next 2 days. Is something big going to happen soon? Yi Minglei stroked his beard and said, Indeed. 2 days later, there will be a grand lecture in the city. At that time, Provincial Governor Pan and Old Master Chui will be there. Other than that, I heard that Old Master Zheng will be there too. Old Master Zheng? Li Yu and Yi Fashion exclaimed at the same time. Just the Chui clan was already so powerful. If the Zheng clan were to step in and rebel, then the imperial court would really have to go to war and have a headache. This is the latest news that I heard from the county government. Yi Minglei nodded and replied, obviously, Old Master Chui knows that with their strength alone, they can't shake the foundation of the imperial court. So, Old Master Chui approached Jianghu city. Did the Zheng family's great-grandfather agree? Li Yu asked anxiously. This, I'm not sure. But in 2 days' time, everything will be clear. Yi Minglei shook his head. Second uncle, I want to go to the provincial governor's mansion tonight. I want to see if Wei Wuxiang is imprisoned in the state government. Yi Fashion cupped his hands and said to Yi Minglei. Chapter 1301. The situation in Jianghu was treacherous, but in Chang'an City, it was still peaceful. The people were still enjoying the peace and happiness brought about by the peaceful times. From the officials to the commoners, no one had noticed the fatal danger hidden under the prosperous times. Yamacho, is there any news from Little Yu, Lantian County, Yunshan residence. Li Zishuan was watering the flowers in the front yard when Meng Wenhao knocked on the door and entered. He asked worriedly. It was the end of March, the season for flowers to bloom. Li Zishuan's residence had many orchids planted in the front yard. As one of the 4-flower gentlemen, orchids had their own unique charm. In his previous life, his family was always busy making a living, so he didn't have time to do this. But in this life, he had a house, a car, and a high status. He had nothing to do, so planting orchids could improve his character, right? This wasn't trying to be cultured, but he just had nothing to do sometimes. Oh. Wenhao is here. Come in and have a seat. I'll be back after watering these 2 pots of orchids. Li Zishuan heard, raised his head, and said plainly. He didn't like to leave things unfinished. Although he was worried about Li Yu, the 2 places were hundreds of miles apart. There was no use worrying. He was waiting for Li Yu's news. Only when he understood the situation over there, could he make the next step. And he believed that Li Yu would definitely send him news. Mountain, Meng Wenhao was so anxious that he was about to get angry. He wanted to urge him, but he saw Li Zishuan's serious face. So, he could only wait patiently. After about half an hour, Li Zishuan put down the kettle and turned around. Meng Wenhao couldn't wait to ask again, Yamacho, Little Yu, okay. I know what you want to ask. Come in with me. Li Zishuan waved his hand and said with a smile. Then, he turned and walked into the house. Meng Wenhao quickly followed. Here. Look at this. Li Zishuan brought Meng Wenhao directly to the study room. He pointed at the iron box on the desk and said to Meng Wenhao. Speaking of which, Li Zishuan's study was not ordinary. Any one of the secrets in it could allow a person to live a lifetime without worrying about food and drink. Now that he had brought Meng Wenhao in, it showed that Li Zishuan valued this disciple very much. Telegraph? What is Yamacho trying to tell me? Meng Wenhao took a closer look and couldn't help but ask doubtfully. When Yanhuang College first opened, Li Zixuan had demonstrated the magic of this thing in front of all the students. Of course, he recognized it. Li Zixuan clasped his hands behind his back and said, "Do you still remember? Previously, when little Fishy went to Jianghu, I gave her a telegraph. If there is an emergency, she will send a message to me through the telegraph." Meng Wenhao came to a realization and said, "Oh. So that was how it was. May I ask, Yamacho, has little Yu sent any news back recently?" Li Zixuan shook his head and said, "Not yet. According to the time, she should have only been in Jianghu for a few days." "Wenhao, you don't have to worry." Meng Wenhao nodded, but he was still a little worried and said, "Then Yamacho, do you think she will encounter any mishaps on the way? Did the telegraph also fall into the hands of thieves?" Li Zixuan couldn't help but laugh. Once a person was anxious, it was easy for their imagination to run wild. Although Meng Wenhao was intelligent, he couldn't get around this hurdle. "Wenhao. As the saying goes, you will be confused if you care too much. Don't think too much. My cousin Yi Fashion went to Hunan province with little Yu, this time. Although his martial arts can't compare to the older generation of Jianghu masters, it won't be a problem to deal with some ordinary thieves." "Oh." When Meng Wenhao heard this, he nodded thoughtfully. Although he wasn't so worried anymore, there was still a trace of jealousy in his heart. After all, when little Yu's fortune was unpredictable, the one who was helping her was not him, but Yi Fashion. Wenhao, as the saying goes, there is a specialization in every field. Your specialization is in your studies. Don't think about those useless things. When you learn engineering thoroughly, you will realize that the most powerful force in the world is not those peerless masters, but engineering. Do you understand? Li Zixuan had lived 2 lives, and his eyes were sharp. How could he not see through Meng Wenhao's little scheme? Seeing this, he said meaningfully. Meng Wenhao felt ashamed for being seen through by the person he respected the most. He blushed and bowed, saying, "Thank you, Yamacho, for reminding me. I really shouldn't have those dirty thoughts. When I go back, I will reflect on it." "All right. I don't mean to blame you." Li Zixuan waved his hand. He could see that this child was just a little jealous and didn't have any malicious thoughts. His temperament was still good. Then again, anyone in Meng Wenhao's situation would inevitably feel jealous even if they didn't say it. This was human nature. "Wenhao, you go back first. If there is any news about little Fishy, I will send someone to inform you," Li Zixuan said with a smile. Meng Wenhao cupped his hands and said with a pleading face, "Yamacho, I wonder if you can let Wenhao take care of the telegraph for a few days. I feel that the current situation in Jianghu is not simple. Little Fishy is like a wolf in a tiger's den. I am really worried. Yamacho, you are busy every day and can't keep an eye on the telegraph all the time. However, Wenhao is free these 2 days and is willing to take care of it. I hope Yamacho will allow it." Li Zixuan hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded and said, "All right. I can promise you. However, this telegraph is the highest secret of the Tang Empire and cannot be casually leaked. I will lend it to you, but you must use it on Yunshan and cannot take it out of Yunshan. Therefore, you will stay in the academy's dormitory for the next 2 days." It was not that he did not trust Meng Wenhao, but the telegraph was a technology that was ahead of its time. If it was stolen and controlled by someone else, it would be a considerable loss to the Tang Empire. After all, it was not an exaggeration to say that this thing could be used in the military. Meng Wenhao nodded without hesitation and said, "Yamacho, no problem. I will stay in the academy for the next 2 days." That's good. You can take the telegraph machine away." "Oh, right, this is a codebook. If little Fishy really sends back a message in the next 2 days, translate the code and send it to me as soon as possible." Do you understand? Li Zishuan took out a small booklet and instructed. The booklet recorded the communication codes of the 2 telegraph machines that he and Little Fishy owned. Meng Wenhao solemnly accepted it and cupped his hands. I understand. Then you can go. Li Zishuan waved his hand and said. Meng Wenhao gratefully bowed deeply to Li Zishuan, then carried the iron box of the telegraph machine, the fruit battery, and the codebook out of the door. Chapter 1302. Jianghu, Guangxing County. As the sky darkened, the people on the streets hurriedly returned to their homes. If they returned late, they would be arrested and sent to jail. During the early Tang dynasty, it wasn't just Chang and that had a curfew system. The entire Tang dynasty had a curfew system in place. After all, the world had just stabilized and the rulers needed a stable social order. Nighttime was the time when all sorts of criminal activities were high. At the same time, it was also the time when the rulers were most worried. Throughout China's ancient history, many coups and revolts were launched at night. Therefore, nighttime became the time when the rulers were most vigilant. The best way was to let the people return to their homes to eat and sleep as soon as the sky darkened. After another half an hour, the sky was completely dark. All the doors of the houses were closed and teams of soldiers began to patrol the streets. Tonight, there was no moon and there was a light breeze. The sky was as dark as ink. No one noticed that in a mansion on the west side of Guangxing County, a black shadow darted out. The black shadow's qigong was quite good. Along the way, he darted across the roofs of the houses without making a single sound. Under the protection of the night, not a single patrolling soldier noticed his presence. After a while, the black shadow arrived near a mansion in the center of Guangxing County. Under the light of the lanterns in front of the mansion, the 3 words, Provincial Governor's Mansion, could be vaguely seen in the middle of the mansion door. Let's go to the Provincial Governor's Mansion first to see if Minister Wei is imprisoned by Pan Jinyue. Then, we'll go to the state prison. The black shadow was Yi Fashion. In the evening, he told Yi Minglei that he would make a trip to the Provincial Governor's Mansion. Yi Minglei naturally didn't agree. After all, Yi Fashion was the eldest grandson of the Nanyang Yi clan. If anything happened to him, Yi Guozhong and Yi Huiming wouldn't let him off. However, Yi Fashion said, if we can't find Minister Wei, the person who broke the stalemate, everyone will die. Yi Minglei couldn't stop him anymore. Now that they were in a dangerous situation where they had to fight with all their might to have a chance of survival, family and seniority weren't important. Only by surviving could they have the right to talk about these things. At this moment, Yi Fashion was on the roof of a house opposite the provincial governor's mansion. He carefully observed the layout of the provincial governor's mansion. Then, he took 2 deep breaths and circulated his qi through the soles of his feet. He then headed towards the side courtyard of the provincial governor's mansion. Because there were many guards in the main courtyard, it was easy to be discovered. Phew! I didn't expect there to be so many guards in the provincial governor's mansion. Pan Jinyue has done too many bad things. Yi Fashion dodged and dodged along the way, bypassing over a dozen patrolling soldiers before hiding at the corner of the roof of an attic. He took the opportunity to catch his breath as he thought angrily in his heart. Smack! At this moment, about 50 feet away from Yi Fashion, a tile suddenly fell to the ground, making a crisp sound. Who is it? It just so happened that a small group of soldiers was passing by. The leading soldier immediately stopped in his tracks and walked towards them. Yi Fashion's heart was in his throat. In terms of martial arts, he was completely confident that he could defeat this group of soldiers. However, he wasn't confident that he could subdue this group of soldiers without making a sound. The provincial governor's mansion was heavily guarded. As long as the sound of fighting here spread out, he would quickly be surrounded. At that time, even the gods wouldn't be able to save him. Yi Fashion couldn't help but grip the hilt of the sword at his waist tightly. Even if he could be surrounded, he wouldn't sit still and wait for death. Although he was a Taoist priest, he wasn't one of those stubborn Taoist priests. He had told Li Yu before that killing to stop killing was also a meritorious deed. Meow. Just as the group of soldiers were about 30 feet away from the row of houses, a cat's meow suddenly came from the spot opposite Yi Fashion. Following that, a small black shadow jumped down from the roof and scurried off into the distance. So it's a stray cat. Seeing this, the leading soldier stopped in his tracks and heaved a sigh of relief. The Tang dynasty also had cats. The earliest records and literature of cats in the world were from the Western Zhou dynasty in China's Book of Songs, Diya, Han Yi. The contents of the book wrote, "There are bears and cats, and there are cats and tigers." However, the book listed cats, bears, and tigers together. It didn't seem to be referring to domestic cats. It wasn't until the beginning of the Western Han dynasty that the Book of Rites, Jiao Te Animal, truly pointed out clearly, the ancient gentleman would return the favor for what he used. He welcomed the cat as a field mouse. It was already confirmed that cats were domestic animals and domesticated. Go. Continue patrolling. Tonight, the provincial governor is hosting a banquet. If anything goes wrong, we'll all lose our heads. Keep your spirits up, do you understand? The leading soldier looked around cautiously again, then turned around and ordered the soldiers behind him. Yes. The soldiers responded one after another. After a while, they continued patrolling in other directions. Huff. Almost dying under the foot of a stray cat, Yi Fashion's mood was extremely gloomy. However, it wasn't like he didn't gain anything. Hosting a banquet for guests. Don't tell me. Yi Fashion muttered in his heart. Then, he looked at the brightly lit main hall of the provincial governor's office in the distance. His mind couldn't help but become active. Let's go take a look. Maybe there'll be clues about Wei Zhucheng. After a while, Yi Fashion made up his mind. His whole person was 120% alert. Then, he carefully moved toward that direction. He didn't advance rashly due to his greed for merit, nor did he have the courage to be skillful. At this moment, Yi Fashion was like a patient hunter. He was quietly waiting for the best opportunity to make a move. For every step forward, he had to be alert and alert. After confirming that there was no danger, he would dash out. He would rather be slower than be discovered by others. Therefore, he walked for nearly half an hour for a distance of less than 1,000 feet. However, he finally arrived at the main hall of the provincial governor's office. Moreover, he was on the roof of the main hall. Yi Fashion calmed his heartbeat. Then, he held his breath and carefully crouched down. He put his ear on the roof tiles, wanting to listen to the voices in the room. Unlike some masters in ancient dramas, Yi Fashion didn't dare to lift the roof tiles directly. He peeked while eavesdropping. After all, he had just evolved to the Qi state. His martial arts cultivation wasn't profound. Who could guarantee that there weren't one or two masters who were stronger than him in this huge provincial governor's office? First, there was a sound of music. Presumably, there were dancers playing and dancing in the main hall. Then, Yi Fashion vaguely heard an old voice saying, "Jianghu, have you found Wei Xuancheng?" A voice full of energy replying to grandfather, "This student has sent people to search the entire city these past few days, but we still haven't found Wei Zhang's whereabouts. This person seems to have evaporated into thin air, just like that." Chapter 1303. Forget it, let's not look for him for now. Prepare for the pledging ceremony in 2 days. Wei Xuancheng doesn't have any soldiers or power now. He's like a rat crossing the street. I don't think he can do anything. In the main hall of the provincial governor's residence. The two people who spoke were Cui Junchuo and Pan Jianyue, the provincial governor of Jianghu. Cui Junchuo said solemnly. "Yes. Great-grandfather." Pan Jianyue cupped his hands. Although he was the provincial governor of a province, he still had to be respectful in front of the Chui family's great-grandfather. If this attitude was seen by outsiders, their jaws would definitely drop. Great-grandfather, I wonder if the Zheng family has agreed? After a moment of silence, Pan Jinyue asked tentatively. He was not stupid. Although the Chui family was a 1,000-year-old family and had great influence, the Chui family and the soldiers under his command did not have the ability to fight the Li Tang dynasty head-on. Only by pulling in the Zheng family, which was also a 1,000-year-old family, would they have the strength to fight. Zheng Shouwu? Humph. That old bastard agreed. Hearing this, Chui Junchuo's face turned a little ugly. After a long while, he squeezed out these words from between his teeth. It seemed that he had paid a heavy price for the Zheng family to take action. This was also reasonable. After all, the imperial court had sent Wei Zheng to deal with the Chui family, not the Zheng family. The Zheng family had no reason to not live a good life and rebel against the imperial court for no reason. In addition to the Zheng family, this old man has already spoken to the Bowling Chui family. Jinyue, you will be the commander-in-chief this time. The three of us will provide people, money, strength, and weapons. Let's try to quickly take down Luoyang before the imperial court can react. At that time, we will be able to compete with Chang An's Li Shimin. Chui Junchuo added. The Qinghe Chui family and the Bowling Chui family were both old nobles of Shandong. The two came from the same origin. When the Qinghe Chui family was facing a life-and-death crisis, the Bowling Chui family could not stand by and do nothing. Everyone knew that the teeth would be cold if the lips were gone. Therefore, the difficulty of convincing the Bowling Chui family was much lower than convincing the Zheng family. With the 5 clans and 7 hopes, 3 of the 7 most powerful clans of the Great Tang had been gathered. Chui Junchuo's wishful thinking was well thought out. Luoyang had been the eastern capital since the Sui dynasty. There was plenty of food in the city and the city walls were sturdy. It was easy to defend and hard to attack. Once they took down Luoyang, they could rely on this city to contend with Li Er. At that time, if the imperial court wanted to crush the Chui family, they would have to pay a huge price. Pan Jinyue looked excited when he heard that. He stood up and cupped his fists solemnly. Thank you for your trust, great-grandfather. Pan Jinyue will definitely do his best to take down Luoyang as soon as possible. Chui Junchuo nodded with satisfaction and said, since the ancient times, nobles, generals, and ministers, would rather have the guts. At the end of the Sui dynasty, the world was in chaos. The Li family of Longxi only seized the opportunity to seize the world. Comparatively speaking, how could my Qinghe Chui clan and Bowling Chui clan combined be inferior to his Longxi Li clan? He was just born at the wrong time. Today, if we can work together and conspire for a great cause, the world might change hands. Chui, Lu, Li, Zheng, and Wang. In terms of strength, the Chui family was indeed the world's #1 family. However, now that the Li family of Longxi was in power, they would naturally be suppressed by the imperial power. Jinyue is willing to work with great-grandfather for a great cause. I will do my best until my death. Chui Junchuo's picture was not small. To Pan Jinyue, being the Zhengzhou provincial governor was not as comfortable as being the founding minister of a country. Humans were all ambitious. Huh. Good. Chui Junchuo praised with a smile. Then, he stood up with the help of the guard beside him and said, it's getting late. I will go back first. Jinyue, prepare well. In the future, the world that the Chui family conquered will definitely be yours. This old man gives you my word. Pan Jinyue bowed slightly and cupped his fists excitedly. Farewell, great-grandfather. The sky is dark and there is no moon tonight. Jinyue will send someone to escort you back. Chui Junchuo pointed to the 2 black-clothed guards behind him and said, no need, no need. The 2 of them are enough. After that, he walked towards the door step by step. One of the guards behind him suddenly stopped in his tracks and looked thoughtfully at the top of the hall. At that moment, Yi Fashion felt that he was being stared at by a fierce tiger. He could not help but tense up. He did not dare to move and even stopped breathing. Guru. There was a guru in this hall. At this moment, Yi Fashion wanted to turn himself into a wisp of air. No one could see or feel him. Fortunately, the night in March was not hot, but a little cold. Otherwise, with Yi Fashion's current nervous state, he would definitely be dripping with sweat. Although the sound of sweat dripping on the tiles was small, it could not escape the guru's ears. "Qi Li, why are you still here?" Cui Junchuo's dissatisfied voice came from the door. "Great-grandfather, please wait a moment. Qi Li will be here soon." A light voice came from the hall. Then, the sound of footsteps gradually faded away. On the roof, Yi Fashion still did not dare to make the slightest movement. He was afraid that the other party had not left, or that the other party had left and would come back to kill him. After half an hour, when there was no sound in the hall, Yi Fashion finally dared to breathe heavily. His legs and feet were already numb at this moment. "Qi Li. It's Qi Li of the 4 ghosts of Tai Bai. The Supreme Court has put the other 3 on the wanted list. I did not expect that they would return to Cui Junchuo's side in the end." Yi Fashion was extremely shocked. At that time, Li Zixuan used Wan Jingang to set up an ambush in the Right Marquis Mansion. He lured the Cui family to send people to the Right Marquis Mansion's prison to silence them. As a result, the second of the 4 ghosts of Tai Bai, Mei Lian, was killed. The eldest, Qi Li, escaped safely. Although Yi Fashion did not personally experience it that night, later on, the imperial court issued a notice and wanted the 3 people. He still knew some inside information. However, compared to the current situation in Jianghu, these were not important. Yi Fashion shook his head and tossed aside these random thoughts. He sat cross-legged on the roof and regulated his breathing for a quarter of an hour. Then, he used his qinggong, carefully evading the guards in the provincial governor's manor while dashing towards the back door. He. It seems that my intuition was right. There really is a gentleman on the roof eavesdropping. But you are really patient, little guy. You made me wait here for almost an hour. In the darkness of the night, the wind rose. On the back door of the provincial governor's office, a person landed lightly and blocked Yi Fashion's path. His cold voice was like a demon from hell, causing Yi Fashion's hair to stand on end. It was Qi Li. He never expected that Qi Li would still not leave after such a long time. "Run!" Without any hesitation or words, Yi Fashion turned around and ran. He. Run? I'd like to see where you can run to. Qi Li sneered and then chased after him unhurriedly. Chapter 1304. It's over. It's over. Why hasn't the monk returned after such a long time? Could he have been discovered by the provincial governor's residence? In the backyard of the Yi residence, Li Yu paced back and forth anxiously. Seeing that it was already 9 in the evening and Yi Fashion still hadn't returned, she couldn't help but feel a chill in her heart. Wait a little longer. Wait a little longer. The monk will be fine. Yi Minglei was also not asleep. He was also waiting in the backyard for Yi Fashion's return. Oh. Miss Li Yu, you said that the Duke of Yong'an and Shan Shan are cousins. Is that true? Yi Fashion was anxious, but when he thought of what Li Yu said to him after Yi Fashion left, he could not help but feel shocked. Last year, Yi Guozhong had brought his family to Beijing to acknowledge their relatives. Although Yi Huiming had returned to Nanyang from Chang, and before the new year, the result of the acknowledgement in Beijing had never been spread. As a distant cousin of the Yi family in Guan City, he naturally didn't know that Li Zixuan's birth mother was the daughter of the Yi family back then. Now that he knew this news, Yi Minglei felt a burst of joy even though he was in a desperate situation. Because if this was the case, Li Zixuan would have to call him second uncle when he came over. Who in the world did not know that Li Zishuan was the most powerful and influential person in the empire? His future was limitless, but now he had inexplicably become Li Zishuan's second uncle. This was truly a miraculous situation in life. Of course it's true. Uncle Yi, why are you saying this now? Why don't you send someone out to investigate? If the monk is discovered by the provincial governor's residence's guards, it will be bad. Little Yu stomped her feet and said unhappily. Yi Minglei's face turned red. He knew that this was not the time to think about this, but he could not help but think about it. Now that all the shops are closed and there are soldiers patrolling the streets, even if we want to send someone out to investigate, we will have to wait until dawn. Yi Minglei looked outside the house and said worriedly. Dawn? By the time dawn comes, it will be too late. If the monk is really caught by the guards, Provincial Governor Pan will not let him go. Sigh. If we knew this would happen, we wouldn't have let him go out. Let's think about it. I'm sure we can think of another way. Fishy sighed faintly. At this moment, she couldn't help but think, if only Mr. was here. The Chui family, the provincial governor's mansion, as long as Mr. is here, they will all turn into ashes. That's right, in her heart, Li Zishuan was omnipotent. Be it civil or martial. Miss Li Yu, I'll send a messenger pigeon to the Southern Sun ancestral mansion tomorrow morning. I believe that once my big brother receives the news, he'll definitely think of a way. If it doesn't work, he can ask the Marquis of Yong, and to ask the Emperor to send troops to conquer Jianghu. After pondering for a while, Yi Minglei said. Li Yu was shocked. Uncle Yi, you're still sending pigeons to Nanyang? Although messenger pigeons were a very awesome ancient technology, if one wanted to use pigeons to send a letter to another party, the carrier pigeon's hometown had to be on the other side as well. The ancients made use of the pigeons' homing ability. They could return home no matter where they were, to achieve messenger pigeons between two places. The reason why pigeons could identify directions and find their nest was that they were very sensitive to the Earth's magnetic field, as if they had a compass in their bodies. Of course. Every branch of the Yi family has messenger pigeons with the Southern Sun ancestral mansion so that if one side is in trouble, the Southern Sun ancestral mansion can help as soon as possible. Yi Minglei smiled and nodded. Oh. Li Yu nodded thoughtfully, then shook her head and said, no. If there's a sharpshooter at the city gate who shoots down the carrier pigeon, then we'll all be exposed. Uncle Yi, this plan will not work. But don't worry, as long as the monk can come back safely tonight, I have a way to send the news back to the capital. Once Mr. knows about the changes in Jianghu, he'll definitely think of a way. Yi Minglei thought about it and agreed. Seeing how confident Fishy was, he could only nod and say, all right then. I'll listen to your arrangements. Swoosh. Swoosh. Guangcheng County was not peaceful in the middle of the night. At this time, two shadows, one tall and one short, were running quickly in the city. Yi Fashion poured all his internal strength into his legs and ran at full speed. He had no intention of fighting with Qi Li, who was behind him. The difference in strength between the two was too great. If it were not for the Yi family's exquisite body movement technique, he would have been captured by now. He did not dare to run directly to the Yi mansion in the west of the city, as that would expose Yi Minglei and Li Yu. At this moment, he could only lead Qi Li around the city. In a short while, he had already run to the south of the city. Fortunately, he had been to Guangcheng County many times when he was young. Otherwise, he would probably be lost by now. Hey! Kid! I didn't expect your body movement technique to be so interesting. Now I've changed my mind. If you can teach me your body movement technique, maybe I'll spare your life. Qi Li, who had been following Yi Fashion at a leisurely pace about 5 feet behind him, now laughed sinisterly. Obviously, he had not used his full strength. It was like a cat chasing a mouse. Dream on. Yi Fashion gritted his teeth and said in exasperation. For a moment, he did not want to run anymore. After all, anyone who was played like a mouse would be angry. But he knew that he could not stop, because if he did, his second uncle's family and Li Yu would all die. Hey! Since you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit, then don't blame me for being rude. 5 elements ghostly steps. Qi Li sneered, and then the true qi in his body burst out. His whole body flashed, and in an instant, he was behind Yi Fashion. As he ran, he pulled out the long sword at his waist and stabbed at Yi Fashion's back. Cold. At this moment, Yi Fashion felt a bone-piercing chill. It was the threat of death. Dodge. Yi Fashion, who was running at high speed, forcibly changed his direction, and Qi Li's sword missed. Lord Yi, you are a dragon. Yi Fashion gritted his teeth, and all the remaining true qi in his body burst out in an instant on his legs. His whole body dragged a row of afterimages in the air, and in an instant, he was 10 feet away from Qi Li. Hey! I've really underestimated you. Qi Li looked surprised, and then hurriedly used the 5 elements ghostly steps to chase in the direction Yi Fashion was heading. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, 2 air-piercing sounds came from the air. Qi Li, who had sharp ears, of course heard it. He looked up and saw 2 black objects coming toward him. Hidden weapons. Someone was sneaking up on him. This was Qi Li's first reaction. So he waved his sword, and the 2 black objects were split into 4 halves. Just as he was about to look at the person who had sneaked up on him, he suddenly felt a burning pain in his eyes, and he could not help but sneeze violently. Hey! Using a sword to chop lime and mustard powder, this guy is really stupid. On a rooftop by the street, a man in black couldn't help but laugh. Then, he ignored Qi Li and chased in the direction Yi Fashion had escaped. Chapter 1305. Lu Xiang of the Western Han Dynasty wrote in New Preface, Miscellaneous Matter 5, Young Master Yi loves dragons. He wrote dragons on hooks, chisels, and carvings in rooms. Therefore, the dragon came down, peeking at the door, and left its tail in the hall. When Lord Yi saw it, he abandoned it and left. Without its soul, the 5 colors had no owner. It was said that Lord Yi of the Chu Kingdom liked dragons very much. He carried dragons on his wall. When the dragons in the sky saw that there was someone who liked them so much, they came down to the mortal world to take a look. When Lord Yi saw that it was a real dragon, he was so scared that he ran away. Later on, this story was used to mock Lord Ye's empty talk and thoughtlessness. But in reality, Lord Yi was not as bad as the rumors said. Back then, in order to control the flood, he personally observed the situation of the people and surveyed the terrain at the place where the flood was the greatest. Later on, he invented a plan to control the flood by building a deep ditch similar to a moat around the village to prevent flood and store water. Later on, a guest saw Lord Ye's water conservancy map, which was like a group of dragons. He told Lord Yi, "Clouds give birth to dragons. The dragons in your drawing do not have clouds, so you don't like dragons." Lord Yi replied, "I use dragons to guide water, not to ride the clouds. A dragon comes out of a canal, and a dragon comes out of the water. But I am afraid that this dragon will consume manpower and material resources, causing the people to suffer." Later on, this matter spread to Shenbuhai's ears. In order to slander Lord Yi, he wrote the story of Lord Ye's love for dragons in his book, Shenzi. Thus, Lord Yi suffered thousands of years of injustice. The Yi family of Nanyang was also the descendant of Lord Yi of the Chu Kingdom. But no one knew that Lord Ye's love for dragons had become the name of a Qigong movement technique in the Yi family. Lord Ye's love for dragons, cloud dragon comes out of the water. This was a kind of movement technique that burned a large amount of true qi in a very short period of time to increase one's speed to the extreme. It was not exquisite, but it was very useful when escaping for one's life. At this time, Yi Fashion's true qi had been completely exhausted. He came to an alley and was about to stop for a while when he heard footsteps behind him. Yi Fashion's heart sank. Ah! Little brother, you have guts to spy on the provincial governor's mansion. A burst of hearty laughter came from behind him. Yi Fashion's heart skipped a beat, because this voice did not belong to Qi Li. Who are you? Yi Fashion straightened his body and turned around to look at the black-clothed man on the street. This is not the place to talk. Just now, I used lime and mustard powder to ambush the person who was chasing you. I can buy you some time, but I can't buy you the whole night. Little brother, if you trust me, then follow me. I'll bring you to a secret place to lie low for a while. The man in black said indifferently, then turned around and left. Yi Fashion's mind raced. A moment later, he made a decision in his heart. Big brother, wait for me. Yi Fashion understood that with Qi Li's strength, even if his lightness skill was superb, he would only be able to take the lead for a while. It was certainly impossible for him to completely shake him off. Now that so much time had passed and Qi Li had not caught up, it proved that the black-robed man's words were not false. What's more, I've already exhausted all my true qi. It'll be a problem for me to avoid the patrolling soldiers. I might as well follow this man in black and see where he'll take me. Hey! Little brother, you have guts. You and I don't know each other. Aren't you afraid that I'll arrest you and send you to the officials? After Yi Fashion caught up with the black-robed man chuckled as he walked forward. I have no inner force now. If you wanted to do something to me, you would have done it just now. Why wait until now? Yi Fashion lowered his head and said indifferently. The black-robed man couldn't help but laugh. Ha! Little brother, you're straightforward. If there's a chance in the future, I'll definitely find you for a few drinks. Yi Fashion shook his head and did not deny it. The main thing was that he didn't know the true identity of this person. As the saying goes, the more one talks, the more mistakes one will make. If he said something that he shouldn't say, then it would be bad. The two of them turned left and right. On the way, they encountered a few waves of patrolling soldiers. However, the black-robed man's keen senses allowed them to avoid them. Okay. We're here. At this time, the black-robed man suddenly stopped and said. Isn't this the city god temple in the south of the city? Why did you bring me here? Yi Fashion looked at it and said with some dissatisfaction. In this rundown temple, other than the stone statue, there was nothing else. How could anyone hide here? During the northern and southern dynasties, the people started to worship the city god. Naturally, there was also a city god temple in the Tang dynasty. The black-robed man acted as if he didn't hear Yi Fashion's question and said, Hey! In the past, there were many beggars living in this city god temple. I heard that at the beginning of this year, the district magistrate sent people to chase all the beggars out of the city. Therefore, no one comes here on a normal day. Yi Fashion frowned and said, But we can't hide here. What if the patrolling soldiers pass by here? Hey! Who said we're hiding here? Little brother, come in with me. The black-robed man smiled and interrupted. After saying that, he took the lead and walked in. Yi Fashion could only follow. In the city god temple, the black-robed man took out a torch from his waist and blew it gently. The dim flame lit up this small area. Yi Fashion wanted to stop him, but he saw the black-robed man lying under the incense table. He waved at Yi Fashion and said, Little brother, come quickly. Follow this tunnel. I'll bring you to a place to hide. Hurry. Time is of the essence. Don't let the soldiers outside discover the fire here. As he spoke, the black-robed man used his strength to lift a stone slab under the incense table. He then jumped down first. Yi Fashion was shocked. He didn't expect there to be a tunnel in the city god temple. However, he didn't have time to think about it. He walked to the incense table and jumped down. He even covered the stone slab with his hands. Now that all the people's houses are closed and there are people guarding them, I can only bring you through the tunnel to find a place to hide. In the tunnel, the black-robed man held a torch and led the way in front as he spoke to Yi Fashion. Who are you? How do you know there's a tunnel under the city god temple? At this moment, Yi Fashion couldn't help but be suspicious of the black-robed man's identity. He. I'm not a bad person. The black-robed man chuckled and said, moreover, I didn't ask you about your identity, did I? Compared to you who had the courage to sneak into the provincial governor's mansion at night, my little strength is only fit to be a nobody. You went to the provincial governor's mansion tonight too? Yi Fashion suddenly remembered the sound of the tiles falling to the ground that almost killed him. Hence, he quickly stopped and stared at the black-robed man's back. He asked in a deep voice. Chapter 1306. Clap, clap, clap. Little brother, you're smart. In the tunnel, the man in black clapped his hands and exclaimed, that wild cat in the provincial governor's mansion not only saved you, but also saved me. So you and I can be considered brothers in distress now. Yi Fashion was just testing the waters. He didn't expect that he wasn't the only one who sneaked into the provincial governor's mansion tonight. He was shocked and asked, who are you? Why did you sneak into the provincial governor's mansion? The man in black chuckled and said, all right. Now isn't the time to talk about this. Let's get out of here first. But, little brother, you should know my identity very soon. Oh, it's just ahead. Little brother, follow me up. They had already reached the other end of the tunnel. There was a rope hanging over their heads. The man in black pulled the hemp rope and climbed up easily. Little brother, hold the rope. I'll pull you up. The man in black stood on top and shouted at Yi Fashion in the tunnel. Yi Fashion hesitated at this time because the identity of the black-clothed man was too mysterious. He didn't know what the situation was like above. Would he be surrounded by a group of people as soon as he went up? Since this person also sneaked into the provincial governor's mansion, it means that he isn't from the Chui family. He can't be that bad. After struggling for a moment, Yi Fashion gritted his teeth and reached out to pull the hemp rope. He shouted, done. Then, a huge force came from the other end of the hemp rope and Yi Fashion was gradually lifted to the ground. This was an ordinary small courtyard. Beside him was a dry well. They had just come out from the bottom of this dry well. Sir, you're back. At this moment, a few big men appeared in the courtyard. They walked over and bowed to the man in black. Sir. Yi Fashion was shocked and quickly held the hilt of the sword at his waist. He looked at the man in black warily and said, you're from the army? The man in black chuckled and took off the black sand on his face. Under the reflection of the candlelight in the room, his facial features could be vaguely seen. His eyes were bright like a nighthawk. That's right. I'm from the military. However, little brother, there's no need to be nervous. Just because I'm in the military doesn't mean that I'm on Governor Pan's side. We might even become friends. Men, invite this little brother into the house to have a seat. After the black-clothed man finished speaking, he turned around and walked into the house. Immediately, a few of the soldiers in the courtyard walked towards Yi Fashion, obviously to prevent him from escaping. Yi Fashion frowned and said, I don't need your invitation. I can walk on my own. Although the identity of the black-clothed men was indeed beyond his expectations, it was fine as long as they were not from the Chui family or the provincial governor's office. Yi Fashion thought to himself. In order to avoid any accidents, I would like to ask little brother to hand over your weapon first. A burly man stood in front of Yi Fashion and said in a low voice. Yi Fashion frowned, but he did not refuse. He handed over the sword at his waist and walked into the house. Our servants have offended you just now, I hope little brother can forgive us. After Yi Fashion walked into the house, he saw that the black-clothed man had changed into a grey unlined garment. He cupped his fists and apologized to Yi Fashion. "It's fine." Yi Fashion waved his hand and then took off the black veil on his face. When the man saw this, he was immediately surprised and said, "I didn't expect little brother to be so young. You're really a hero from the younger generation." Huh. Yi Fashion was unmoved. He said directly, "Sir, can you tell me your true identity now?" The man stopped smiling and nodded. "Since little brother wants to know, I won't beat around the bush with you. My name is Lu Rengui, and I am the Bian Province Army Officer." Bian Province Army Officer? Then what are you doing in Guan County? Yi Fashion asked curiously. "Huh. Little brother, why don't you tell me what you heard on the roof of the main hall of the provincial governor's mansion?" Lu Rengui said with a faint smile. Yi Fashion said in a low voice, "Why should I tell you? Because we have a common enemy. I think that is enough, right?" Lu Rengui's eyes flashed and he said meaningfully. Yi Fashion was silent for a while. Then he looked outside the house and said, "If I don't tell you, will I not be able to get out of this house?" Lu Rengui laughed and said, "Little brother, what are you talking about? I have always treated you as a friend. If you don't want to tell me, I won't force you. Wait until tomorrow morning and you can leave by yourself." Yi Fashion didn't know how sincere this man's words were, but he could conclude that Lu Rengui was definitely not with Pan Jinyue. After pondering for a moment, he looked at Lu Rengui and said, "No matter what, I have to thank Lu Rengui for saving my life tonight. As for what I heard in the provincial governor's office, I can also tell Lu Rengui that the people in the main hall should be Cui Junchuo and Zhengzhou provincial governor Pan Jinyue. From their words, I can roughly tell that Cui Junchuo has joined forces with Xingyang Xing family and Boling's Cui family to start a rebellion. In Guangxing County, it was very lively at this time. A large group of soldiers held torches and ran through the streets of the city. They didn't miss any corner, as if they were searching for something. West of the city, Cui Mansion. The conversation between me and Jinyue must have been heard by that thief. Qi Li, take Wangzhen and Swan Xiu and immediately go to the city to search for this thief. Now all the doors of the houses in the city are closed. I think he can't escape anywhere," Cui Junchuo said with a gloomy face. At the same time, a bad premonition rose in his heart. As time passed, the premonition became stronger and stronger. "Yes. Grandfather." Qi Li's eyes and nose were red. He was probably scalded by the lime and spicy mustard powder. He cupped his fists and turned to leave. "Grandfather, could that person be sent by Wei Zheng?" Cui Xuanji, who was serving Cui Junchuo, asked at this time. At that time, he spread rumors and encouraged the widows of the soldiers who died in Snake Spirit Mountain to go to Li Zishuan's house to make trouble. In the end, Cui Yunhan took the blame for him and was exiled to Cheongzhou. He himself was scared back to Zhengzhou. Now that Cui Junchuo was going to start a rebellion, as a junior, of course, he had to come out and help. Cui Junchuo thought for a moment and said, "Impossible. All the people Wei Xuancheng brought have been killed. Even if he is not dead, there is no one we can use now." Cui Xuanji wondered, then who could it be? Cui Junchuo sighed worriedly and said, "It's not Wei Zheng's people, nor is it our people. It means that there is a third hand in Guangxing County now. This is what I am most worried about." Chapter 1307. That's all I heard. Since Lu Kenjun is so interested in the information of the provincial governor's mansion, I wonder if you can tell me why you came to Guangxing County? Or are you going to carry out a mission? In a house in the south of Guangxing County, Yi Fashion and Lu Rengui sat opposite each other. Yi Fashion told Lu Rengui about the information he had obtained from the provincial governor's mansion. Then, he asked Lu Rengui tentatively. Lu Rengui's eyes flashed and he suddenly looked at Yi Fashion with a smile that wasn't a smile. After looking at him for a long time, he smiled and said, "Little brother, I have already told you my identity, but I still don't know anything about you. If you recognize me as a friend, shouldn't you also introduce yourself? Yi Fashion was silent. Although Lu Rengui was not a member of Pan Jinyue and the Chui family, he came to Guangxing County as a Bian provincial governor. His purpose and mission were also unknown, so the impact this person brought to the situation was uncontrollable. If he told Lu Rengui his true identity and if there was an accident, then his second uncle's family and little Yu would all be exposed. But if Lu Rengui's purpose was the same as his, maybe he could help him out. This was a dilemma. Yi Fashion hesitated for a long time, gritted his teeth and said, Lu Kanjun, I'm Yi Fashion from Nanyang Yi clan. Yi Fashion? Nanyang Yi clan? Lu Rengui frowned. He had never heard of Yi Fashion, but he had heard of Nanyang Yi clan because his ancestral home was Bian province, not far from Nanyang. Are you really Yi Fashion? Why are you in Guangxing County? At this moment, a dull voice suddenly came from the side of the main hall. Even though Yi Fashion was always calm, he couldn't help but jump in fright at this moment. He turned his head to look and saw a thin old man in a black robe walking out from the right side of the side hall. After seeing the person's face clearly, Yi Fashion was really surprised and delighted. Wei Zhucheng? Why are you here? Who else could it be but Wei Zheng, who had disappeared for half a month and the provincial governor's mansion was looking for him? It was because of this that Yi Fashion was both surprised and happy. Yi Fashion had stayed in Chang'an City for almost half a year and had met Wei Zheng a few times. For example, on New Year's Eve last year, Li Er had brought his family and many civil and military officials to Yun Mountain to watch the fireworks. Yi Fashion had met Wei Zheng once. Although Yi Fashion had met Wei Zheng before, Wei Zheng had never paid any attention to him. However, he had heard about the Nanyang Yi family's visit to the capital last year. Therefore, when he heard Yi Fashion's introduction, Wei Zheng came out from the side hall. Seeing Wei Zheng come out, Lu Rengui's face didn't have the slightest bit of surprise. He stood up and respectfully cupped his fists towards Wei Zheng. Greetings, Left Minister Wei. Obviously, he knew that Wei Zheng was eavesdropping from the side. Or rather, this interrogation was arranged in advance. Wei Zheng nodded and looked at Yi Fashion. Oh. So you know this old man. Then let me ask you, why did you come to Guangxing County? Seeing that Wei Zheng and Lu Rengui were obviously in cahoots, Yi Fashion no longer had any scruples in his heart. He answered truthfully, this time, Fashion came alone. There is another person, Li Yu, a reporter from Datong Daily. I came with her. She was asked by my cousin to come to Jianghu to investigate the matter of the bandits causing trouble some time ago. Oh? Chang'an has received the news? Wei Zheng's eyes flashed and there was a hint of joy in his tone. Yi Fashion shook his head and said, at that time, it was just some hearsay. There was a rumor from the peddlers that there have been a lot of bandits around Jianghu recently. Li Yu and my cousin were worried about your safety, so Li Yu and I came here. I see. Wei Zheng nodded, then sighed and said, sigh. But now, Guangxing County only allows entry and not exit. You are already in deep trouble and can't extricate yourselves. Speaking of which, this old man has implicated you. Yi Fashion hurriedly said, Lord Wei, you are a pillar of the country. Saving you can save millions of people. Although Fashion and Li Yu are in danger now, we have never regretted it. Lu Rengui couldn't help but laugh. Brother Yi is really a bosom friend. Who in the Tang Empire doesn't know that Wei Zhucheng is a rare good official? If it weren't for this, I wouldn't have brought my men and risked my life to save Wei Zhucheng. Wei Zheng shook his head and said, saving me can save millions of people? This old man can't afford it. Looking at the whole world, other than the current emperor, I'm afraid only your cousin, Duke Yong'an, has the ability to save millions of people. Yi Fashion was speechless. He was quite convinced of his cousin's abilities. After a long pause, Yi Fashion looked at Wei Zheng and asked, Wei Zhucheng, Fashion heard from Lu Kanjun that when the bandits caused trouble in the city, he was the one who led the troops to save you? What exactly happened? Can you tell me? Wei Jing smiled and looked at Lu Rengui. This question, you should ask Lu Canjun yourself. After Lu Rengui heard about Yi Fashion's background, he let his guard down. He grinned and said, hee hee. Actually, this is nothing. At the beginning of last month, I suddenly received a transfer order from the provincial governor of Bian province. He asked me to bring 200 elite troops and sneak into Guangxing County. There was only one purpose, and that was to secretly protect Wuxia. At that time, I was still doubtful about this transfer order. However, the provincial governor told me that this was the order of the pacification commissioner. I didn't dare to disobey. So, I chose the elite troops and sneaked into Guangxing County. On the 15th day of the previous month, hundreds of bandits entered the city in batches and suddenly went on a rampage, injuring thousands of people and charging into the magistrate's office. Although the imperial guards brought by Wuxia were well trained, they were outnumbered and all died. While the bandits and the imperial guards were fighting, I knocked Wuxia unconscious and secretly hid in the tunnel of the Xing Wang temple. After a few days, the storm calmed down. Then, we quietly returned to the surface and stayed in the house that we had previously bought. However, just in case, Wuxia still hides in the tunnel during the day. Yi Fashion listened and couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Then, he asked doubtfully, Lu Canjun, how did you find out about the tunnel in the Xing Wang temple? Lu Rengui smiled and said, this tunnel wasn't originally there. As the saying goes, dragons give birth to dragons, phoenixes give birth to phoenixes, and mice give birth to children. Among my subordinates, there are 2 brothers. Their ancestors were very famous tomb raiders, so it's naturally easy for them to dig a section of the tunnel. Chapter 1308. In China's ancient times, there were 4 main schools of tomb raiding. The main ones were Fu Qiu Hang Seal, Fu Qiu Dai Fu Qiu, Fu Qiu de 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 Fu Qiu. The Tomb Raider Commandant was a Tomb Raider from the Tomb Raider sect. Yi Fashion nodded in realization and said, Lu Canjuan's subordinates are really capable. Fashion is impressed. Lu Rengui thanked him profusely. At this moment, Wei Jing said worriedly, although Lu Canjun saved me, the current crisis is not over yet. Over the past month, the Chui family and Pan Jinyue's actions have become more and more frequent. Although I'm not in the government office, Lu Canjun and his men have been spying in the city. I didn't expect to meet you tonight. Just now, Lu Canjun only wanted to fish out the information you have, so he didn't tell you that this old man was here. From the recently popular Jianghu Daily, this old man can also see that Chui Junchuo and Pan Jinyue's intentions to rebel are as clear as day. Furthermore, according to what you just said, Chui Junchuo has not only joined forces with the Zheng family, but also the Chui family of Bowling. With this, the power of these traitors will only grow. Through a swift attack, it is not impossible to take down Luoyang. If that happens, the imperial court will be in big trouble. Yi Fashion didn't hide it anymore. He cupped his hands and said, Left Deputy Wei, Fashion's second uncle is the county governor of Guangxing County. He might be able to help us at a crucial moment. Li Yu, who came to Jianghu with the monk, is also at my second uncle's house. Now that we've found you and investigated the situation in Jianghu clearly, we can send the information here back to Chang'an tomorrow. After my cousin learns of it, he will definitely report it to His Majesty and have His Majesty dispatch an army to eliminate the rebels. Wei Jing frowned and said, Now that the city gates are closed, you can only enter and not leave. How are you going to send the information back to the capital? Besides, according to what you said just now, Chui Junchuo and Pan Jinyue are going to start an uprising in 2 days. Even if we can send the news back to Chang'an, I'm afraid there won't be enough time. Once they take over Luoyang, the imperial court will definitely fall into a passive position. Yi Fashion glanced in the direction of the door. After confirming that no one was eavesdropping, he cupped his hands and said, "Left Prime Minister Wei, to tell you the truth, we brought a telegraph machine with us when we came to Jianghu. We can use this to quickly send information back to Chang'an. Once His Majesty receives the news, if he sends an urgent message, he will be able to mobilize the surrounding troops to hold them back for a while. Furthermore, he can inform Luoyang in advance to reinforce the city defenses. In this way, there shouldn't be any problems holding them back until the imperial court's army arrives." Telegraph? Wei Zheng finally lost his composure. When the telegraph machine was first introduced, very few people knew about it. However, when the Yanhuang Academy opened, Li Zishuan gave a public lecture to all the students and demonstrated the magic of the telegraph machine. Later, the Tang Dynasty Daily even published it. Although Wei Zheng didn't see it with his own eyes, he still knew a little about the magical functions of the telegraph machine. At this moment, he excitedly said, "Jianghu is more than 400 miles away from Chang'an. The telegraph machine made by the Marquis of Yong'an can transmit information from such a distance?" In the past 6 months in Chang'an, Yi Fashion had spent time studying engineering. He replied, "Although the distance between Jianghu and Chang'an is more than 400 miles, the distance in a straight line is no more than 200 to 300 miles. Furthermore, Fashion remembered that my cousin once said that in theory, without interference, the telegraph machine can transmit information from a distance of a few hundred miles." Wei Zheng exclaimed, "This telegraph machine is so magical. That's great. There's no time to lose. After the gate opens, Fashion, you will meet up with Liu. Of course, for safety reasons, you can also bring her and your second uncle here. After that, you will immediately send the news back to Chang'an through the telegraph machine. Luoyang must not fall into the hands of the rebels." "Yes." Yi Fashion cupped his hands and agreed. Lu Rengui, who was beside him, was dumbfounded. What kind of telegraph machine could transmit information from 100 miles away? He didn't pay much attention to the Tang Daily. These things were simply unheard of. However, when he saw that Wei Zheng, a cultured person, didn't question his words, he didn't interrupt. After hearing Wei Zheng's instructions, he looked at Yi Fashion and said, "Brother Yi, if you want to bring Liu and the others here, I can bring some men to escort you secretly. Otherwise, if you are followed by someone, it will be troublesome." Yi Fashion thought that when he found a place to send the telegram tomorrow, he would have to arrange for people to protect him. Hence, he nodded and said, "Then I'll have to trouble you, Lu Rengui." Lu Rengui laughed and said, "No matter what, I have gone through thick and thin with Brother Yi. If Brother Yi doesn't mind, you can call me Big Brother Lu. Previously, I didn't know your identity and offended many of my subordinates. However, I was also protecting Left Prime Minister Wei's safety. It was my duty. I believe Brother Yi won't mind, right?" Yi Fashion wasn't an unreasonable person. When Wei Zheng appeared, all the doubts in his heart were cleared. At this time, he cupped his hands and said, "Big Brother Lu, what are you talking about? No matter what, if it weren't for Big Brother Lu's help tonight, I would probably be in prison by now. How can I be blamed?" Lu Rengui laughed and said, "Good. Good. Fashion, you are my brother." This guy didn't know that his brother would become an awesome existence in the future. He would become the leader of the world's Daoist sects and a true Daoist master. Yi Fashion also didn't expect that his unintentional friend would become a famous general of the Tang Empire in the future. The night passed very quickly. This night, many people didn't sleep at all. For example, Cui Junchuo, Cui Xuanji, Qi Li, Little Yu, and Yi Minglei. "Uncle Yi, Fashion didn't return last night. Something must have happened. I'll go out and look for him now." Little Yu, didn't know how many times she had cried that night. At this moment, her eyes were red as she looked at Yi Minglei and said, "Sigh. Miss Liu, your identity is special. It's inconvenient for you to appear in public. Let me go." At least, I'm still the deputy county magistrate. Eat some porridge and rest for a while. How could Yi Minglei not be anxious? Yi Fashion didn't return last night. He was so worried that his hair was turning white. He pointed at the breakfast that the servants had just brought over and said to Li Yu. No. Uncle Yi. Little Yu also stood up and said stubbornly, this time, I came to Jianghu on my own initiative. It has nothing to do with fashion. He didn't have to come here to take the risk. It's all because of me that he got involved in this dispute. Now that he's in trouble, I can't just stand by and do nothing. I have to go and look for him. Chapter 1309. Yi Minglei couldn't persuade little Yu. The two of them rested for a while and prepared to go out to find Yi Fashion. I'm back. What they didn't expect was that as soon as they left the backyard, they saw Yi Fashion standing there with his back straight, looking at them with a smile. Little Yu was stunned. She was already in despair, but her heart was suddenly filled with joy. Fashion, you're okay? That's great. I thought you were caught by the provincial governor's mansion. Uncle Yi and I were going to the provincial governor's mansion to get some information. Little Yu rubbed her eyes to make sure it wasn't a dream. She took 2 steps forward and grabbed Yi Fashion's arm and said excitedly. That's great. That's great. Yi Minglei was in tears. Yi Fashion didn't return last night. The pressure he was under was no less than Li Yu's. Yi Fashion looked at the 2 people in front of him. Their eyes were red with dark circles and they looked haggard. He knew that Li Yu and Yi Minglei must have been worried and didn't sleep last night. He said apologetically, Second uncle, Miss Li Yu, I'm sorry. I made you worry. There was an accident last night, so I came back now. Yi Minglei smiled and said, that's great. That's great. Let's talk inside. Li Yu quickly shook her head and said, that's great. Yi Fashion stepped aside and said, Li Yu, second uncle went to the provincial governor's mansion last night. Not only did he get some information, but he also brought us some reinforcements. This is Brother Lu from the Bian Province Army. The other 2 are Brother Lu's subordinates. Yi Minglei and Li Yu were shocked. Their attention was on Yi Fashion just now, so they didn't notice the 3 people behind Yi Fashion. Of course, what surprised them more was Lu Rengui's identity, the Bian Province Army Adjutant. How could the Bian Province Army Adjutant be in Guangcheng County? Could it be that the army sent by the imperial court had started to sneak in? I'm Yi Minglei. Greetings to Army Officer Lu. Yi Minglei bowed to Lu Rengui and said. The position of Deputy County Magistrate was lower than Grade 8. Bianzhou was the administrative center of Hunan Province and belonged to the Upper Province. The military officer in Bianzhou was lower than Grade 7. Therefore, in terms of rank, Lu Rengui was indeed his superior. Deputy Yi, you don't have to be so courteous. This is not a good place to talk. Please find a quiet room. What we are going to talk about next is top secret. It is about life and death. Lu Rengui was not arrogant. He cupped his fists and returned the greeting. Yi Minglei hurriedly said, okay. This Yi understands. Adjunct Lu, come with me. Then, he brought Lu Rengui, Yi Fashion, Li Yu and the others to a side room in the backyard. The few of them went in to discuss matters. The 2 guards that Lu Rengui brought along stood guard outside to prevent anyone from eavesdropping. Zheng family ancestral home. Bastard. For an entire night, they had sent out so many people, but none of them were able to catch a single thief. What a bunch of trash. Cough cough. Chui Junchuo shakily stood up and pointed at the 3 black-clothed warriors kneeling below and angrily said. Before he finished speaking, he coughed violently. At the end of the day, he was still old. In addition, he didn't sleep at all last night. How could he bear it? Grandfather. Please don't be angry. Your health is more important. Cui Xuanji hurriedly stepped forward to support Cui Junchuo and comforted him. "Grandfather, please calm down," Qi Li and his two brothers quickly said in unison. Cui Junchuo panted violently. After a while, he said angrily, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and continue to search." "Yes, grandfather." The three of them cupped their fists and took their leave. Cui Xuanji carefully helped Cui Junchuo to sit down on the couch. Then, he asked tentatively, "Grandfather, now that our plan has been heard, do we still need to hold the morale-raising ceremony the day after tomorrow?" Cui Junchuo sighed faintly. Then, he looked at Cui Xuanji and asked, "Xuanji, do you want to be the master of the world?" Cui Xuanji was stunned. Master of the world? He had never thought about this position before. However, ever since Cui Junchuo told him about the plan to overthrow the regime a few months ago, he couldn't help but fantasize about it. If the Cui family could really gain power, then as the eldest grandson of the Cui family, he would be able to ascend to the throne one day. By then, thinking of this, Cui Xuanji couldn't help but breathe heavily. After a while, he noticed that Cui Junchuo was staring at him. Cui Xuanji shuddered and quickly said, "Grandfather, I believe that the Cui family will be able to defeat the Li family of Longxi. By then, you will be the master of the world. All I want is to kill Li Zishuan and Li Shimin to avenge my mother." Back then, Li Zishuan used public opinion to incite the people to break into the Cui family in the capital, causing his mother to commit suicide out of fear. After that, the Cui family was severely punished. Moreover, Li Zishuan didn't allow his mother to be buried in the Cui family's ancestral grave. To Cui Xuanji, this was the greatest humiliation in his life. He hated Li Zishuan and Li Shimin even more. Cui Junchuo nodded happily. He patted Cui Xuanji's shoulder and said, "Good boy. Good boy. Since Li Shimin was heartless to our Cui family, don't blame us for being unjust. Xuanji, go and inform Jinyue that the plan is as usual, but ask him to send more soldiers to guard the city gate. From today onwards, the entire Guangcheng County will be locked down. No one is allowed to enter or leave. Equip the city wall with archers. Don't even let a bird out. In this way, even if the thief finds out about our plan, he won't be able to spread the news." Cui Xuanji said happily, "Grandfather is wise. I'll go to the provincial governor's mansion now." "Grandfather, you didn't sleep last night. You'd better rest well." You can go now." Cui Junchuo waved his hand and Cui Xuanji left. "What? Is Wei Zhuqing really fine? That's great. Guangcheng County might be saved now." In the side room of the Yi family's backyard, Yi Fashion told Yi Minglei and Li Yu everything that happened yesterday. Yi Minglei was overjoyed. At this moment, his mood could only be described with a poem: "Mountains and rivers, there is no road, but there is light at the end of the tunnel." Li Yu's eyes lit up. She looked at Lu Rengui and asked, "Adjunct Lu, I heard from Fashion that you have soldiers who are good at digging tunnels." Lu Rengui knew that Li Yu and Li Zishuan had a close relationship. He did not dare to be negligent. He cupped his fist and said, "That's right. What can I do for you, Miss Li Yu?" Li Yu quickly said, "I don't dare. I want to ask if you can let your soldiers dig a tunnel out of the city. As long as Wei Zhuqing is sent out of the city, he will be able to mobilize soldiers from other prefectures to encircle the rebels in Guangcheng County." This girl's dreams were pretty good, but, Miss Li Yu, you don't know this, but Guangcheng County is the capital of Jianghu. The foundation of the city wall is more than 10 feet deep, and there is a moat outside the city. It is impossible to dig a tunnel out of the city in a short time. Lu Rengui smiled bitterly when he heard this. "Oh. I see. I'm so sorry, I'm so ignorant." Li Yu was a little embarrassed as she repeatedly apologized. Lu Rengui waved his hand and said, "Haha. It's okay. In fact, if I had anticipated today's situation, would have ordered them to dig a tunnel in advance. Perhaps they would have been able to dig a tunnel out of the city. But now, it's obviously too late. Yi Fashion then said, "There's no point in talking about this now. Second uncle, according to Cui Junchuo, they will gather the people's will and lead the soldiers to revolt. When that happens, the city will be in chaos. What Fashion means is that Miss Li Yu, you and second aunt will follow me to the south of the city to meet with Wei Zhucheng. Miss Li Yu and I will find a place to send a message to my cousin." Yi Minglei was a decisive person. He nodded and said, "Okay. Fashion, we'll do as you say. I'll send someone to the county office to ask for leave. Just say that I'm not feeling well and need to rest at home. At this juncture, the county magistrate will not have time to deal with this. Then I'll bring your second aunt and the rest to meet with Wei Zhucheng." Yi Fashion nodded and looked at Li Yu. "Miss Li Yu, shall we send a telegram to Chang'an now?" Li Yu nodded and said, I'll go back to my room to get the telegram machine." Lu Rengui was worried that something might go wrong. He quickly stood up and said, "I'll go with you." Li Yu nodded and did not refuse. After a while, the two of them carried the telegram machine and pushed the door open. Li Yu skillfully connected the telegraph machine. This was the first time that Lu Rengui and Yi Minglei had seen this legendary item that could transmit sound from 1,000 miles away. The two of them opened their eyes wide and curiously looked at the telegraph machine. Li Yu smiled and then said, "You're right. Sir once said that in theory, the transmission distance of this telegraph machine can reach up to 100 miles, but we have never tried such a long distance. In order to avoid any accidents, I will first send a code to Chang'an and see if they can answer me." Yi Fashion nodded and said, "That's how it should be." Therefore, Li Yu opened the password book and searched for a while. Then, she began to press the telegram machine's transmission handle. Everyone could only hear a series of DDD sounds. After a while, Li Yu said softly, "I sent, sir, are you there? Now, we're waiting for a response. If we don't receive a response, it means that the telegram machine can't transmit messages that far." Hearing this, everyone was nervous. Although Wei Zheng was not dead and could take charge of the situation, the most important thing to do now was to use the telegram machine to inform Chang and to send troops as soon as possible. If the telegram machine could not work, they were finished. "Miss Li Yu, according to the telegram machine's speed, how long will it take for us to receive a response?" After waiting for a while, there was still no response. Lu Rengui could not help but ask softly. Li Yu's face turned pale. She shook her head and said, "It's enough. According to the time we waited was enough for them to send a message back. But, this means that our telegram machine can't transmit messages that far." Everyone was shocked. Yi Minglei said anxiously, "What should we do? The Cui family is going to revolt the day after tomorrow. Even if they didn't lock down the county, it would be too late for us to send a message back to Chang'an." Lu Rengui said in annoyance, "Miss Li Yu, didn't Marquis Yong and say that the telegram machine can transmit messages from 100 miles away? Why can't it work now?" Li Yu shook his head and said, "Like I said, that's only in theory. In reality, when this thing is in the process of transmitting a message, it can easily be damaged due to some other factors." "Oh right, I have an idea. Uncle Yi, is there a particularly tall pagoda or attic in Guancheng County?" Yi Minglei asked curiously, "Miss Li Yu, why are you asking this?" Li Yu said excitedly, "I remember Mr. once told me that the telegraphic machine's transmission can be understood as a formless energy. When this energy encounters an obstacle and passes through it, it will be damaged to a certain extent. Now that we're surrounded by houses, the damage will naturally be greater. Therefore, if there is a very tall pagoda or attic in the city, sending a telegram from there can greatly reduce the damage to the building. At that time, Chang'an might be able to receive the telegram from us. In ancient times, ordinary houses were usually 1 to 2 stories high. There were very few that exceeded 3 stories. Pagoda was an exception. Normally, pagoda would have 10 to dozens of stories. In ancient cities, pagoda was equivalent to a crane in a flock of chickens. Yi Minglei did not fully understand, but he understood the general idea. Hearing this, he quickly said, "Yes, yes, yes." There is a relatively tall pagoda in the city. It is located in the Songyue Temple in the south of the city. It was built in the 2nd year of Emperor Xuanwu's Yongping. It was originally Emperor Xuanwu's Li Palace, but it was later changed into a Buddhist temple. There is a pagoda in it called the Songyue Temple Pagoda. It has a total of 15 stories and is about 100 feet high. It should meet Miss Li Yu's needs. Hearing this, Li Yu was overjoyed. "That's great. Without further ado, I will bring the telegram machine to the Songyue Temple." Hey. Miss Li Yu, please don't be impatient." Yi Minglei quickly stopped him and said, "To avoid suspicion, I will let my wife and monk accompany you. Coincidentally, the abbot of Songyue Temple has some friendship with me. After you go, just say that I have caught a cold and am bedridden. You want to go to the pagoda to pray for me. I am sure that the abbot will agree to it. Also, this way, no one will be suspicious." Before Li Yu agreed, Lu Rengui smiled and said, "That's great. Then I will act as the Yi family's guards and escort Miss Li Yu along the way." Li Yu thought for a moment and nodded, "All right. Then we will do as Uncle Yi and Brother Lu said. We will make our own preparations and leave in a while." Half an hour later, a horse carriage drove out of the Yi family and went straight to the Songyue Temple in the north of the city. After a while, a servant came out of the Yi residence, holding a handwritten letter written by Yi Minglei, and went to the county office to apply for leave. "Abbot Hui Guang, my master has unfortunately been infected with an illness and is bedridden. This old woman has specially brought 2 juniors to pray for my master at the Songyue Temple Pagoda. I hope that abbot can help us out on account of our past friendship." Yi Minglei's wife, Madame Li, was also a lady from a wealthy family back then. She was quite sensible. After learning that her husband was trapped, she did not hesitate to accompany Li Yu and Yi Fashion to Songyue Temple to act out this show. The abbot did not agree immediately. Instead, he looked at Yi Fashion deeply. After a long time, he looked at Madame Yi and said, "Amitabha. District Deputy Yi treats the people well and is honest. He is a rare good official. Now that I heard that he is sick, I am worried. Since Madame Yi wants to pray for District Deputy Yi in the temple, I have no reason to refuse. Huiyan, quickly bring Madame Yi and the others to the Buddhist pagoda." At this moment, a young monk stood out from the side. He put his palms together and said, "Yes, abbot." Then, he said to Madame Yi, "Benefactors, please follow me." Chapter 13:10. Thank you for leading the way, little Master Huiyan. This is a token of my appreciation for the temple. Madame Yi, Yi Fashion, Li Yu, and the others ascended to the top floor of Songyue Temple under Huiyan's lead. Madame Yi chuckled as she took out a small stack of tengyuan from her sleeve and passed it to the little monk. The little monk stole a glance at the tengyuan in Madame Yi's hand and was stunned. All of them were in the denomination of 10 tengyuan. Adding them all together, it was at least 100 tengyuan. This was really a big deal. His eyes could not help but reveal a look of greed. Amitabha. Madame Yi, I don't dare to accept such a huge sum of money. The little monk quickly hid the greed in his eyes and clasped his hands together. Madame Yi smiled and said, "Money is just a worldly possession. This old woman only wants my master to be able to recover quickly. This money is firstly to add some incense money to the temple and accumulate some merit for my master. Secondly, I want Master Huiyan to help me look after the temple and not let anyone come up to disturb this old woman praying for my master. After all, if this praying is interrupted, then it would seem that my heart is not sincere, and Buddha will definitely blame me. Little master, don't you think so?" A trace of excitement flashed through the little monk's eyes, and then he said, Amitba. Madame Ye's true feelings for County Deputy Yi will definitely move the Buddha. I'll help Madame Yi guard below to prevent outsiders from disturbing Madame Ye's prayer. After saying that, he took the Tang Yuan from Madame Yi and hid it in his sleeve quietly. Madame Yi clasped her hands together and said, Thank you, little Master Huyen. The little monk nodded and left. Fashion, Miss Li Yu, let's go in. After the little monk left, Madame Yi said softly. Li Yu nodded and said gratefully as she walked, Thank you for helping us. If it wasn't for you, little Yu would have to spend a lot of effort to come here. She was right. Songyue Temple was usually not open to ordinary pilgrims, let alone the top floor. Madame Yi smiled and said, It's okay. As long as it can solve this crisis, I am willing to do anything. Miss Li Yu, now that no one is disturbing you, quickly try to see if your telegraph works. Okay. All right. Li Yu nodded and walked to an incense table. She began to fiddle with the telegraph. Yi Fashion, who was standing at the side, finally couldn't help but say, These Buddhists are hypocrites. They are greedy for money and profit. They eat the fat of the people and don't do anything productive. They are indeed the scourge of our Tang dynasty. As a Taoist, he didn't like Buddhists. Just now, the little monk Huiyan's little trick made him very angry. However, he also knew that the situation was urgent, so he had been holding it in. Now that there was no one on the entire 15th floor of the pagoda, he expressed his dissatisfaction. Just now, the abbot of the temple had been staring at him because he had felt the pure Taoist aura on him. A Taoist priest came to a monk's temple to pray for blessings. Presumably, the abbot was in a state of confusion for a moment. Madame Yi smiled and said, Monk, what's the point of saying all this now? As long as Miss Li Yu can achieve her goal here and send the news back to Chang'an, my money will be well spent. Yes. Second aunt is right. Yi Fashion nodded. At this moment, he finally turned his attention to Li Yu. Miss Li Yu, how is it? Li Yu heaved a sigh of relief and said, I just sent it. I'm just waiting for a reply. Then, she clasped her hands together and bowed to the Buddha statue. Buddha, please bless Mr. He will definitely receive the news. This was the last method she could think of. If it still didn't work, she would be completely out of ideas. Actually, sending a telegraph from a high tower could indeed send it further. The principle was similar to the early television towers in modern society. Back then, television towers were usually built very high to expand the range of electromagnetic waves that could receive and transmit signals. This was because electromagnetic waves were easily affected by obstacles near the ground. They would weaken or change. This was not conducive to signal transmission. However, there were no obstacles at high altitudes. In addition, the electromagnetic waves could be transmitted further from high altitudes. Perhaps Buddha had heard Li Yu's request, or perhaps Li Yu's method had played a key role. Lantian County, Yunshan. Yanhuang College Dormitory 007. Suddenly, there was a DDD sound. Meng Wenhao, who was reading on the bed, suddenly sat up and ran to the telegraph machine. He quickly picked up a pen and started to record the code. Mister, are you there? This string of code was very short. Meng Wenhao quickly recorded and translated it. Looking at the 4 words on the paper, he was indescribably excited. It's little fishy. It's little you. She had finally replied to the letter. That's great. No. Maybe she's in an emergency. I have to reply to her quickly. Meng Wenhao forcibly suppressed his excitement and sat down to reply to the telegram. Little fishy, I'm here. I'm Meng Wenhao. I'm helping Yamacho look after the telegraph machine. Without flipping through the password book, Meng Wenhao sent the telegram directly. Ever since he received the telegraph machine and password book yesterday, he had already memorized the password in the password book by heart. He knew in his heart that once he encountered such an emergency, time waits for no one. If he replied quickly and translated the code quickly, he could buy Li Yu a moment more. This was a matter of life and death. DDD. On the top floor of Songhua Temple more than 400 miles away, everyone was quietly waiting for the telegraph machine to ring again. At this moment, they all felt that time was passing very slowly. It was like a year. Finally, after much anticipation, the telegraph machine finally emitted a series of DD sounds. Little Fishy immediately moved. She bent over the table and quickly recorded the code. After a moment, she stood up and said with a face full of ecstasy, "We did it. We did it." There's a reply from Chang'an. It's Wenhao. He said that he's helping Mr. look after the telegraph machine. She was really happy. Firstly, it was because she had been rescued from a hopeless situation. Secondly, it was Meng Wenhao who received the telegram. That's great. As the saying goes, seeing is believing. Now that they had witnessed the miraculous function of the telegraph machine, Lu Rengui and Madame Yi were completely convinced. Yi Fashion quickly took out a piece of paper from his sleeve and said, "Little Fishy, quickly send the information over. This is the current situation in Guangcheng County that I've organized. It's already the most concise sentence. Quickly send it over." Okay. Li Yu took it. Then, she compared it to the password book while manipulating the handle of the telegraph machine to send the telegram. For a moment, only the sound of DDD could be heard in the room. Fortunately, Madame Yi had asked the little monk to guard downstairs to prevent anyone from going up to the 15th floor. Otherwise, if someone came up and heard the strange sound, they would definitely push the door open and investigate. Chapter 13:11. Yamacho. Little Yu has sent a letter. Zhengzhou's Chui family is going to revolt. Luoyang will be in danger. When it was close to noon, Meng Wenhao arrived at Yunshan's first courtyard with the translated message in his hand. He rushed to Li Zishuan in the courtyard and hurriedly shouted. He didn't notice that other than Li Zishuan, Li Gang was also in the courtyard. What? You said the Chui family is going to rebel against the imperial court? How is that possible? Li Zishuan was stunned. Just as he was about to speak, Li Gang stood up and said in shock. Oh. Greetings, Mr. Li. Meng Wenhao finally noticed Li Gang in the courtyard and quickly went forward to greet him. Li Gang waved his hand and asked with a serious face, "Wenhao, is what you said just now true?" Meng Wenhao quickly handed the message in his hand to Li Gang and said, "Mr. Li, it is absolutely true. This is the message sent by Li Yu in Zhengzhou through the telegraph. Please take a look at it with Yamacho." Li Gang took the message and read it seriously. Li Zishuan was already standing behind Li Gang and also read it. In the second month of the second year of Zhengguan, Guangcheng County was attacked by bandits. Wei Zhucheng's whereabouts are unknown. In the third month of the second year of Zhengguan, Zhengzhou Daily appeared in Zhengzhou. The content criticized the imperial court and His Majesty. The Chui family's intention to rebel is clear as day. Last night, Yi Fashion risked his life to sneak into the provincial governor's mansion and found out that the provincial governor of Zhengzhou had colluded with Chui Junchuo. Furthermore, the Chui family has joined forces with the Zheng family of Xinjiang and the Chui family of Bowling to launch a rebellion the day after tomorrow. They are going to attack Luoyang directly. The Chui family wants to take down Luoyang and rule the world with the imperial court. The situation is urgent. Please make a decision and send an army to eliminate the rebels. The message wasn't long, only about 300 words in total. It could be seen that the message had been condensed before it was sent out. However, the amount of information contained in the message was far more than 300 words. Zhengzhou was about to undergo a great change. Hunan province is going to change. If this matter wasn't handled properly, the Great Tang would undergo a major change. How would the Cui family dare? This is treason and heresy, destroying the integrity of my court. Yamacho, we must report this to His Majesty as soon as possible. After Li Gang finished reading, his face was full of anger. If it wasn't for the urgency of time, he would have scolded these traitors. Li Zishuan took the report from Li Gang, then cupped his hands and said, Teacher Wen Ji is right. I will enter the palace now. Non-base, fast. Prepare the horses. Yes. Marquis. After a while, Li Zishuan and Pang Feiji rode down the Cloud Mountain and headed straight for Chang'an City. In the Imperial Palace, the morning court session had just ended. Li Er was resting in the Sweet Dew Hall. After all, the morning court session every day was extremely exhausting for an emperor like him. Your Majesty. The Marquis of Yong'an is requesting an audience outside the hall, saying that it's an extremely urgent matter. At this moment, an attendant came in from outside the hall and reported with a bow. An extremely urgent matter? Li Er, who was leaning on the couch, narrowed his eyes and said, Send it in quickly. Yes. The chamberlain retreated, and not long after, Li Zishuan walked in. Without waiting for him to bow, Li Er asked, Speak. What exactly is so urgent that you're willing to leave the Cloud Mountain? Li Zishuan took out the report, raised it above his head and said, Your Majesty, there is an urgent report from Jianghu. The Cui family wants to oppose them. What? As soon as the last 3 words were spoken, the atmosphere in the hall suddenly stagnated. Even Zhao Song, who was standing below Li Er, could not help but reveal a trace of shock in his eyes. After being stunned for a moment, Zhao Song hurriedly came down, took the report from Li Zishuan, and handed it to Li Er. After Li Er scanned the contents of the report with a serious expression, he ordered, Quickly summon Zhang Sun Wuji, Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, Li Jing, Cheng Jijia, Qin Qiong, Yuqi Jingda, Niu Jinda, and Duan Jishuan for a meeting. Zhao Song's expression turned serious as he bowed and said, Yes, Your Majesty. Speaking of which, the officials were probably still on their way home after court. If he wanted to summon them back, he would probably have to send someone to look for them on the road. Marquis of Yong'an, where did this report come from? How many days has it been since the time in this report? After Zhao Song left, Li Er stood up from the dragon couch and looked at Li Zishuan and asked. This was the question he was most concerned about. After all, the report said that the Cui family would start an uprising the day after tomorrow, but who knew if the day after tomorrow had already passed? This was the problem of the timeliness of information that the ancient people often encountered. Your Majesty, this report was just sent from Jianghu through the telegraph. It was less than 2 hours ago, and the Cui family's uprising date is the day after tomorrow. Li Zishuan bowed and said. Li Er raised his eyebrows. After thinking for a while, he understood and said, Previously, when your cousin Yi Fashion and Li Yu went to Jianghu, they must have brought a telegraph machine with them, right? Back when Yi Fashion and Li Yu went south to Jianghu, Li Er had warned Li Zishuan not to act rashly in Jianghu and ruin his plans. Now that Li Zishuan mentioned the origin of this report, he could roughly guess the cause and effect. Your Majesty is wise. I was worried that they would meet with an accident in Hunan, so I gave them a telegraph machine. Li Zishuan replied. Li Er nodded. Seeing that Li Zishuan was still frowning and looking worried, he couldn't help but say, This time, the report that Li Yu and Yi Fashion sent back was considered timely. The imperial court had enough time to react and make corresponding arrangements. The safety of Minister Wei and the rest should not be a concern. Besides, I already knew about the chaos in Jianghu last month, how could I not have made any preparations? Li Zishuan's eyes lit up. Just as he was about to ask, he suddenly heard footsteps outside the hall. It was Zhao Song. Your Majesty, Duke Xiao, Prime Minister Fang, and the rest are all waiting outside the hall. Li Er nodded and said, "Let them in quickly." After a while, Zhangsun Wuji, Fang Xianling, and the rest all came in. After a round of greetings, Zhangsun Wuji glanced at Li Zixuan in the hall, then looked at Li Er and asked, "May I know why your majesty has summoned us here?" Li Er looked at the officials in the hall and said in a deep voice, "Last month, the Chui family connived with the bandits and attacked the magistrate's office. They wanted to use this opportunity to assassinate Wei Zheng. After that, they arbitrarily published the Zhengzhou Daily to attack me and the imperial court. They wanted to use this to bewitch the people and plot a rebellion. Also, I have received news that Cui Junchuo has already joined forces with Zhengzhou provincial governor Pan Zhenyue, Xingyang's Xing family, and Boling's Cui family. They will gather the people's opinions and start a rebellion the day after tomorrow. Their first target is Luoyang. My beloved officials, what do you think I should do?" Zhangsun Wuji and the rest were instantly shocked. They were summoned right after the court. Before they came, they had thought of thousands of possibilities, but they didn't expect such a big thing to happen. "Your Majesty, give me 20,000 men and horses. I will go to Zhengzhou and destroy these rebels." While everyone was still in shock, Cheng Yaojin had already jumped out excitedly and shouted anxiously. He was indeed excited. Speaking of which, the world had been peaceful for so long. This old fellow had long been bored to death at home. Now that there was finally a war to fight, how could he not be excited? "Your Majesty, as long as you give me 10,000 troops, I will be able to exterminate the rebels." Yuqi Jingda reacted and hurriedly said. "Bah! Yuqi old hey, what do you mean?" Cheng Yaojin immediately lost it. He was the one who said it first, but wasn't Yuqi Jingda trying to cut him off? "What do you mean? What do I mean? I want to share His Majesty's worries." "What does it have to do with you, lunatic Cheng?" Yuqi Jingda retorted without a trace of fear. You Yuqi old hey, do you want to fight again? Then let's fight." Silence. These two people were enemies in the previous life. They fought as soon as they met. Li Er's face turned darker and darker as he watched. Finally, he couldn't hold it in and shouted. As expected, Cheng Yaojin and Yuqi Jingda immediately quieted down. In the court, the military situation is extremely urgent. As important officials of the court, you two are actually quarreling. Where is the propriety? Aren't you afraid of being laughed at by the younger generation? Li Er criticized in annoyance. Then, he looked at Li Jing and said, "Apothecary, what do you think of the Chui family's rebellion?" In the end, there were many people in the court who were suitable to be generals. However, there was only one person who was most suitable to be the commander of an army, and that was Li Jing. In terms of foresight, military strategy, and strategy, almost no one could compare to him. Li Jing cupped his hands and said, "Your Majesty, I think that the most important thing right now is to send people 800 li to inform Luoyang's magistrate to strengthen the city's defense. Luoyang has Hanjiatsang, and there is enough food for 500,000 soldiers to eat for a year. We must not let Luoyang fall into the hands of the rebels." Luoyang's Hanjiatsang was the world's largest granary. At its peak, the amount of food stored was close to 6 million dan. This was also the main reason why Cui Junchuo wanted to take down Luoyang as soon as possible. In addition, I think that Your Majesty should issue an edict to mobilize the available provincial troops around Zhengzhou to first resist the rebel army. Then, from Chang'an, we will mobilize the army to Hunan province. Zhengzhou is only 400 li away from Chang'an. If we rush, we can reach it in 5 days. In other words, as long as Luoyang's guards and the other provincial troops can delay it for 3 to 4 days, Luoyang will not fall into the hands of the enemy. Only then can the court deal with the rebel army with the least loss. In addition, before the army sets off, we have to figure out the number of rebels so that we can deal with them. Qinghe Chui clan, Xingyang Zhengzhou clan, and Bowling Chui clan are all large clans that have existed for thousands of years. They have tens of thousands of disciples, and countless scholars, officials, and generals that rely on them. This time, Chui Junchuo used Zhengzhou daily to criticize your majesty and incite the people to join the rebel army. Therefore, according to my estimation, the number of rebels is definitely not less than 200,000. No matter who your majesty sends to quell the rebellion, I hope that he will not underestimate the enemy. Li Jing was indeed Li Jing. Once he said this, the officials in the hall stopped arguing. Li Er nodded and said, "Zhao Song, immediately issue an edict. Order Luozhou's governor Chu Tudong to strengthen the city's defenses. Prepare rolling stones, crossbows, and other defensive tools in advance. We must defend the city. Order Hunan Province's Anfu ambassador Ren Kan to immediately mobilize the troops of Chenzhou, Shuzhou, Songzhou, Chaozhou, Haozhou, Qizhou, Qingzhou, Bianzhou, and Suzhou to quell the rebellion in Zhengzhou. Also, order Wang Yu, who is hiding in Dengzhou, to immediately lead the army to Zhengzhou." Li Er's arrangement at the beginning was still considered normal, but the last sentence was earth-shattering. Chapter 13:12. On the 13th day of the 6th month of the 9th year of Wuda, Li Shimin abolished the Xingtai system and set up a governor's office in Luozhou, Luoyang. In the first year of Zhengguan, Li Shimin appointed Chu Tudong as the governor of Luozhou. In the same year, Li Er divided the world into 10 Daos. Luoyang and Zhengzhou both belonged to Hunan Daos. At that time, the imperial court did not set up fixed officials and offices in each Daos. They only temporarily sent officials and ambassadors to patrol. At first, they were called pacifiers. It was not until the second year of Ruizong Jingyun that the imperial court set up Jidushi in each Daos. The Anlushan rebellion at the end of the Tang dynasty was caused by the military power of the Jidushi. Speaking of the current pacifier of Hunan Daos, Ren Kan, his brother Rengui was also the pacifier of Hunan Daos in the first year of Wuda. Lu Rengui was indebted to him. At that time, Rengui was drafting memorials to discuss state affairs. Lu Rengui saw the draft and helped him edit a few lines. Rengui was amazed by his talent and learning, and as a result, she appointed him as the Shi province army commander. In the Sweet Dew Hall, Zhao Song received the order and left. He had to draft the imperial edict and send it out. After all, time waits for no one. At the same time, Li Er's last sentence attracted the attention of everyone. Fang Xuanling's eyes flashed, and he cupped his hands and asked, "Your Majesty, Provincial Governor Wang should be in Suizhou. Why is he in Dengzhou?" According to the Tang dynasty's laws, the governors of each province should be in charge of their own affairs. They were not allowed to leave the province unless the emperor ordered them to do so. Now that Wang Yu suddenly appeared in Dengzhou, and from what Li Er said, Wang Yu even brought an army with him. Li Zishuan's heart stirred, and he also looked towards Li Er. Li Er smiled faintly and said, "A month ago, I received news that there were bandits in Zhengzhou causing trouble. I thought that Wei Zheng would face the retaliation of the local officials and the fierce retaliation of the Chui family. To prevent some people from acting out of desperation, I ordered Ren Kan to choose 200 elites to sneak into Guangxing County to protect Wei Zheng in the dark. I also ordered Sui Province's governor Wang Yu to lead 20,000 troops to hide in Dengzhou and be ready to assist Wei Zheng. Now, it seems that some people will always take risks and commit treacherous acts. Therefore, Wang Yu's troops can also be put to use." When the officials heard this, they couldn't help but exclaim, "Your Majesty is wise." Li Zishuan, on the other hand, secretly curled his lips. He thought to himself that old Li was indeed a sly old fox. No wonder he wasn't worried at all. It turned out that he had already prepared a backup plan. Qin Xiong cupped his fists and said, "Your Majesty, Governor Wang's 20,000 troops will not be able to stop the Chui family's rebel army. Even if Ren Kan gathers 10 states' troops, he will not be their match. The imperial court must send elites to Zhengzhou. Li Er nodded and said, "What Shu Bao said is also what I was thinking. In that case, who do you think I should send to Jianghu to quell the rebellion?" Cheng Yaojin was immediately energized. He stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, this old subject requests permission to lead the right guard to Jianghu. Your Majesty, this old subject requests battle. I am willing to lead the right Marshal Marquis to Jianghu. Your Majesty, this old subject is willing to lead Zhuo Xiao Wei to Jianghu." Yuqi Jingda and Niu Jinda did not want to be left behind. They also stepped forward and asked for battle. Li Zishuan was not interested in war. However, when he saw this scene, he could not help but feel his blood boil. He was fascinated. This was the prosperous Tang dynasty. This was the prosperous Tang dynasty that countless people of the Yan Huang dynasty were proud of. In the face of war, no one was afraid. Everyone was filled with fighting spirit. The Yellow Sand wore golden armor after 100 battles. They would not return until they had conquered Lulan. This was the belief that every Tang dynasty general had. They would press forward without stopping until they reached their goal. What a great era this was. Your Majesty, this subject requests battle too. This subject is willing to lead the black armored army to Jianghu. Although Chang'an is a few hundred miles away from Jianghu, the black armored army can reach it in 2 days. As long as the rebel army dares to leave the city, this subject will lead the black armored army to wipe them all out. At this moment, a middle-aged general in his 30s saluted Li Er. This was Duan Zhishuan. Among the people that Li Zishuan had asked Zhao Song to summon, only Duan Zhishuan was someone that Li Zishuan had never seen before. Thus, when this person appeared, Li Zishuan guessed his identity. Good. Seeing the emotions of the officials below, Li Er shouted, "Everyone, listen to the decree." The faces of the officials in the hall turned serious as they saluted. "This subject awaits the decree." Li Er said, "Cui Junchuo from the Cui family of Qinghe ignored the grace of the emperor and did not repent. She actually assassinated an important official of the imperial court, bewitched the people, and disrespected the emperor. I hereby order Li Jing to be the general in charge of the military of Hunan province. He will lead the left, middle, and right armies into Jianghu to wipe out the rebellion. Qin Xiong will be the deputy general in charge of the military. He will lead 20,000 troops from the middle army to Jianghu through Luoyang. Cheng Jijie will lead 20,000 troops from the right army to surround Jianghu and prevent the rebels from escaping to other provinces. Niu Jinda will lead 20,000 troops from the left army from Shuzhou to prevent the rebel army from attacking Luoyang. At that time, if the rebel army has already left Jianghu or Luoyang has already fallen, the 3 armies will combine their forces to wipe out the rebel army. Duan Zhishuan, I order you to lead 3,000 black armored troops to Jianghu. If you meet enemies in the wilderness, go all out to wipe them out. For this rebellion, all of you must exterminate the rebels. Since the Cui clan of Bowling and the Zheng clan of Xinjiang are accomplices and have committed such treacherous acts, they must be exterminated without leaving a single one alive. When the emperor was angry, millions of corpses would fall, and blood would flow for 1,000 miles. When these cold words came out of Li Er's mouth, it meant that many people would die in the following period of time. This subject obeys the decree. Li Jing, Qin Xiong, Cheng Yaojin, Niu Jinda, and Duan Zhishuan stepped forward and cupped their fists solemnly. The hearts of the other officials turned cold. Li Er actually sent out the black armored troops to wipe out the rebellion. This was the most elite heavy cavalry in the world. Even the wolf cavalry of the Turks had to flee when they saw them. 3,000 black armored troops was not a small number. When Li Shimin defeated Wang Shichong at Hulao Pass, he had only used 1,000 of the black armored troops. In the end, he had captured and beheaded more than 6,000 people. Later on, Wang Shichong was unwilling to admit defeat and sent 100,000 men. Li Shimin had used 3,500 black armored troops to lead the charge and ultimately defeated these people. From this, one could see the strength of this heavy cavalry force. Of course, one could also see that Old Li was determined to kill the Chui family of Qinghe, the Zheng family of Xinjiang, and the Chui family of Bowling. Time is of the essence. My beloved subjects, gather the troops. Tomorrow morning, the three armies will set out for Jianghu. Li Er nodded. There was a saying that a cannon shot was worth 10,000 taels of gold. Although there were no cannons in this era, fighting wars was still rather expensive. However, the Great Tang's treasury was filled with grain and fodder, so Li Er had the confidence to start this rebellion. Yes. The officials cupped their fists and left. Marquis Yong and, you stay. Li Zishuan also wanted to take the opportunity to slip away, but Li Er's words forced him to face this cruel reality. Chapter 13:13. Marquis Yong and, we will have official Fang, official Du, and the others write a few articles and send them to the editorial department of the Great Tang Daily. We will use this opportunity to let the people of the world see the true colors of the Chui clan and Zheng clan. They were the ones who were unjust, so they can't blame us for being ruthless. In the Sweet Du Hall. After Zhang Sun Wuji, Fang Xianling, and Cheng Yaojin left, Li Er looked at Li Zishuan and instructed. Li Zishuan was slightly stunned. He didn't expect Old Li to know how to make use of public opinion. This time, the Chui family used public opinion to attack Li Er to incite the people to rebel against the imperial court. Now, Old Li wanted to use the same method to gain the people's trust and support. Only a ruler who valued the people's trust would be a successful ruler. Yes, Your Majesty. In the next few days, Datong Daily will cooperate with the imperial court to announce the Chui family's rebellion to the world. As the saying goes, those who are righteous get more support while those who are unrighteous get little support. Chui Junqiao has no regard for the emperor's grace and is not a subject. He will definitely be despised by the people. I will also list out all the good deeds and benevolence Your Majesty has done to the people since you took over the throne. People's hearts are made of flesh. I don't believe that the people can't differentiate between good and bad. Li Zishuan cupped his hands and replied. Yes. Li Er nodded and said, the Chui and Zheng family have thousands of scholars in their hands. Actually, I am not afraid of how many soldiers they have. I am only afraid that they will use these scholars to bewitch the people and attack the imperial court. After all, the people are innocent. Li Zishuan smiled and said, Your Majesty is so considerate of the people. It is the blessing of the people. Li Er smiled and didn't deny it. After a while, he said, I have an idea. Listen to it and see if it is feasible. Li Zishuan's expression turned solemn as he listened attentively. Li Er paused for a moment before continuing. Since ancient times, when a general was away from the capital, he would not obey military orders. The reason was that the battlefield was quite far from the capital, and the situation on the battlefield was constantly changing. Therefore, the previous emperors would not interfere with the generals away from the capital and give orders. But this time, when Li Yu used a telegraph to send information to Chang and from Jianghu, I had an idea. That is it possible for me to understand the situation on the battlefield immediately through the telegraph? Then, if I or any other officials in the imperial court have any good ideas about military formations, I can also send them to the front line through the telegraph at the very first moment. What do you think? Li Zishuan was shocked. He thought to himself that Old Li's thinking was quite advanced. He even knew how to engage in information warfare. Your Majesty, our telegraph is not mature yet. This kind of ultra-long-distance communication is not stable. This time, the reason why little Yu was able to send the information from Jianghu to Chang and was because she sent the telegram from a Buddhist pagoda that was more than 100 feet high. When the army goes out, how can there be such a high altitude everywhere? In addition, the power supply of the telegraph is also a problem. Therefore, I think that it is still too early for Your Majesty to use the telegraph to command the battle formation this time. Your Majesty, please reconsider. Li Er couldn't help but frown. He asked doubtfully, what does the telegram sent by the telegraph have to do with the height of the terrain? Li Zishuan cupped his hands and said, Your Majesty, if I may be so bold as to ask you, if this person stood on a high mountain and shouted to the foot of the mountain, would his voice travel far? Or if he stood on the street and shouted, would his voice travel far? Li Er thought for a moment and replied, Of course, if he stood on a mountain and shouted, his voice would travel far. Li Zishuan smiled and said, That's right. Your Majesty, in fact, the telegram sent by the telegraph is just like shouting. If you stand high and the position is spacious, it will naturally travel far. There are many houses in the city, which will block the telegram sent by the telegraph, so it won't travel far. He definitely couldn't tell Li Er about the transmission loss of electromagnetic waves. Otherwise, if he wanted to explain it clearly, he would have to talk for a long time. After thinking about it, Li Zishuan could only give an example to explain to Li Er. I see. Li Er nodded thoughtfully. Then, his eyes suddenly lit up and he said, I still have a plan. This time, we can let the pharmacist bring 2 celestial lamps. On one hand, it can be used to scout the enemy from the sky. On the other hand, we can use the celestial lamps to send information to Chang and from the sky. What do you think? Li Zishuan didn't object this time. In fact, he had thought of using the celestial lamps to carry the telegraph when he came here. The reason why he didn't tell Li Er at the first moment was because he was worried that this kind of technology that was ahead of its time would cause uncontrollable variables in the future if it was used on the battlefield too early before it matured. The Tang dynasty's biggest enemy was still the Turks. Li Zishuan felt that using the celestial lamps and the telegraph to deal with the Jianghu rebels was a little overkill. Your Majesty's wisdom is as vast as the sea. This subject admires you. This subject feels that this method is feasible, as long as you pay attention to the power supply of the telegraph. Li Zishuan cupped his hands and said. Li Er's face finally revealed a victorious smile. At this time, he looked at Li Zishuan meaningfully and asked, You must be wondering why I am so insistent on using the telegraph in this rebellion, right? Li Zishuan was silent. Seeing this, Li Er continued, 5 families and 7 hopes. Just 3 families working together to deal with me? What a joke. I don't put Chui Junchuo in my eyes. However, using the blood of the Chui family and the Zheng family to sharpen the blades of my army seems to be a good choice. I won't hide it from you, I long for war. In the 9th year of Wuda, the Turks attacked the city and I was forced to sign the treaty. This is the greatest shame of my life. At the latest next year, I will send troops to the Turks and fight it out with Xieli. I can't wait to go to the battlefield and kill them with my own hands. However, as the emperor of the Tang dynasty, how can I casually go to the battlefield? And the telegraph that you, Marquis Yong, built just happens to solve this worry of mine. Although I can't go to the battlefield, I can control the situation through the telegraph. And now, the Chui family's rebellion can be used to train my troops. Your telegraph must be used this time. Even if there are problems along the way, I don't care. Li Zishuan was silent. Although Li Er was just over 30 years old, he had been on the battlefield for more than 10 years. He was a real emperor on horseback. Such a strong Li Er was attacked by the Turks back then. How could he not be angry? However, Li Er was now the emperor of a country. Even if he wanted to take revenge, he couldn't personally go to the battlefield. For a former world hero, this was also a kind of grievance and suffering. This subject obeys your majesty. Currently, this subject has a total of 3 telegraph machines. One of them was given to Li Yu. Since your majesty wants to arrange it this way, then when the army sets out tomorrow, this subject will send a student from the academy who knows how to use the telegraph to bring 1 telegraph machine and 2 celestial lamps with the army. This subject will send the last telegraph machine to the palace. At that time, your majesty can let His Highness, Prince of Wei, teach the people in the palace how to use the telegraph machine. Since Li Er had put it this way, Li Zishuan naturally had no reason to refuse. After thinking for a moment, he cupped his hands and said. Li Er was finally satisfied and said, "So kind. After this rebellion is quelled, I will remember your merit. This subject does not ask for a reward. If there is merit, it should be the contribution of the student from the academy who went to Jianghu." In the afternoon, Chang'an City suddenly became busy. In the Ministry of War and the Ministry of Revenue, officials went in and out, all of them in a hurry. They were all busy. In the city, teams of soldiers were constantly escorting carts of grain and fodder out of the city. Since ancient times, grain and fodder had always been the first to move. This time, the imperial court's army of more than 60,000 was going to Hunan province. The amount of grain and fodder they needed was not a small amount. However, they would not bring all the grain and fodder at once. They only needed to bring about 10 days' worth of rations. When they arrived at Hunan province, they could either exchange the grain from the local government or transfer it directly from Luoyang. In Chang'an City, the old people who had experienced the great chaos in the early years were all worried when they saw this scene. Where did this war break out? There is going to be a war. The imperial court is going to war. I just don't know where it will be this time. Did the Turks start to harass the border of the Tang Empire again? At present, the imperial court had not officially issued a notice, so even if the people felt that something was wrong, they could only make wild guesses in private. However, those in the officialdom basically knew the cause and effect. The Chui family had rebelled and the world was going to change. Wenhao, Iron Egg, I won't force you. In fact, I don't want you to take risks. So, whether you go or not, it's all up to you. On the way back to Cloud Mountain, Li Zishuan had been considering the candidates from the academy who would go south with the army. First of all, he definitely could not go. It was not that he was afraid of death and did not dare to go on the battlefield. With his current martial arts cultivation, as long as he was not alone on the battlefield and was not surrounded by thousands of people, he would not die. The main reason why he could not go was that the construction of the dam at Bar River had reached the most critical stage. Recently, Yan Xiaoning and Mo Huai had often encountered this and that kind of problems. He had to find a way to solve the problems. If he really could not leave, then the dam would really be ruined. He had spent too much money and effort on this dam. He really could not bear to give it up halfway. Moreover, in his eyes, although the Chui family and the Zheng family had a strong foundation and a lot of people, they were still vulnerable in the face of the Tang army. The reason why Chui Junchuo felt that he had a chance was that he wanted to take Luoyang and strengthen himself before the imperial court reacted. However, the telegram sent by Li Yu had completely destroyed the Chui family's painstaking plan. In this way, Chui Junchuo was even less of a threat. Therefore, Li Zishuan felt that it was not worth it for him to go, and there was no need for him to go. Since he was not going, he could only let his students go. Among his students, only Li Tai, Meng Wenhao, and Iron Egg were proficient in using the telegraph. Although Ching Chumo was the first to come into contact with the telegraph, this idiot had never learned how to use it. Therefore, after returning to Yunshan, Li Zishuan sent someone to call Meng Wenhao and Iron Egg to the side yard. He briefly told them about the imperial court's intention to send an army to Jianghu to quell the rebellion, and then began to ask for their opinions. "Sir, I'm willing to go. I'm willing to follow the army to Jianghu," Meng Wenhao said without hesitation as soon as Li Zishuan finished speaking. Speaking of which, he was still worried about how to help Li Zishuan resolve the crisis. Now that Li Zishuan had made this request, it was exactly what he wanted. Instead of worrying in Chang'an, it was better to go directly to Jianghu to help resolve the crisis. "Master, Iron Egg is also willing to go." Not long after Meng Wenhao finished speaking, Iron Egg also spoke up. Li Zishuan looked at the two of them with a solemn expression, saying, both of you should think carefully. This is going to the battlefield, not a game. Although you will be staying in the main tent at that time, and the danger will be much smaller, but on the battlefield, there will never be an absolutely safe place. Wenhao, your life doesn't belong to you alone. You still have your parents and sister. If anything happens to you on the battlefield, what will you do to them? And Iron Egg, you are the only son of the Han family. If your father knew that you are going to the battlefield, what would he think? To be honest, Li Zishuan was quite conflicted. Strictly speaking, following the army to the south was a good opportunity for the students of the academy to gain experience. There was little danger, and if they won the battle, they might even be able to gain military merits, which would benefit them for life. But he was also worried that something would happen to his students in Jianghu. After listening to Li Zishuan's earnest words, Meng Wenhao and Iron Egg both lowered their heads. But after a while, Meng Wenhao raised his head and said, "Yamacho, I have made up my mind. This trip to Jianghu, I must go. If I don't go, I will regret it for the rest of my life. As for my parents, I will persuade them." Iron Egg also raised his head and said with red eyes, "Master. Iron Egg also wants to go. My father went to the north to kill the Turks. Iron Egg also wants to become a hero like my father." Iron Egg. Suddenly, a complicated female voice came from the door. It was Han Yushi. "Wife." Li Zishuan hurriedly got up and greeted her with a guilty conscience. Because he didn't have time to discuss this matter with his wife. "Sister, can you not stop Iron Egg?" Iron Egg stood up and looked at Han Yushi, his eyes full of persistence. Han Yushi stared at Iron Egg in front of her in a daze, looking at her brother who she had personally raised. After a long while, she walked forward and patted Iron Egg's shoulder, saying with a complicated tone, "Iron Egg, you have grown up. I don't have the right to make decisions for you anymore. If you've decided on something, then go ahead and do it. Sister only wants you to be safe." Seeing Han Yushi like this, Iron Egg felt an inexplicable sadness in his heart. He held back his tears and said, "Sister, don't worry. Iron Egg will definitely make himself safe. Iron Egg will definitely become a hero like my father. Husband, you two continue to talk. I will go out and see Lan." Han Yushi quickly turned around and gently wiped the corner of her eyes with her sleeve. She said to Li Zishuan and hurriedly went out. The room was silent. After a while, Li Zishuan forced himself to be spirited and asked, "Both of you want to go?" "Yes. Yes." Meng Wenhao and Iron Egg nodded solemnly at the same time. Li Zishuan sighed softly and said, "That's good. Since that's the case, then let's both go. We can take care of each other on the way. Go back and pack up immediately. Tomorrow morning, I will send you to Uncle Li. In the future, you will listen to his orders. As for the academy, you don't have to worry. I will ask for leave for you first. When you come back, I will arrange for someone to make up lessons for you." "Yes. Yamacho." "Yes. Master." Chapter 13-14. "Oh. Isn't this Madame Yi? Are you here to pray for blessings at Songhua Temple? I heard this morning that County Deputy Yi was sick. Could it be true?" Guangxing County, at the entrance of Songhua Temple. Madame Yi brought Li Yu, Yi Fashion, and a few others out of the temple. She was stopped by a fat, shifty-eyed, greasy middle-aged man. Behind the man were 4 or 5 bailiffs. At this moment, he was staring at Madame Yi maliciously and said with a smile, "Registrar Wang, what do you mean by this? My husband is sick in bed. As a colleague, it's fine if you don't care about him, but you're actually making sarcastic remarks here. Has your sense of propriety been eaten by dogs?" Hearing this, Madame Wang's face was filled with anger and she scolded mercilessly. She looked exactly like a wife who was eager to protect her husband. Registrar Wang saw this and his eyes flashed. Then, he said with a smile, hee. Madam Yi, please don't be angry. Who said that I don't care about County Deputy Yi? I even sent people to send County Deputy Yi a lot of ginseng, bird's nest, and other precious tonics. As a person, what I value the most is the righteousness between friends and colleagues. Madam Yi glared at Registrar Wang coldly and didn't continue to say anything. Registrar Wang rolled his eyes and pretended to be depressed. He patted his head and said, Aya, look at this official's memory. I brought people here to catch the rebels. Why did I mention this to Madam Yi? Rebels? Madam Yi, Yi Fashion, Li Yu, and the others were all shocked. Finally, Madam Yi forced herself to look calmly at Registrar Wang and said, What rebels? When did Guangcheng County have rebels? Moreover, Registrar Wang, why did you catch the rebels at Songhua Temple? Registrar Wang didn't answer. He turned his gaze to Yi Fashion and Li Yu behind Madam Yi. Then, he went forward and asked, Madam Yi, who are this young master and this young lady? I've known County Deputy Yi for many years. How come I've never seen them before? Don't tell me they're your long-lost children. Shut up. Upon hearing this, Madam Yi's eyes were filled with anger as she said, Don't talk nonsense, Registrar Wang. They are my master's niece and nephew. They entered the city a few days ago. If Registrar Wang continues to talk nonsense, don't blame me for being rude. Yi Fashion and Li Yu were also furious. If it weren't for the special situation, they would have beaten Registrar Wang up a long time ago. Don't be angry. Madam Yi, please don't be angry. Registrar Wang waved his hand fearfully and said, I'm just asking casually, there's no need for Madam Yi to be angry. Oh, right. Were this young master and this young lady at home last night? Yi Fashion's heart skipped a beat. He thought to himself, what should come has finally come. Just as he was about to speak, he saw Madam Yi standing in front of him. With a look of disdain, she said, Nonsense. If they're not at home, where else could they have gone? Registrar Wang crossed his arms and asked lightly, Is there anyone who can testify? Madam Yi panicked, but she knew that she couldn't panic at this moment. She took 2 deep breaths and glared at him. What? Registrar Wang wants to testify? Fine, when we return to the Yi residence, I'll ask all the servants and maids to testify. Our Yi family has never done anything wrong, why would we be afraid of your investigation? But you, Registrar Wang, without any evidence, what right do you have to interrogate our Yi family members? You're offending your superiors. When my master recovers, I'll go to the county office to find the county magistrate to judge. Registrar Wang's eyes flashed with an unnatural look. Then he smiled and said, Haha. I'm the one who's joking, there's no need for Madam Yi to be angry. As for Deputy Yi going to find the county magistrate to judge, he can do as he pleases. I'm afraid he won't make it in time. Ha ha ha. After saying that, Registrar Wang laughed proudly. Won't make it in time? What do you mean? Madam Yi frowned and asked. Nothing. Registrar Wang shook his head and looked at Madam Yi. He whispered, Li Lanzhu, 10 years ago, why didn't you choose me, Wang Cheng, but Yi Minglei? What's the result? In a few days, Yi Minglei will die and you'll be a widow. TSK. What a pity. What a pity. You. Wang Cheng, you've gone too far. Madam Yi was shocked and angry. She pointed at Registrar Wang and said while gritting her teeth. You're asking for death. Yi Fashion looked at Registrar Wang with a gloomy look. His heart was filled with murderous intent. Although Wang Cheng's voice was low, Yi Fashion heard every word. From his point of view, he had brought trouble to his second uncle's family when he accompanied Li Yu to manage the city. Now, someone had insulted his second aunt, whom he had respected since he was young, in front of him. How could he tolerate this? Moreover, after Wang He, the servant of the Yi residence, found out about Li Yu's identity, he secretly went to inform on Wang Cheng. Kill. Although Yi Fashion was a Daoist, when he met someone who deserved to be killed, he would not show any mercy. However, there were too many people here. If he killed Wang Cheng, none of them would be able to escape. I'll let this bastard live for another 2 days. Yi Fashion thought to himself. All right. Since there are no traitors here, I'll take my leave. However, I still have to give Madame Yi a piece of advice. For the next 2 days, you and Deputy Yi should not go out as you wish. Wang Cheng smiled and then left with his men as if nothing had happened. Humph. Brother Yi, this bastard is evil. If there's a chance, I'll cut off his head for you. After Wang Cheng had left, Lu Rengui patted Yi Fashion's shoulder and said, "Thank you." After returning to the Yi residence, Yi Minglei asked Madame Yi, Li Yu and Yi Fashion to change into the coarse clothes of the commoners. He also instructed the housekeeper to close the door and decline all visitors for the next 2 days. When the sky was about to turn dark, Lu Rengui led the Yi family out of the residence and headed towards the south of the county. At this time, the commoners were in a hurry to go home. There were quite a lot of people on the streets. Moreover, the sky was dark and it was not easy for others to recognize them. 3/4 of an hour later, they finally arrived at Lu Rengui's rented courtyard without any mishap. How is it? Has the information been sent out? As soon as they entered the house, Wei Jing impatiently went up to them and asked before they could even greet each other. Little Yu clasped her hands and smiled. Deputy Wei, fortunately, I didn't disappoint you. When it was close to noon, I had sent everything here to the Yamacho. The Yamacho said that he will go to the palace immediately to meet the emperor. He estimated that the army from the imperial court will be here soon. Wei Zheng was overjoyed. It's done. It's really done. The Duke of Yong'an's telegraph machine has done a great job. Next, we should think about how to get out of here and help the imperial court to suppress the rebellion. Chapter 13-15. The officials of Chang'an were busy, and the people panicked at the news of the war. The soldiers of the 3 armies were mobilized to reinforce Luoyang. The war decree, signed by Li Er, the ruler of the Great Tang Empire, had instantly placed Chang'an in a state of war. Mobilizing 60,000 to 70,000 soldiers to quell the rebellion in Jianghu was no small matter. The mobilization of soldiers, the allocation of weapons, and the allocation of rations were all coordinated by the officials of the various departments of the imperial court. Moreover, the military situation was urgent. The army was about to set out tomorrow, so the officials were even busier. The officials of the 6 ministries of the imperial court all wished they had 8 legs. Those officials who had applied for leave at home were all called back. Unless they were so sick that they couldn't get out of bed, even if the sky fell down, they had to return to their yamen. The last time the 6 ministries of the imperial court were as busy as they were today was back in the 9th year of Wuda, when the Turkic army had besieged the city. This emergency war was an enormous test for all the departments of the Great Tang Imperial Court, and it was also a good opportunity to test the efficiency of the officials of the 6 ministries. Within Ganlu Palace, Li Er was not idle for even a moment. For the entire afternoon, there were constantly courtiers coming in and out of this place, reporting to him on the progress of the various preparations for the army's expedition. At this time, a special person who rarely appeared in the Sweet Nectar Hall. Your Majesty, all the officials in Chang'an who are related to the Chui family of Qinghe, the Chui family of Bowling, and the Zheng family of Xingyang have been monitored by the cavalry. Once they act rashly, they will be arrested immediately. This person was Li Junxian, the man who was in charge of 100 cavalry for Li Er. Junxian, you've done well. In addition, you must have people on guard against these officials sending pigeons to Jianghu. Li Er's eyes flashed with cold light as he sternly said. The Chui clan of Qinghe, the Zheng clan of Xingyang, and the Zheng clan of Bowling were all 1,000-year-old clans. Many of the officials of the Great Tang Imperial Court had once been scholars from these three clans. After all, although the Imperial Court had opened the Imperial examinations, scholars relying on the great clans was still the norm. In this situation, Li Er had no choice but to guard against the officials related to the Chui clan and the Zheng clan secretly leaking information. At this time, Li Er had to be grateful to his old man, Li Yuan. Back then, after Li Yuan established the Tang dynasty and pacified the world, he had already begun to intentionally exclude the officials from aristocratic families from the center of power. Although there were still a large number of officials in the court who came from aristocratic families, there were very few who held important positions. At present, the rising nobles of Great Tang were gradually gaining the strength to contend against the established noble clans. This subject obeys the decree. Li Junxian clasped his fist and left. Cloud Mountain Villa. Wife, are you blaming your husband for letting Iron Egg go to Jianghu? After finishing all the work in the afternoon, Li Zishuan saw Han Yushi sitting alone in the courtyard in a daze. He walked quietly behind her, bent down, and held Han Yushi's slender waist as he whispered in her ear. Husband. Suddenly being hugged by someone, Han Yushi was startled. When she turned her head and saw that it was Li Zishuan, she leaned her head on Li Zishuan's shoulder and whispered, Husband, this concubine doesn't blame you. This concubine knows that you are doing this for the good of Iron Egg. If he can earn a military merit this time, he will be able to enjoy glory and splendor for the rest of his life. However, this concubine only has this one younger brother. For him to suddenly go to such a faraway place by himself, this concubine is very worried. Seeing his wife frown, Li Zishuan stroked her cheeks with some heartache. Then, he said, Wife, there is no need to worry. This trip to Jianghu is not for him to charge at the front lines. He should only be managing the intelligence in the central tent. Besides, Iron Egg now also has martial arts. Even if he encounters an accident, he will be able to protect himself. Don't you think so? Han Yushi turned around and pressed her forehead against Li Zishuan's forehead. Her clear eyes looked into Li Zishuan's eyes. After a while, she whispered, This concubine will listen to you, husband. You are our Han family's benefactor and also our Han family's lucky star. If you say that Iron Egg will be fine, then he will definitely be fine. Li Zishuan couldn't help but laugh. He. I didn't know that your husband had this ability. After making a joke, Li Zishuan's face became serious. He said, All right, wife, don't be unhappy. This husband has to go and see grandfather and grandmother, especially grandmother. After she heard that Fa Shan was trapped in the city, she couldn't even eat lunch. I have to go and see him. Han Yushi nodded and said, All right. This concubine will go with you, husband. All right. The sky was getting dark, but the city of Chang'an did not become quiet because of the curfew. The 6 government offices near the imperial city were still brightly lit. There were still troops and grain carts passing by on the streets. All these signs indicated that a war was about to break out. Correspondingly, the city of Guangcheng was not peaceful tonight because the state government's army was catching the thieves. The cause of the incident started when Registrar Wang returned to the county office in the afternoon. County Magistrate, Old Master Chui will start a rebellion the day after tomorrow. Before that, we have to get rid of the spies in the county office. Otherwise, if we ruin Old Master Chui's plan, I'm afraid we will lose our lives. Registrar Wang came to the back office and found Chui Yong, the county magistrate of Guangcheng County, who was drinking tea and listening to music. He was a distant relative of the Chui family. Hearing this, Chui Yong narrowed his eyes and said, What does Registrar Wang mean? There is a spy in the county office? Who is it? Registrar Wang looked around. Chui Yong waved his hand impatiently and said, All right. You can all leave now. The maids and servants around, as well as the girl who was playing the song, all left as instructed. Registrar Wang then said carefully, County Magistrate, Deputy Yi is the spy hiding in our county office. Cui Yong was shocked. He stared and swallowed his saliva, saying, Registrar Wang, you can't say this casually. Do you have any evidence? County Magistrate, of course I don't have any evidence. Yi Minglei will be very careful when doing this kind of thing. How can he leave any evidence? But County Magistrate, think about it carefully. Yi Minglei has an inexplicable relationship with the Yi family in Nanyang. And I heard from a friend in Chang, and last month that old Master Yi went to Chang, and last year to recognize his relatives, and he recognized Marquis Yongpan. Do you think Yi Minglei will help old Master Cui or His Majesty in the future? And several times before, when old Master Cui asked us to recruit people into the army, Deputy Yi has always been a yes man and refused again and again. Do you think he has an ulterior motive? County Magistrate, forgive me for being blunt. At this critical moment, we would rather kill 1,000 by mistake than miss one. Otherwise, you and I will be doomed eternally. Finally, County Magistrate Cui was persuaded by Registrar Wang. He immediately asked the constable of the county office to go to the Yi family and invite Yi Minglei to the county office for a talk. The Yi family was now closed to visitors, so the constable of the county office couldn't enter. Later, Registrar Wang personally led the Yamen runners and forced their way into the Yi family's mansion, only to find that Yi Minglei and his family were all gone. So, after reporting to the higher authorities, the provincial governor's office was alerted. The soldiers of the provincial government and the Yamen runners began to search the whole city for Yi Minglei. Chapter 13-16. Brother Dainu? Are you at home? In front of a house in the south of Guangxing County. Yes, yes, yes. Su Fangzheng, why are you here? The door of the house opened and Lu Rengui walked out. Since he sneaked into Guangxing County last month, he even changed his name. Now he was called Ren Dainu. Alas! Aren't the officers and soldiers of the county government looking for Deputy Yi everywhere? They even said that he is a traitor. But Deputy Yi is so nice to the people. How can he be a traitor? I don't understand the world anymore. Oh, Dainu, after a while, the officers and soldiers will find our workshop. I will go to each house in advance to see if anyone has hidden Deputy District Magistrate Yi. Su Fangzheng was an old man in his 60s. He looked honest and kind. He looked at Lu Rengui and talked for a long time before he told him the real purpose of his visit. There was a market system in the Tang dynasty. Naturally, there was a Fangzheng. The Fangzheng was not only in charge of the opening and closing of the gate, but also in charge of maintaining the public order in the district. Lu Rengui was a little surprised, but he pretended to be depressed and complained, Fangzheng, why is Guangxing County getting more and more chaotic recently? The deputy magistrate of the county Yamen was actually mistaken as a spy and even locked the city gates every day to prevent people from going out. Sigh, we were originally here to help people purchase goods from the county. But because of this delay, it has been almost a month. What a loss, what a loss. Su Fangzheng couldn't bear it. He had heard about Lu Rengui's experience before. Now he was trapped in Guangxing County. He sympathized with him. So Su Fangzheng comforted him, Dainu, it's all because of the government. I don't want to see you lose money. For now, all of you can rest assured and stay here. When the city gates open, this old man will come over to inform you. Lu Rengui said gratefully, alas. Thank you, Su Fangzheng. Oh, Fangzheng, since you are here to find a spy, come in and have a look. Su Fangzheng nodded slightly and said, okay, I will go in and have a look. Then he walked into the yard with his hands behind his back. Alas! Su Fangzheng is here? Su Fangzheng. In the courtyard, Lu Rengui's brothers saw Su Fangzheng come in and quickly came over to greet him. Su Fangzheng nodded and then walked straight into the inner room. In the end, he didn't even see a single outsider. Su Fangzheng, have you finished your investigation? Other than us rough men, who else would come here? A quarter of an hour later, Lu Rengui saw Su Fang coming out of the courtyard. He hurriedly went up to him and asked. Yes. There are no outsiders in the house. Then, little brother Dainu, this old man will not disturb you any further. Goodbye. Su Fangzheng cupped his hands and took his leave. Su Fangzheng, take care. Lu Rengui watched him leave. Then he turned to the several big men behind him and said, Old Feng, later when the people from the county government come, you help to deal with them. During the day, I met Registrar Wang. If he leads a team to search tonight, he may recognize me. I will go to the underground tunnel to accompany Minister Wei and the others tonight. All right. Don't worry, General. I, Old Feng, will be careful. A slightly older middle-aged man cupped his fists and replied. Lu Rengui nodded and went into the house to tidy up. Then, he jumped into the well. Half an hour later, the house was slapped once again. Bang, bang, bang. Open the door, the government is investigating. Old Feng, who had promised Lu Rengui to deal with the soldiers, hurriedly went to open the door. Coming, coming. Hey, officers, come in and have some tea. Old Feng said with a big smile. Because he saw that among this group of people, there were all constables from the county government. No one was wearing an official's uniform, which meant that Registrar Wang didn't come in person. Since the King of Hell didn't come, these little devils could be dealt with some benefits. Humph. I heard from Su Fangzheng that you are not locals. Tell me, where are you from? Are there any other unidentified people staying here today? The head of the constables said arrogantly. Speaking of which, as low-level officials, if they didn't think of ways to plunder the wealth of the people, how would they live their lives? Old Feng was very perceptive. He stuffed a few notes of Tang Yuan and said, Officer, we came to Guangcheng County to buy goods for a boss in Shuzhou. We didn't expect that Guangcheng County didn't allow people to go out of the city. So, we temporarily live here. This house has always belonged to us, and there has never been an outsider coming here. The constable nodded with satisfaction and said, Well, whether there are outsiders or not, we will know after checking. Go in and search. Be gentle, don't break other people's things. As the saying goes, if you eat someone's food, you have to be soft-hearted. The constable was also a smart person. Yes. 5 constables entered the house, and the constable was invited to the front hall to drink tea. Half an hour later, a group of people went out and left. Naturally, they didn't find Yi Minglei inside. It was a close call but not dangerous. Chang'an, Lantian County, Yunshan No. 1 Courtyard. It was late at night, but the light in the study was still on. Lu Rengui. I wonder if this Lu Rengui is the same Lu Rengui from history. Li Zishuan leaned on the chair and looked at the information sent by Li Yu in the morning. He was in a daze. During the day, he focused on the Chui family's rebellion and didn't pay attention to the other key person in this matter, Lu Rengui. If he remembered correctly, Lu Rengui was an extremely famous general in Tang dynasty. In the 3rd year of Gaozong Longshuo's reign, Wannian became stronger and stronger. At that time, Emperor Tenzi of Japan wanted to occupy the Korean peninsula and then the mainland. Therefore, he supported Beech to fight against Silla. He sent nearly 50,000 soldiers and thousands of warships to fight against Tang dynasty. At that time, Lu Rengui of the Tang dynasty only brought 7,000 soldiers and encountered the main force of Wannian at Jianghu. After a big battle, the Wannian army was almost completely wiped out. In the Battle of Jianghu, the Tang dynasty navy fully utilized their advantage and defeated the Wannian navy, which had several times more soldiers and warships. It could be said to be a classic naval battle where the few won against the many. This battle was also the first battle between China and Japan as national entities. It was also one of the earliest known international battles in Northeast Asia. The final result of the victory of the Tang dynasty and the Xinhua Alliance army basically established the political, economic, and cultural structure of Northeast Asia for more than 1,000 years. At the same time, this battle taught Wannian how to behave and made them realize the huge gap between them and Tang dynasty. Thus, until Toyotomi Hideyoshi invaded Korea in 1592, Japan didn't dare to fight against China for nearly 1,000 years. Feiji, tomorrow you will go with the army to Jianghu. After you go, follow Iron Egg or be Uncle Li's personal guard. If you meet someone called Lu Rengui and he's in danger, do your best to help him. After destroying the rebels, bring Lu Rengui back to Chang'an. This marquis wants to see him. Li Zishuan came to the door and instructed Pang Feiji, who was outside. He was a nationalistic youth, and Lu Rengui, to a modern person like him, was an out-and-out national hero. Not only did he raise the prestige of the country, but he also ensured that China wouldn't be invaded by Wannian for nearly